Yeah, morning, Mr. Suni.
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार, क्या हाल है?
बस सर दुआ है आप लोगों की सर।
All well?
All well sir.
Good, good.
Nice to be in a panel in which you are chairing.
अरे बॉस, इसमें सारे ही चेयरमैन हैं, सब एक से एक बराबर हैं. Everybody knows more than the other.
That's right sir, and that's our strength sir.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is involved with the system. चले गए ये भाई लोग. So Suni, you are continuing in Dwarka?
Sir, I have migrated to Mumbai sir.
Oh, so you have gone to the city of rich.
Enjoying different parts of the country sir, east, south,
Good.
north, now west sir.
कहाँ रखूं यार इसे? Yeah, morning Kuldeep ji.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Garg, Dr. Garg.
How are you? Fine.
I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah, morning Mr. Gary.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we?
Yeah, well, welcome to this session.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
It is going to be.
Morning, Gary.
Hello.
I met a lot of your colleagues we may not have met.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Were we sharing presentations or is someone sharing? How's the format work?
You can tell the administrator, just say that you want to share the screen and they will arrange.
Okay.
I'll tell Puneet he'll arrange sharing of the screen where you can make your presentation.
Yes, sir. We have your presentation and we will share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Akash, you do not have my presentation, so how's that going to work?
No, it doesn't matter. You speak out. You speak out. Whatever.
Please,
the presentation is not necessary.
Sir, please send the presentation to Dr. Anil Garg email ID. So we will share on your session.
Okay, let me see the size of it. I will send it to you.
Yeah, Mr. Gary, you may also email from your phone or your laptop the presentation to Mr. Anil Garg.
I think they have it already.
Okay, then it's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Akash, it is 16 MB. I'm going to send it to you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning,
Dr.
Anil.
Garg,
Morning.
Mr. Kuldeep,
Good morning.
Tony Saab, Gray, Gary.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, with your permission, can we start, sir?
Yeah.
Well, you are the master of the ceremony.
No, sir, but we have to seek your permission so that we can start.
Sure, you are welcome.
Okay. So this session, good morning, this session is for digital transformation in power sector. Particularly, there is a multiple load on the grid from different sectors say renewable energy, hydrogen, and whatever the form. And this is the region why we should have something great on this aspect. Mr. Soni is well versed in India. What are the situations? What are the load? And how we can deal with this. And Dr. Garg is all-rounder and focus on this aspect. So I will request Dr. V.K. Garg to kindly take over as a chair.
Thank you, Anilji. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how many ladies in the transmission sector, but welcome to this 12th World PetroCoal Virtual Congress 2022 on 17 February 22 to this session on digitization of power sector. Here we have a quick recap of how the power sector in India evolved. Indian power sector has a long journey starting from Electricity Act 1910 and Indian Electricity Supply Act 1948, and all these summarized into the Electricity Regulatory Commission Act of 1998, and then the final, as on today, the mother of all electricity acts integrated into one, that is Indian Electricity Act 2003. It has a checkered history of different sorts in terms of accounting, accounts, governance, management, rules, regulations, procedures for tariff fixation, taxation, accounting, financing, and audit, etc. As the proverb goes, old habits die hard. Electricity is historically is low on consumers' priority of payment, though it is treated as an essential service. The problem arises that it is not treated as a commodity and it cannot be stored. On the other hand, mobile telephony, right from the day one, it was digitized. The consumer has to pay. Even for the postpaid service, the service is offered only till 2 unpaid bills. If there is a third bill, they will issue a warning and then they will say we will disconnect it. And at times they do it also. The consumer has to pay. It is the remote control digitized functioning which leads to disconnection if not paid for the service. Unlike electricity, where the lineman or the individual technician has to go to the premises of the consumer or to the nearest pole to disconnect it. Hence, the imperatives of digital-based formats, control, and monitoring. Designation of the electricity generation, transmission, and distribution are three major verticals designated. Distribution, though located at the last end of the value chain, but is the most important because it is at this point the current is converted into currency. That is all the efforts starting from the coal, from the hydro, from the nuclear, everything done. Ultimately, it comes down to the point of the distribution point and the consumer interface from where the revenue is collected, and the health of the sector, its growth, its quality of service is determined. In generation, our GenCos have already adopted supercritical and ultra supercritical technology with digital controls, ramping it up and down from 55 to 100%, of rated capacity in a short time frame. Indian grid, which is one of the biggest grids in the world, has digitized remote operation, control, fault detection, advanced forecasting, and load management on demand supply side at par with the best in the world. And Mr. Suni is there. He will give us an insight into where do we stand in the international competition in terms of digitization. This is the reason we are prepared. We are spared from the trauma of New York, Texas, and Japan, despite weather challenges. But distribution and last mile management remains the Waterloo of Indian distribution utilities, and thereby threatening the health of the entire power sector, and not only the power sector, including the financial sector, the banking sector, the NBFCs, and the financial intermediaries, for the simple reason that more than 7 lakh crores is at distress. And there is another 5 lakh crores, which is the debt outstanding of the various utilities, which is for CapEx. So we look at why so much emphasis on digitization. Now, digitization provides better, faster, cheaper procurement and reliability of process and product. It decreases the operational cost and increases the customer satisfaction through faster, efficient, timely procurement of inputs to provide reliable and stable electric supply. Digitization offers better asset health, monitoring, inventory control, resulting in cost and improvement of top line and bottom line of the entities engaged across the value chain. Utilities should have unified revenue system, unlike the present system where the entire revenue, though unbundled utilities in India, is routed from the utilities to the power department, to the finance department, and then to the total state kitty. From there, where it goes is not known. And the net result is 1.3 lakh crores outstanding bills of the distribution utilities. The digitization also improves billing efficiency. It helps smart metering, data auto recording, and relay at 15 minutes frequency intervals. Analytics of demand side and consumption pattern versus supply pattern and the resultant balanced frequency profile. It improves and monitors the asset performance actual versus the best available in the industry as a landmark. The load proficiency to manage variations of all nuclear, thermal, hydro, and last but not the least, now emerging renewables into the grid. It facilitates transformer loading to ensure quality service to the consumer. Digitization also improves efficiency, better top line and bottom line because of the increasing nodes of injection and draw of current at numerous points from the grid, which may become very difficult to monitor efficiently if done manually. And with all this, digitization improves the consumer satisfaction through monitoring of supplying and supply code compliance. Advanced analytics, accurate weather forecasting models improve the demand and supply forecasting of variables like wind and solar energy and their integration into the grid. Power purchase forms nearly 75 to 80% of the total cost of power for distribution utilities. A slight error in this can cause a major inconvenience to the consumer. And second most important issue which touches the consumer and can be controlled through the digitization is the aggregate technical and commercial losses, that is AT&C losses, which is nearly 24.8% for India as a whole, whereas the world average is 8.3%, which means 25 paisa out of every rupee generated doesn't come back. Then there is a study by Stanford which says through digitization, if you improve generation and load management, 1% decrease in demand, thereby decrease in load on generation by fossil fuel reduces the consumption of fossil fuel by 1.23%, which means the coefficient of elasticity of demand for fossil fuel vis-a-vis the generation of greenhouse gases coefficient is 1.23, which is quite substantial, which means 23% extra effort saved in preserving the environment. Then, of course, SCADA, energy management system, dynamic monitoring, all these are being used so far and they are being made. The more important things are, one is the Fraser Management Unit, one is the WAM Action Service, then you have the SIP system, which provides integrated protection and technical capabilities and reliabilities. Then we have the ADMS, which is the beginning and end of the smart grid, which integrates SCADA, DMS, and OMS. It facilitates adaptive lending, self-healing grid, and it opens ancillary investment services for power sector. It facilitates application of drones, unmanned aerials for fault detection and rectification, and advanced analytics facilitates robust data management system companies who can do the data mining and its advanced analytics on your behalf to give you the various trends, conclusions, and indicators to manage your grid and your current flow. This digitization will open additional investment avenues for the data analytics, for cloud service providers, for analytics vendors, for communication service providers. And ladies and gentlemen, in sum and substance, digitization provides better, faster, cheaper procurement and reliability of process and product with a decreasing operational cost, improvement in top line as well as bottom line. Thank you very much. With this, we go for a detailed discussion. Any questions up to this point? Hello?
It's okay, sir. We will request Mr. Soni to address.
Yeah, Mr. Soni.
So thank you, sir. Thanks, Dr. V.K. Garg, session chair, and a very nice opening statement which has covered everything. I really don't know what to talk after that. Dr. Anil Garg, President of the Forum, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks for this opportunity. Synergy for energy, energy in synergy, and there cannot be a better, title than this. I heard yesterday many specialists. Today we have subject matter specialists. Dr. Garg himself has painted the canvas. So I would, in say 10 to 12 minutes, try to give some fragmented thoughts and what is happening in Indian power sector. See, basically now it's incorrect now to say only power sector. It's all energy sector, that's for sure. As Dr. Garg also mentioned, yesterday we heard we have back-end fuel equally important. We have end consumer, we have grid interactive industries. So it's all encompassing. It's a systems of systems and a very complex system. So complex system, by definition, there are again, subject matter specialist, but I understand complex system by 3 sentences. Number 1, everything is connected to everything. Nobody is in full control. And the third one, I like the best, nobody knows the whole thing. So you have petroleum, gas, coal, nuclear, renewable, all connected together, and that's kind of an energy system, and it's continuously evolving. In the power sector, sometimes I wonder, why do we call a generator? Actually, it is not a generator in true sense. It is basically a converter. It converts nuclear energy into electricity. It converts petroleum into electricity. So actually, it is a converting station. And, after all, a converter cannot do unless the feedstock is there. I always say that atta chakki cannot be produced unless you have wheat from the back. So the power sector has realized that unless we bring in coal, gas, nuclear, and petroleum sector all together from the supply side, as well as all the end consumers also into the grid, we cannot bring in radical changes. This is a well-settled issue, sir. So it's a cross-cutting subject. All infrastructures are included. Electrification is going on all walks of life, be it transportation, even cooking. So the entire load curve is going to change. So experts are there. I have seen that they would talk more about all these details. But let me talk about power system and then link up the digitalization and the systems approach to this. So few rhetorics in between to keep the interest alive. Large systems, large organization, large infrastructure organization, utilities have to be tech savvy in today's world. If you are not tech savvy, then you cannot run a utility or a large infrastructure thing. Why? Because information is power. Information is power. If you don't have information, you cannot run a large organization. There are certain good things about electricity. It's good for almost all, but we have now cheap sensors and measurements. We can put very quickly anywhere a sensor which measures pressure, humidity, or temperature, or current and voltage, and thereby through transducer convert it into energy, megawatt, and all those things. And convert analog to digital. There is an issue of precision and accuracy. That's not a subject matter of discussion, but technology has brought all these things very close to us and a very economical things. The second thing which is happening is the communication side. We have very high bandwidth communication, and that's how we are able to bring synchrophasor data of 20 to 40 milliseconds. Now, hour is too long a period, even minute appears to be too long a period. We are getting data in terms of milliseconds. So the data streaming is huge. Sometimes I wonder, what is power system? You cannot touch power system, you cannot feel power system, you cannot see power system. So it has to be visualized. And you can only visualize it provided there is data, there is technology. In a control center, the entire power system is brought on a screen whereby the operator starts feeling the power system. And that's true with the energy system also. Once we have this, there are few objectives very clear, sir. One is to automate. Take out the human beings as much as possible, because human beings have delays, there are subjectivities. So whatever can be automated has to be automated. And that's one thing which we have understood. The second part is the data. So again, as well known, who is interested in data? We are all interested in information, not only in information, knowledge, and finally the wisdom. What kind of intervention we should make, and what kind of a decision support system we should provide to the policymakers and to the operators. And so the data plays a very, very important. And visualizing such large complex systems is really a challenge. Two things are happening very fast, almost touching all the sectors, and power sector is the most affected by that, is decarbonization and competitive market. These two are bringing in paradigm shift. The old style of command and control and vertically integrated utilities have all been unbundled, and phasing out of fossil, phase down and phase out, and all such things we have heard about it. So RE, renewables, once it is coming, it is threatening the existing systems and procedures, and very rightly so. Intermittency, variability has to be accepted, and then weather parameters. So IMD of India in the last 10 years has brought in such radical changes, and now they have a portal for aviation, portal for railways, and now even we have a portal for power sector with IMD. So everything is available, and there are many, many radars, lidars, others placed from the weather side. So on one side, all these measured data, on the other side, this data from other sectors, they're all coming at one center, or in fact at different centers. And now we want to extract the wisdom out of this data. And that takes us to a completely different orbit of handling large big data. And energy sector and power sector is perfect example, other than finance sector, of course. I will come back to that. So from hour to millisecond, we have data mart, data pool, we need data scientists, we need data storekeeper. Our stores are now of a different kind. So variety of data. Then we need clouds, we need data centers. There are thick data, and their velocity, value, and variety of data. It's mind-boggling, and the voracious appetite for data is ever increasing. The more you get, the more dil mange more data, and I really don't know where would it stop, and it will not stop. That's for sure. And half-life of technology. That's a very important point. It is said, but I have felt it. By the time you commission something and make your operators comfortable with it, it's obsolete. So you have to continuously train the manpower. That's another aspect. Then data is not always pure signal. They are with the noise. So bad data, detection, replacement, Kalman filters, and all those technologies there. Data sharing is a big issue. Compatibility standards are important. APIs, you have data, but it's not easily transferable or shareable. Then you can't extract the real value of it. So archiving data, retrieval of it, putting it in a proper portal, interoperability, all these things are the challenge before the entire sector. What we need is a battalion of IT specialists. We need resources. We need investments in the utility, and consciously to make these things happen. Sector coupling is another aspect. Electricity, earlier we used to think only of electricity. Today we cannot think without coal, without petroleum. We have 25 gigawatts of gas stations, but there is no gas. Or if it is there, it is too costly. So hence, out of merit order, it goes off. Coal, we once in a while, after monsoon, we get into problem of supply shortages. So the fuel in the background is very, very important. So in the inaugural session and yesterday, we heard, yes, all these things are known, but what are the action plan out of this conference? What is important for us to look at it? And I'm sure the learned panelists My co-panelists would talk about more things. So the real benefit of digitalization of the large grid will only be reaped provided we place data properly, give importance to it, and extract wisdom out of it. The real benefit of the large grids. So, if data is made public, then researchers will find scope. They will tell us where are the large potentials, because the utility is too bogged down with its day-to-day problem. We need some outsider to have a look at it. Transparency, accuracy, rules, regulations, everything comes into picture. Let me give one or two examples that will give you an idea. With all this web-based scheduling, huge amount of millions of data points getting streamed at every 10 seconds, and then other exogenous data, we run a security constrained economic dispatch at all India level for every 15 minutes. What it does not disturb anybody's contract, but every 15 minutes watches every generator. What is its fuel cost? What are its constraints? How much it has been contracted or scheduled by others? And then see, is there a scope for reducing the costly and increasing the cheaper? Replace costly generation by cheapest generation till the marginal cost at the all India level becomes same, or you hit a constraint, transmission or otherwise. And that is done every 15 minutes. It has caused a saving of 2%. 2% is a huge money, because we are talking in terms of lakhs of crores. And all this happens without human intervention, automated every 15 minutes. It's an optimization, mixed integer nonlinear programming. Huge amount of data goes into it, huge amount of knowledge goes into it. And all this thing has been built in-house. To me, it's an ultimate that how can we have a centralized optimization at all India level every 15 minutes. It saves coal, it helps emission dispatch, it reduces the overall cost, it gives certainty to the plant, and yet does not disturb any of the freedom and sovereignty of any utility. All this was possible because of decades of effort which has been made by digitalization. I recollect Dr. V.K. Garg, maybe he will not remember, 2 decades back, he insisting as a finance man that you must have the best of the Cisco servers. Now, I was completely mesmerized that a finance man insisting and telling us that get the best of the hardware. Over years, we have been able to do that. And today we are reaping the benefits of it. We couldn't have connected the entire systems if we didn't have all these things. National level merit order is sending ripples to coal and gas plants. Anybody who is not in the merit order has to sit down. That's very loud and clear, very transparent, and there is no choice now. And that brings in competition. That brings in procurement of fuel is becoming something. So, the other aspect, I will quickly jump. Sir, you please warn me if I am exceeding the time or anything like that, because the subject is too vast for this to be covered.
Please carry on.
Yeah. So, sir, it is like this. Now, the other thing I will say is gas, petroleum, electricity, and finance all have one thing in common, and that is fungibility part of it. And fungibility gives rise to a lot of advantage and lots of challenge. So, for example, electricity, we had single entry system of accounting of energy. And I took a leaf out of finance that you have to have double entry, otherwise you cannot settle the accounts. So we have a massive settlement system at all India level, something we are proud of, that at the end of the day, after energy has to flow, the information has to flow, and finally the money has to flow. Where is the mistake? That has to be found out. And the balance sheet at the click of the button for every second has to be from energy to money, including the losses, traceable from source to sink, and open to audit. That's the kind of a thing which we need to do. So, interconnection, the way it has happened, it's fantastic. Of course, Europe has been doing it, US has been doing it, many others are doing. So India is also one of them. But what is the beauty of India is that, federated structure, so much of freedom and choice. We have all kinds of sizes and shapes and varieties of state, from Manipur to Maharashtra. And, some of our states are as big as country, and they have different systems and processes, and they have all to be integrated. We have followed a decentralized scheduling. There is no command and control. So that's another challenge before us. I'll give you an example of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is now connected to India. Bangladesh procures power from 13 power plants in India. I very frequently visit to Dhaka control room. So I asked one of the operator, do you know where is Sholapur and Singrauli? So he was showing me only on the screen, that I only know that I press the button here, fill the value, and I get in the next 15 minutes generation from Sholapur and Singrauli. But he doesn't know where it is. But he knows that what is the rate, how much he is getting, how much he has to pay, and everything. And it's mesmerizing to see what digitalization and what the market can bring. There are many, many apps which are now available. Vidyut Prava, Merit, where you can get demand, generation, prices every 15 minutes, public, all the data public. Now, keeping all of them up to date requires massive digitalization. What it needs is intrinsic capacity building. We need standards, we need regulation. There are a lot of work which has been done by many, many utilities, be it CA, CTU, STUs, SLDCs, they have put a lot of data. But still, I would say, lot more needs to be done. Lot more needs to be done. And we need pilots, we need new technologies. We have to learn from cybernetics. If cybernetics, the beauty is that it can get disturbed. We have to learn from railways. We have to learn from gas pipelines infrastructure, road infrastructure, aviation, all these things, we have to borrow from them. So, sir, without taking further time, because we would like to listen to other experts, I just borrowed, reading literature and our first-hand experience. What are the 10 commandments, finally, if this were to go? So IEA has also, come out with many, many reports, and many, many academicians and practitioners, vendors have been giving. So first thing is, you need to build expertise in-house. There is no substitute to that. You can have manufacturer, vendors, service providers, but there is no substitute to intrinsic capability. If India could today have grade, because Power Grid, PERSOCO, and NTPC and organizations like this have the intrinsic capability, because nobody knows child better than mother. We need to have our own intrinsic capability. We cannot have our center of gravity outside the thing. We must have, and then of course support. Then we need a robust, timely, and verifiable data. People must have trust on the data. It must be authentic. Bad data must be filtered out. You must massage data. You must clean data. There are a lot of technologies which people will talk about, and we need policies which are flexible, and we need new technologies. Half-life of technology. Before you implement, it is obsolete. Be sure about it, sir. And then we need a lot of pilot projects. This SCED is also a pilot project, but it has already saved 2,000 crores. We need more and more pilot projects. We learn by doing rather than, just big dreams. So we need to do that. We need a lot of discussions like this. Interdisciplinary, interagencies. We need discussions amongst different organizations and their experience. We should look at the overall benefit. Individuals' benefit will not take us far off. So the overall objective of the optimization has to be social welfare. There cannot be any substitute to that. So if power sector gains and coal sector loses, or coal sector gains and power sector loses, but overall, whether there is a gain or not, systems benefit is important. And the impact of all this will have on our demand and on our fuel supply. That's also very, very important. We have found the side effect of SCED, the costly plants have been completely mothballed, that they have become stranded investment today. But so be it, because you are inefficient, and that should send a signal for the future investments. So that's another aspect of it. So we need resilience, reliability also while doing digitalization. And for that, research development in our academia is an extremely important, and that too on practical side of it. We must provide level playing field to various technologies, to the organizations and other things. We must learn from our mistakes, not that what we did all was good. We did make mistakes, but we don't want to repeat them. That's the point here. Last, I would say is that we need exclusive regulations. They may get revised every 3 years or 4 years, but what data should be put in public domain, what is in open access, what is to be confidential, what is to be restricted, how much you will keep, when would you erase the data, third-party liability, so many issues are associated with data. It is easier said than done, because you got to protect the person who is putting the data and do it in a systematic fashion. Interoperability is a big issue. Every organization is doing digitalization, but they are not able to talk to each other because so much of data. So file transfer, I am not getting into the technology. I know there are better experts to talk about, subject matter experts, but I just wanted to give you an overview. So a lot of work for policymakers, for regulators, for technology developers, for end users, and for operators like me to go for digitalization, and it will be a never-ending story. Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Soni, for an excellent presentation and I would say educative lecture to open the vistas. And the important takeaways from you is that, as I said earlier, IoT, Internet of Things, and Internet of Internet is the ultimate which we are heading for. And it is the IoT which gives the three properties you said: nobody in control, nobody knows anything, and everybody is totally in the dark. But still it works. That is the beauty of it. It only indicates towards an inclusiveness, that everybody has to work as a team. One small agency or person going out or not doing its duty diligently can halt the whole system, because everything is connected, one leading to other, second leading to third, third leading to fourth. So this leads to good automation, the decision support system, which again depends on the quality of the data. And the quality of the data, which is the initially most neglected field, because the data ultimately is to be loaded and converted from analog to digital by the human interface. That is, somebody has to key in the primary data before the system starts reading and generating the digital data. The initial primary data has to be uploaded by the what you call as the human skill at the base level. Therefore, there is an imperative need for investment in the human capacity creation. And last but not the least, it's updation, because the obsolescence is very fast. And unless and until you keep the manpower trained, what happens? You get a manpower train, you may get a person trained, and by the time he comes back, the training has also become obsolete. It happens in many cases. And the tendency is to send a person for training only the one who is the least productive, because the dependence on him is the least. So the best person is never sent for upgradation of the human capital and updation. Then cybernetics is again the most important thing. And on the cyber security and its robustness and its all inclusiveness, again, the cyber security has been, I have observed in the number of PSUs connected with the power sector, that a person who is not wanted, it promoted as in charge of security and given the charge of cyber security or ED cyber security. So that needs to be, the person who is ED cyber security needs to be upgraded on every quarterly basis. This is, I feel, the most important takeaways from Mr. Suni's very exhaustive lecture. May I now request, who's the next speaker, Anil Ji? Anil Ji? I have Mr. Shrikant, I can't see him. Then Mr. Manupuri. Then Mr. Shashank Krishna. Well, then can I call Mr. Kuldeep? Kuldeep ji? Kuldeep ji, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I'm at for another.
Sir, we have Mr. Gary
I'm not here for
Lawrence.
this session. I'm here for a session much later. I dialed in early, so I don't fall asleep.
Then I'll request Mr. Gary Lawrence to please come and join.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Could someone please display the slides as I gave earlier? Thank you.
Puneet, please load the slides.
So while the slides are being loaded, so thank you very much for Dr. Garg for the invitation, and to my co-panelists. I'm super excited and happy to be here today and to share some thoughts and some ideas regarding the energy transition. We'll just wait for the slides to be loaded, otherwise I can load them.
Please go ahead.
Let me see if I can do it then. Tell me when you can see these slides.
Yeah. Energy transition.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so an energy transition in trouble. Will sustainable grids rescue net zero? I guess the message here for me and for all of us is that we need to act fast, okay? And we need to act now. Climate change is obviously undeniably the defining issue of our time. And in simple terms, it's an energy challenge. And I heard this energy challenge in the prior speech. Why? Because over 80% of global CO2 emissions are due to production and consumption of energy. Of that, in 2019, as an example, power generation accounted for nearly 45% of the total energy emissions, while on the demand side, utilities corresponded to 55% of that value. So it's a big issue for us all. And I talked about acting fast, of course, there, right? And our current pledges don't really get us to the finish line, of course. And there's not a moment, I would say, a moment to waste. But we can still attain the ceiling of 1.5 degree global heating. But we need to do this. We need to remove some 10 gigatons of CO2 per year by 2030. And, you know, it's very hard to visualize 10 gigatons of CO2, but in actual fact, it's 3 times the amount of the annual emission that you would see in the entire continent of Europe. So it's massive here. Digital electric is the recipe. And again, I heard digital electric many times in the prior speech said, digital electric is the recipe for a more resilient and sustainable world. Electric makes energy green, of course, and digital makes things smarter. You know, electric is green, as I said, and it's the most efficient form of energy. And it's also for us the best vector for decarbonisation. And on the digital builds a smart future. It makes really the, how do I say, the invisible visible, driving efficiency while eliminating energy waste. So electric, digital. Luckily for us, I guess the good news is the technology is here today and it already exists in Electricity 4.0. Our role, all of us collectively, is to help educate people about it so we can collectively accelerate the journey to net zero. And as such, as key influencers, as all of us here on the line. Of course, you have a vital role to play in this. We need the right electrons at the right movement. Discoms, and again, I heard distribution utilities, discoms are the conductors of the synthesis here, okay? More renewables coming into the grid, delivering more renewable electricity locally, centrally, and both. EV charging EVs while only connected to renewables. And of course, not least, I guess, enabling the prosumer, the rise of the prosumer, those who generate electricity, consume electricity, send electricity to the grid there, using the prosumer as a source of flexible power to the grid. Let's talk about an IoT, and again, IoT was mentioned a few times here. IoT, the right data management and the right foundation, sensors, datas, analytics, information, empowering that decision making there, automating processes, delivering services. Digital technology, of course, vastly improves the monitoring and reporting on sustainability and measures across the full value chain there. As an example, up to 50% of carbon footprint emission by companies can be reduced, of course, by deploying digital energy management and automation systems there. So again, it's very powerful. Digitized.
Not getting the voice.
Yeah, Mr. Gary, what happened to your voice? Yeah, Mr. Gary, please unmute yourself.
Sorry, I dropped off.
Now you are back.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
So remote everything. Let me just share my screen again. I'm not sharing. Apologies. So remote everything, just to repeat what I was saying there. In the pandemic crisis that we're currently still in there, customers are facing incredible situations, incapacity in many cases to send staff to sites, to manage installations, to repairs, to services. So together with our customers, we work together to how we could operate their installations remotely, monitoring what's happening, what we would call through unified operations centers there. But more than that, we're being able to work with our customers in the capacity to work from home, for example, on one platform, on one common design, on one common project for construction. So remote everything, I think, is very important and certainly driving many things that we're doing in today's context. Of course, when we're looking at the grid, we need to look at the entire life cycle here. And you can see the chain here through engaging, planning, design, build, monitoring, operate, optimize, maintain here. It's a huge thing and it's all interconnected. That's the beauty of it there. So it's a step-by-step approach when we come to foundation, cybersecurity, digital transformation, and data management. I want to give you a couple of proof points here, just very briefly, to close off there. When we're looking at green modernization, steel manufacturing here in Luxembourg, of course, decarbonization, saving CO2 emissions by a huge amount, as you can see here, up to 20% there. Corso in Europe, of course, with Aviva PI systems, being able to structure data and having complete vision of the load flow really enabled them to manage their system better and more efficiently and more securely moving forward. Of course, Enel in Italy, a large international, obviously, electricity company there, allowing Enel to view the network access across the entire network for predictive maintenance and preventative maintenance there, optimizing performance of power generation using a Viva platform. E.ON in Sweden there, using our connected products and our sustainability, our SF6 free switchgear powered by air, and our RTUs being able to get more greater insights to their network operations there. Successful pilots launching there, and more to come in the future, of course. You know, we at Schneider, I guess, are here to partner with all actors on this call and globally, of course, there across the full value chain, connecting all the dots in the energy transition there. I'll stop at this slide here, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gary, for your wonderful presentation and for a very good estimation of the extent of carbon footprint which can be used by using digitization. That actually this type of work needs to be done, which is really not very readily available, on how much the digitization is going to help us. We are all talking of reducing the carbon footprint and reducing the GHG, but such estimation is really a thing which is required, and which will aim at further improving the digitization, that it can bring us to 20% average of the decarbonization footprint by using digital technology at all levels. Maybe it further throws us data insight into, if we do it better, perhaps there is a scope for further improvement from 20 to 20.5, 21, because 20% is already a very, very huge quantity. And for every point beyond that is a real effort where the technology can help us. Thank you very much, Mr. Gary.
You're welcome.
Now, we have Dr. Akila. Can I invite you, because Mr. who is the next in sequence? एक मिनट यार, कहाँ था ये? Next in sequence is supposed to be Shashank Krishnaji. Mr. Shashank, are you there? No. Then Alka ji, aap aiye. You join in. Akila ji.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Please.
Respected Chair and fellow keynote speakers and the esteemed audience, a very warm good morning. It is a wonderful opportunity and an experience for me to be a part of this discussion, actually. So digitalization is a positive measure to be eco-friendly in the future. While digitalization is not the most important factor in decarbonizing the planet, it is key in automating and interconnecting generators, consumers, and devices to achieve more efficient and sustainable energy use. See, recently in our institute, KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, we have taken steps to increase the digital governance in our daily activities. So all the requests and all the administration, everything is going via an admin portal. So where the students can give requests and the faculty and everything is happening via digital platform. So now let me move into the topic. The next step after the Industry 4.0, so is the reinvention of the ways that power and utilities companies do business, engage their customers and interact with them. And let us not forget about the Energy 4.0. So it is a buzzword actually used to denote the digital revolution in this industry. So I made a little research with the Central Electricity Authority, and I gained some points. So let me tell you. So in India's electricity requirement will only increase in the future, and digital initiatives in terms of production and the logistics are going to play a huge role in meeting the requirements. So the advanced metering infrastructure and also the IoT enabled devices will be implemented in a significant measure, and the DISCOMs, the distributed companies, can easily fit into this new normal by adopting a unified revenue management system with the payment avenues. Also, any digitized medium can provide us with one outcome, that is going to be the analytics. So the blockchain and the other technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality, and similar things can offer a lot of support in this sector. This is what we believe as an educationalist. So adoption of these technologies backed by the advanced analytics, they can significantly improve operational efficiency and as well as the manpower productivity. So with the term virtual manufacturing thrown around and lost these days, so this can be very, very useful. So the digital revolution, so especially this energy 4.0, it involves these advances to build the smart grids, manage renewable energy and distributed generation. So recent global issues have forced the world into adopting different technologies and platforms for the betterment of increasing robustness of the enterprise and also businesses in general. So the DISCOMs, they're also focusing on enhancing its consumer service experience by implementing the information technology solutions. At this stage, so the DISCOM should focus on creating a digital infrastructure. So where we can have a repository of energy data has to be maintained. So with the mention of Mr. Grag was telling about the data acquisition and about everything is about the data, I would like to make this point. Next is coming to the digital transformation. I hope that it can be made in the 4 steps. So the first one is the internet communication technologies. So this is the process of collecting the information. So through our internet communication technologies, we could collect all the information. And next comes our digitization, that is making the information available. And third one is the digitalization. So where we are going to automate the process, that is we are going to actually use the data, that use the process and all those things. Next comes the digital transformation, where the business application is going to integrate this information and as well as the processes. So as an educationalist, from the perspective of an educational institution, I would like to say some points. So the collection is the key, that is between the industries and collaboration between the industries and the institutions. Sorry for that. So the line that divides the circuit and the non-circuit engineering branches is now getting diminished. So each and every non-circuit branch student should also have the programming knowledge. So the students and faculty members, they are encouraged to learn more about the emerging technologies. So the projects are made with the focus on solving industry and societal problems. So the government of India's roadmap actually indicates a very high employment chances in the power sector. So engineers, they have to equip themselves with relevant technology.
हेलो 11 बजे के बाद 11 और 12 के बीच में आ गए.
Am I audible?
Yes.
I'm in the midst of a meeting. Come between.
But I hope you are not making any presentation.
No, sir. I'm just I'm not making any presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I was talking about the from a perspective of an educational institution. So we engineers, we have to equip themselves with the relevant knowledge and skills, and the institution must also have a prominent space in their curriculum. Next is I think these are all the points that is required for the complete digital transformation. So the first one is the strategies on manpower usage, infrastructure development, data storage capabilities, and technologies. I hope that government has already taken steps into this, so the future is going to be better. Digital insights are highly important to achieve success in this transformation, and the trial and error approach may not be suitable. So we need to have a very firm digital insights. So the key to robust and the appropriate data management is data governance. Again, I'm focusing on the data governance. So this focuses on having appropriate data owners and processors, ensuring responsibility and transparency to enable data quality to be managed and as well as need to be improved. So the mindset of the modernization among the existing market, that is when we include both the manufacturers and the customers, needs to be developed. So the India needs its own digitalization strategy. So to tap into this market like India, I feel like the action plan should have an increased focus on the sample size of the analytics, as a subcontinent is known for its diverse usage patterns. Okay, so more guidelines and the regulations need to be developed. So I feel like we are at the brink of Energy 4.0, gaining more traction and implementation. And I look forward to developing the students of our institute, KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, towards meeting the human resource requirement standards to create a sustainable and then highly efficient future. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I done. Thank you.
Sir, you have to unmute. Garg sahab, you have to unmute.
Sorry. Yeah, there is a small question to Mr. Soni, you and Dr. Akila. How do you define in one sentence Energy 4.0?
Yeah, to Madam Akila, please. You all are the educationists. You coin the terms, we implement. So kindly enlighten us.
Energy conservation, sir. And also we have the green campus. And we are having a lot of projects done with very less energy consumption. And we do have electrically operated vehicles in our campus that is flying between the institute and the main gate.
No, that's fine. My precise query is, how do you define Energy 4.0? Because
so it is a fourth industry revolution, actually,
okay,
mainly on the automation of the data.
Automation of data.
Yes, automation of the data, and it is used for the optimization of production and enhanced flexibility.
Thank you. Mr. Soni, can you elaborate on this?
Yes, sir. To me, all these rhetoric and terminologies are good, but I take them with a pinch of salt. There is no clear focused line that you have moved from 3 to 4. Smart grid, all these terminologies we should take and enjoy it and define the way we feel like. Everybody has his own definition, and even IEEE is struggling to define smart grid.
Correct. So, you have raised another question. Now you define Energy 3.0.
Correct, sir. So, the one thing is certain, that we are progressing and there are steps, and it is not a clear-cut step. These are all slow ramps. So you never know which step you have gone into. But certainly, as Akila ma'am said, that yes, now we are getting into prosumer kind of a things, decarbonization, a totally new thing which was not there just, let's say, 2 decades back, sir. So that's the point. Thank you so much, sir.
Boss, clear nahi hai, because 2 decades doesn't answer that we have transited from Energy 3 to Energy 4 or Energy 2 to Energy 3. So do I take it that these are just the terms for our convenience only?
Sir, as I said, sir, I take them like that only. Sir.
Like that one. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you both the panelists. Now we go to who else is in the line? Mr. Kuldeep, are you there?
Dr. Saab, as I said earlier,
Mr.
I'm here
Shashank
very
Krishna?
early.
Okay.
I'm here
Mr.
very
Shashank
early.
Krishna?
I'm for another. I'm
Okay,
here for
please.
another session much later on.
Okay. Mr. Shashank
But
Krishna?
I'm very happy to hear very enlightening talks from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shashank Krishna, are you there? Anil ji?
No, sir.
Kuldeep sir will come
He
a
not joined,
little
sir.
later.
Yeah,
He says it is too early. He's on another session.
yeah.
So what do we do? Can't hear you.
Sir, we can just wind up the session and hopefully
Or do we
things.
take 15 minutes break?
Yeah,
Do we take 15 minutes break and then rejoin?
not in this session, sir.
Because it's still it is
11
10:40.
11 a.m., sir.
We are,
Is
it is
that-
there up to 11.
Yeah.
May I
So what do you say?
comment,
Do we
sir?
take a break or do we call it a day?
Yeah, we can bind up this session, sir.
No, Mr. Shailendra Kumar wanted to say something. Please go
Shailendra
ahead.
ji, please.
Salindar?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Shailendra Kumar Pokhriyal. So I have been working earlier with University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. So the question very rightly asked the significance of 3.0 or 4.0 because it has transformed seamlessly. Now the IT technology, some of them have been mentioned by the fellow speaker, the IoT, the Internet of Things, and the blockchain. These technologies are so vital and allowing on it. I call it, they are all breakthrough technology which is happening. So whatever has been planned 10 years before, I was just reading one of the latest research paper on the energy policies. So sometime, rather most of the time, energy policy is not able to cope up with the technology which are coming very soon. I mean, I was just going through the MIT site and there are 12 technology to be implemented in 2022. So this is the problem, and that's why we assume and we say that this transaction from 3.0 to 4.0 is seamless. And although on some of this sector we are in 3.0 and some of the sector we are in 4.0 and some of them 4.0 plus. So that's what we see when we see the sectorial analysis of a thing. Of course, I would say the information technology is taking the front, and we try to implement. Dr. S.K. Soni has very clearly mentioned that academicians, when they plan something, they are way ahead in terms of their research paper, and the industry implemented. So it's a in one sentence, what the chairman has asked, it is the seamless transformation from 3.0 to 4.0, and the new technology which are coming up, we are going to see green energy very soon. So these are my just a small comment on that.
Shailendra ji, thank you very much for your comment.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's very timely and it throws little light and provides clarity that the whole thing, as Mr. Soni also tried to say, that it is a seamless transfer.
Yeah.
But when we say 3 to 4, we are very definitive, and the information technology and digital technology is very definitive. There is nothing vague in that. When we move from 3 to 4, it is either 3 or 4. There is nothing in between.
Yeah.
That's what my concept is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for very ably chairing the session and very timely done, because next session will be for a special keynote address as well as for the award distribution, global award distribution also. And Mr. Soni has very rightly said and set the tone of the session, and all the Dr. Akila and others, they have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Dr. Garg. After a 15-minute break, we will meet again. Thank you very much, sir.
For the second session, so
Yes,
you
sir.
have to apologize,
Yes, sir.
apologize to Mr. Kuldeep that you are not able to entertain him.
No problem, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the participants for your active participation and your educative feedback and what you call as a presentation, as well as the exposition and your comments and your ideas on the digitization of power sector in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajdan Saab.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
पिछला आपका ठीक चला गया, वो मैं फर्टिलाइजर वाला देख रहा था, पुरानी मगर कहानी है।
जी जी।
See, 1975 we were promoting gobar gas का वो slurry.
जी जी। Dr. Anthony, you are here?
Yes, sir. He will join within a minute.
Okay. Sir, there is one special keynote address by Dr. Anthony, and he is a managing director, head communities, Pan Asia, City Research, Singapore, on oil and gas, and then there will be global awards. There are about 10 in number. Puneet?
Yes, sir.
10 in number?
11 number.
11. Okay.
Yeah, 11.
So these awardees, they are all present, hopefully, and after the award, they had to give 1 minute acceptance speech.
Okay,
this
no
is,
problem.
This is a session for about an hour or so. So grateful for your presence here because
Thank
of
you.
your busy schedule. You have taken out 1 hour.
Yes, I said I'll get
yes,
out
sir.
of that program. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we will start within next 2 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah, with your permission.
Dr. Anthony Yen is there. He's there.
Welcome, Dr. Anthony.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's my honor to be with you all.
Yeah, Dr. Anthony, Mr. Anil Razdan is a chair for this session, and he is Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, and also he was Secretary Power, Government of India. He's the IAS officer. So I will just introduce to you, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you very much. It's really my honor to join this conference and the call. And I'll start my video in about a minute.
Okay, so welcome.
Welcome, Anthony, and let's we look forward to an interesting presentation from you. I'm Anil Razdan, and we look forward to your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very warm welcome, everyone. Welcome, Mr. Anthony, and we are very delighted to have you with us in this very special session. And with the permission of Razdan sir and Anil sir, I'd request Mr. Anthony to please begin the keynote address. So Dr. Anthony Yuen is the Managing Director, Head Commodities, Pan Asia, City Research, Singapore. Very pleased to have you in the program today, sir. Would you please start with the keynote address, sir?
Thank you very much for having me today.
Yeah, this is a special keynote address, Mr. Anthony. So you are the only speaker given about say 20-minute time maximum.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is truly my honor to be with you all today because I think what happens right now is I think what happens in the world right now is really unprecedented. Because what we see here is a convergence of kind of 3 factors that's going on. Number one is what we have is a strong push towards energy transition, right? So a strong push towards energy transition, and I think I can share my screen, right?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure, let me share my screen because I think what happens here is, so here is our presentation. You can see the presentation.
Yes, If you could just make it full screen, that'd be great.
Yep, I'll do that. Does that work?
No, not as yet.
Okay, I'll actually do it this way. Hopefully it will be clearer. I think there's a convergence of three things. Number one is a true energy transition. There's a strong momentum globally that's happening. Second is we also from this winter recognize that there's going to be a shortfall in a lot of the energy transition process. And that's why we have really spiky energy prices. And third is about the political will. We saw what happened in the UK just before COP26, very strong position on energy transition. But recently, there's been some movement and changes in how to approach some of the energy issues. So that's why right now is a really critical juncture. And it's an honor to present our views here with you. In addition to that, to share with you how we think about the future. So the first one is really think about energy transition. It is really global, very ambitious, broad-based, but really has to overcome inertia. But this inertia is actually the traditional energy that really is underpinning a smooth transition as well as the function of the economy. So we know that, let's say in the top left graph, we can see many, many countries have net zero goals, carbon neutrality goals. India also has a goal as well. So definitely this is strong momentum is global, but it's really ambitious as well. The top right graph shows you the carbon emissions pathway. This is for Europe. The reason I picked Europe is because it is at the forefront of the development of a lot of the energy transition policies, as well as some of the forefront in terms of carbon policies as well.
Dr. Anthony, Dr.
Yes.
Anthony,
yes.
Your screen is not moving.
Okay. My screen is paused. Let me stop share and then I'll share again. Yes, can you see it?
Yes, it's okay. Presentation mode also.
Yeah, I let's see what I'm doing.
It's okay now. I can see your screen.
Okay. Yeah. The top left, I talked about there's lots of countries with carbon neutrality goals, including not only European Union, the US, India, as well as China as well, right? Many different countries and regions. But then it's really ambitious. I picked the case of Europe on the top right, is showing the carbon emissions pathway. And what you see here is that the left half of this graph shows a gradual decline in carbon emissions. But for Europe to get to net zero by 2050, there's going to be a very sharp reduction in carbon needed. And even for European Union, let alone for many emerging market countries and regions as well. So it's extremely ambitious. And it's also very broad-based, because if you look at the bottom left chart, what you see here is that we divide up emissions into different sectors. Electricity is the low-hanging fruit. Certainly, reducing emissions is going to be the quickest in that sector. But in many cases, if you look at the case of the US or Europe as well, electricity sector might have to go net zero much sooner. And the transportation sector may not actually see a substantial decline in emissions until at least the 2030s and beyond. And so then to provide a smooth transition and a smooth function of the economy, that means that we need more energy from traditional sources as well still. And the bottom right graph shows you our oil demand forecast. This is out to 2040. But notice that at the start, we have still 100 million barrels a day of oil demand in 2021, around that range. But then even by 2040, the number may not be that low, because there's still going to be economic growth. There's still going to be demand for industrials and chemical products and other things as well. So that's why there needs to be both a recognition that energy transition is happening, but also a smooth functional economy requires a lot of the traditional energy. So let me go to the next slide to show you what happens to the power sector first, because we know that a lot of different sectors will have to go to the power sector, electrification. So this is using an example of the US, just to show that even for US at such advanced state of development in some of the green transition with lots of wind and solar installation is still very difficult for them. So
Dr. Anthony, your mic is muted, if you could.
Okay. We have to, this slide shows that on the top right graph, that even in the US, in order to meet the net zero goals, what you really need is substantial growth in wind and solar, so much so that we are talking about a doubling every few years. So here you can see in the left-hand side of the graph, 2021, 2022, wind and solar growth, capacity growth might be about 10, 20 gigawatts per year. Then it will have to go to, for the rest of the decade, 30 to 40 gigawatts per year on capacity. And then after that, even bigger. Of course, there will be lots of so-called NIMBY problems, not in my backyard problems. How do you build transmission lines and all that? And the bottom left chart shows you that even though the world is supposed to be more efficient, what happens really is that as a result of electric vehicles, as a result of changing space heating and cooling to more electrified version of it, electricity demand, which supposedly is somewhat flat, even for developed countries, could rise, and even in our view, could actually rise by close to 50% between 2040 and 2020. So that's a significant increase on that. And also, the bottom right chart shows you how quickly power demand could escalate if you look at the bottom, look at the dark blue line. So that's a tremendous power requirements that, how quickly could all these happen? Aside from even for electric vehicles, there's going to be the battery supply chain as well requirements. Further to that, to cut emissions I talked about before, power sector is the low-hanging fruit. Installing solar and wind seems obvious. You certainly need a lot of more energy storage as well. But even for the transportation sector, increasing EV sales might only make a really small dent in emissions this decade. The bottom left chart, you can see the relative size of internal combustion engine vehicles versus the EV fleet. What you see here is that the dark blue area is the share of internal combustion engine vehicles. It only started to show a more appreciable decline sometime in the 2030s. And that entails, even by 2030, you are selling roughly 50%, 50% of new cars are all electric. By 2035, all cars will be electric, but you don't get a dent in emissions until sometime in 2030s. But this also speaks to how resilient oil demand will be. So therefore, if you look back several months ago, the IEA talked about there needs to be a reduction and basically a cessation of investment in fossil fuels, and we found that we were dumbfounded by this conclusion, because the next slide shows you back to sort of the a key message, of course, in the in this conference is about the key commodities, certainly the oil side. Here is how we estimate oil demand going forward in the future. Top left graph shows you that we have 3 different pathways of oil demand. The top line will be basically do nothing. There's no energy transition. Oil demand will continue to rise to even 150 million barrels a day by 2050. Certainly that's not going to be the case right now, but this is for illustrative purposes. But the middle line, which is the yellow dotted line, is showing how we think about the current policy, based on current policy, where oil demand looks like. there's going to be a flattening of oil demand. There's not going to be a substantial decline. And the reason for that is there's still lots of petrochemical demand growth. There's still going to be aviation growth. There's still going to be, in emerging markets, lots of growth as well. But certainly in this environment, even though you might see a flattening oil demand growth, oil demand will still peak sometime towards the end of this decade. But let's say governments and others have be much more forceful in driving energy transition. So what happens is you do get a peak in oil demand sometime, perhaps by 2025, but the crude oil demand would actually, refinery demand for crude would actually approach some sort of peak much sooner, right? Because a lot of that demand for liquids is actually propane, LPG, which is outside refining system. But then notice that even by 2050, oil demand might still be between 50 to 60 million barrels a day versus 100 million barrels a day. Notice how we think about that. The bottom two parts in these this demand picture is actually LPG and naphtha, which is for space heating, chemicals, and whatnot. It will continue to grow. The next two buckets is actually gas and gas oil, certainly will come down, right? Because of electric vehicles growth and whatnot, displacement through that. But then aviation, despite all of the obituary on the aviation demand, we think will grow tremendously. And the reason is that, just look at Asia. For you to go from India to Singapore or other countries, you probably have to fly. If you go from Japan to South Korea to China to Australia, you need to fly. From Singapore to many other regions, you need to fly. From Australia to different countries, you also need to fly. So that's why aviation will still be pretty strong. And that comes, this oil demand picture comes despite the top right graph, which is, if you look at the bottom portion, which is battery electric vehicles fleet, rising rapidly, but still is not rising too quickly enough. Because if you look at the world, there are 1.4 billion cars. The world might be selling roughly about several million electric vehicles right now. But combined, the share of electric vehicles is still too small versus the entire vehicle fleet at this point. So it still takes time to replace that. That's why oil demand will still be quite resilient. And not only that, we talk a lot about chemicals demand. The top left graph shows you chemicals demand for oil, which the area portion will be basically a status quo demand, continue to grow. But the red dotted line is if you ban single-use plastics. But even if you ban single-use plastics and increase recycling, demand will continue to grow. And so then there will be something interesting that happens, would be that demand for light products continue to rise, but then because oil demand could peak, and because the material, the supply, the product, petroleum products produced from a barrel, let's say LPG, does not increase as you reduce oil production. In fact, the share of that would be somewhat static. And that means that as total oil demand peaks and falls, the share of light products produced would also, or the size of light products produced will also fall. But then the light products demand increase. So what you have will be a mismatch. And there will be various mismatches within the supply of oil and the demand for oil. The supply for oil, middle distillates, the volume will shrink, right? But then the demand side could shrink faster. So you might have changes in how the premium product within petroleum products would perhaps go from middle distillates to something further to the light ends. So that will be quite interesting as well. And then I talk about the aviation side, certainly big growth going forward in the next decade and more. And this slide talks about downstream sector, what I just talked about, in that if you look at the top left graph, what you see here is that we talk about a potential peaking in oil demand sometime 2025, maybe 2029. But then the bars are showing that the current refineries certainly will have to come down. And that's essentially the refinery demand for crude, but it will come down further soon, even though oil demand will continue to be quite strong. So that what that means that if you combine all of that is a lot of dislocations within the energy sector. On the one hand, you have energy transition really driving a lot of policies, but then you also saw the energy shortfall. Oil demand will continue to be resilient, but then the supply of oil would be on a mismatch versus the demand for different oil products as well. So now is truly a strong inflection point of what happens. But then what about supply? Is there going to be plentiful supply? This is how we think about the oil supply curve. It's actually right in the middle, it's actually quite flat. And how much more oil and where oil price could be partly dictates by two things. Number one is where OPEC plus future production stands look like. But also second is what the investors' appetite would be. Because the resources are already there, the cost curve, if you look at our latest cost curve, which is a really dark blue line right here, is flatter than before. So that's how we think about the oil market. Now, the other certainly is the gas market. The top left graph shows you what happened this past year. Natural gas prices, this is in the dollar per MBTU basis, have been somewhere around below $1 per MBTU range. And of course, suddenly it surged all the way to $60 per MBTU. Now it's hovering around $20 to $30 per MBTU. It could come off more. But this really illustrates that what happens to energy when there's a shorter supply, but also not enough storage. And the other part also that relates to what happens is that renewables generation was in a shortfall last year. Hydro generation in LATAM in Scandinavia was short, but then some of the water rain show up in, let's say, India disrupting coal production, in China disrupting coal production as well. So what that means that there would have to be a much better recognition that Mother Nature might not necessarily cooperate in terms of providing the renewables. So therefore, not only have we talked about the resilience of oil demand requires still a lot of oil production, but also on the natural gas side, there's still a resilient natural gas demand as well in order to pave the way for energy transition. And finally, let me close on the final aspect is, what about carbon pricing? We think that implicit carbon price, in order to drive the energy transition, might have to be $100 per ton or 100 euros per ton or more going forward. And what we see here is that the top left shows you one of the ways to the greening economy is use of hydrogen. The bottom left is use of carbon capture sequestration. Both entail somewhere around 100 euros, $100 per ton by sometime in 2030. So in order to incentivize these energy transition technology in the market, carbon price will have to be there. And we've seen European carbon price heading there, but the implicit global carbon price will have to be there as well. Otherwise, it will be tough to incentivize more of this investment in there. So with that, I present a few ideas, what happens in the energy transition and what happens in the traditional fuels market. We are at the time of great dislocation, and now would be also present lots of opportunities and lots of discussions in how we approach the coming decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. I think maybe we are, if I can pose one or two queries to you, your analysis is excellent, very thoughtful and practical. See, whether these demands of the respective fuels, have they been correlated with expected incomes, global incomes? Because you see, we saw, for example, the pandemic, and then you see the demand falling. And you know what happened to the oil price for a while. Then again, it jumped up. But there is now, post-pandemic, I think at least in the developing countries, if I think also in the developed, there is the lower segments of society, economically lower segments, have had their incomes badly hit during the pandemic. And God forbid, if there is another pandemic or something, then what effect it will have on the global economy?
I think these are very profound questions, and this is one of the most important questions we have to answer in the energy space and the broader economic space. And how we think about the energy space in response to what you talked about, the income effect, whatnot. Right now, a loss of population in emerging markets is still hurting. They will have certainly growth in energy over time, right? But then it will take time for that to grow. So that will be a recovery period, and then more hopefully an acceleration once the pandemic's over. But then if you look at the what happened to the major economic powers at this point, among them, let's say European Union, US, and China, they have very strong electric vehicles policy. And what that means is that we are starting to see that sort of strong demand, and we know that oil demand in US per capita is multiple times what happens in emerging markets. So that starts to limit where oil demand looks like, right? Because they use much more energy. So that decline comes off faster. And that is also the reason why we think that oil demand will probably peak somewhere in the middle of this decade. But also, that's why we think that prices would also come down as a result of that. And then the demographics, hopefully, as the economy recovers and whatnot, will start to ramp up. At that point, and that's why we even talk about on the aviation side in Asia, there'll be strong growth, because as people get richer, they'll move from vehicles to aviation and whatnot down the road. So that's why you got this dichotomy in that you have the Western nations, oil demand will continue to weaken, while emerging market will strengthen over time, but the demand for products will be different. So that's how we think about there's going to be a substantial dislocation and contrast between the supply and the demand. And they will bring on substantial, on the one hand, upheavals, but also opportunities.
Thank you, Anthony. The other question that comes to my mind is, you see, the pandemic has shown that this work from home becoming a new norm in many parts of the world. But I can understand people not commuting to work. But for that, you see, we will have to also probably have to focus on new kinds of habitats, because all homes are not large enough to accommodate work from home populations in the future. Okay, even that is taken care of by the electronic media, just as we are communicating right now. But what about goods and services? They will need to be transported. Whereas you see oil and gas can travel through pipelines, but commodities have to travel by surface. Has any study or iteration been done on that count?
Yeah, so essentially, it's something more qualitative in the following sense. What happens is that people staying, so you have multiple different buckets right here. People staying homes, right? So that entails more point source supply of electricity in particular. So that's why earlier we showed that electricity demand would actually rise even in developed world, where electricity demand and economic growth certainly might have decoupled already, right? So electricity demand will rise. Then second is that what you talk about the freight transportation will be quite strong because of that transportation. And that's why if you look at express deliveries, if you look at the US, Amazon, in China, you have express deliveries are very strong growth segments, right? 30% annual growth. And that is one of the reasons why, for example, gas, oil, and diesel prices are so strong right now. But that would somehow hit if you have what you have is a electrification of this delivery network rather than using gas, oil, or diesel. But what that also means is that it also goes to electrification, right? So if you go electrification as a result, that would actually drive electricity demand even more. So there will be this migration away from gas, oil, and diesel towards electrification. And also you have the offsetting effect of people staying at home to work rather than going to work, saving on some of the fuels driving, but then you offset that by increasing in freight transport. So on that front, transportation needs kind of offsets. The fuel mix move more towards electrification still. So that's one of the future that could be happening.
Thank you. Any other question strikes any of the participants? Because yours has been a very, very analytical and a very balanced presentation, and I'm really impressed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anthony, for that wonderful presentation. And with that, we move on to the very, very special award distribution ceremony. And we're talking about the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Awards 2022. And I'm very pleased to announce that Razdan sir is with us, of course. So he's going to be the chair for this. He's going to distribute these special awards. Giving a little bit of history about these awards. So these awards really were introduced by the Energy and Environment Foundation to recognize and honor outstanding organizations that are taking responsibility for defining a commercial future by adding value through excellence in fire safety, security management, CSR, Clean India, and innovation and technology in bio-waste, life cycle, stewardship, strategic sustainability, and conducting fair business in a disciplined manner that delivers a shared future for all stakeholders through commitment, dedication, with the goal of creating an environment of safety first before beginning any action. So the objective really is to encourage and motivate to adopt best practices and become role models for others to emulate. Encourage the implementation of strategies for improvement in operation standards, create harmony between industry and the environment. So without wasting any time, I'd request Razdan sir to please give away these awards virtually. And I'd request the awardees to also give a brief acceptance speech after the awards. So let me first announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Awards 2022. Now these awards are the Global Safety Awards 2022, Global CSR Award 2022, and the Global HR Skill Development Award 2022. And these are being awarded to selected organizations by an eminent jury. So the winner of the EEF Global Safety Awards in the Platinum category are first, Bosch Limited, construction of new IT office building, band 600. And I'm very pleased to announce that Mr. Vijay Kumar, HR Bosch Limited, Senior General Manager, Global Real Estate, is with us. Congratulations, Mr. Vijay Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Vijay.
Thanks. Thanks, sir. Thanks for considering our application. And indeed, it is a pleasure to be amongst the top contenders here and winning the award. And yeah, if I am allowed to speak now, I can just finish my acceptance of the award. Yeah. So I am proud to be part of this great organization called Bosch Limited. And as all of you know, we are a global manufacturer of auto components besides the software development, which is happening on the automobile sector in India. So now our focus has been on how do we reduce our footprint on the carbon footprint in our operations across the globe. And as per this, in the year 2020, Bosch achieved the milestone of becoming carbon neutral. across the globe, including India. So we are proud that we were able to achieve it within a short notice of 2 years. So because we were signatories for the Paris Agreement. So we were one of the first corporates to become carbon neutral across the world, big corporations I'm talking about. And the specific location where we got this award, we are constructing a IT campus for our in-house requirement. It will be housing about 10,000 employees once we are inaugurating this project in the month of June this year. We are also celebrating 100 years of Bosch in India. So this will go as an added advantage for us to showcase. And to put it in short, we have been following all energy efficient requirements more than what some of these awards. Incidentally, this project is also getting a platinum LEED certification from USGBC. Besides, of course, the safety, we took upon ourselves the challenge of handling this work.
So your mic is muted now. Can you unmute, please?
Yeah. So in the past 6 years, we didn't had a single reportable accidents across our India in all our project sites. Even though when we started our journey in 2010, we had a couple of fatal accidents, which prompted us to revisit our safety requirements at construction sites. We took Toyota as a benchmark in India, and today I can proudly say that we have a
Vijay, you are muted, but your speech is, I think, it should be very, very short. Please.
Okay. So thanks once again for Energy Foundation for considering Bosch for this prestigious award. And we are indeed thankful for all the concerned stakeholders who are responsible in awarding this to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay Kumar, and very many congratulations to you once more. Thank you so much. And the EEF Global Safety Awards in the Platinum category is also being given away to Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, Corporate HSE. And I'm very pleased to announce that Mr. Amit Kumar, Head Safety CHSE, is now joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Amit Kumar, on winning the award. Mr. Amit Kumar, are you there? You need to unmute yourself. The mic is muted. Yes, please.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
So first and foremost, good morning to all of you and to Mr. Razdan, Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, and my old colleague, Dr. Anil Garg, and all the team of and other awardees from other companies. Thank you so much to Energy and Environment Foundation for considering ONGC for this prestigious Global Safety Award 2022 in the Platinum category. And on behalf of 50,000 direct and indirect employees of ONGC who have given great contribution to maintain the exemplary safety standards across one of the largest footprints of oil and gas installations in our country, nearly 700 manned and unmanned installations that ONGC has, producing nearly 50 MMT of oil and oil equivalent of annual production. I accept this award on behalf of Director in Charge HSE, Mr. Anurag Sharma, and CMD ONGC, Dr. Alka Mittal, and all the employees, as well as my team, which is also here along with me, the corporate HSE team, which has done exemplary work to ensure international standards of safety across the organization. So once again, thank you so much to Energy and Environment Foundation.
Congratulations to all of you. It's really a pleasure for me to hand over this award to you. I think ONGC has done yeoman's service, and we're looking forward to your Platinum Jubilee. The other day, I was looking at your Golden Jubilee souvenir when I was on your board. So anyway, good luck to you, and may you move to greater heights. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Amit Kumarji. We appreciate that your full team is there to accept this award. We appreciate each and everybody for that. This is a great thing.
Thank you so much.
Team ONGC. Good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations to all the members of ONGC. And now let me announce the EEF Global Safety Awards in the Gold category. And the award is being presented to CESC Limited, Bajpaj Generating Station, and Mr. Sanjoy Datta, Vice President, Bajpaj Generating Station, is now joining us. Very many congratulations, Mr. Datta, on winning the award. The award is being given in the gold category. Do we have Mr. Sanjoy Datta with us?
Yes, we can see him. Congratulations, Sanjoy.
Thank you. This is Shuman Shengupta on behalf of Mr. Sanjay Datta. And I'm looking after the safety and environment in CSC Limited and here in Bajpaj Generating Station. Thank you all. Good morning to all. And this is our pleasure to receive such a prestigious award, global award from an organization like EEF, Energy and Environment Foundation. We hope this recognition will inspire us to moving forward towards creating a more safe environment for all the workers as well as for our customers also. So thank you all once again. Thank you Energy and Environment Foundation for this global award.
Congratulations, sir, on winning the award. Now let me announce the EEF Global CSR Awards in first the Platinum category, and the award is being given to two companies. Let me announce first the award being given to Singareni Collieries Company Limited. Mr. Venkateshwara Rao, General Manager HRD, is joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Rao, on winning the award.
Is also there, Mr. Our Director, Balram sir.
Good morning. I'm Balram, Director of Finance. I convey our gratitude and thanks to the your organization, especially Dr. Anil K. Garg and Anil Rajdani Saab and all the team members. So Singareni College is one of the biggest PSU in Telangana state with 25,000 crore turnover and around 70,000 manpower, 45,000 on roll and 25,000 off roll. And we do spend around 60 crores per annum for the CSC activities. And mostly we focus on the large scale plantation and providing safe drinking water, construction of the schools and agriculture activities, connecting the rural areas and tribal hamlets. And we have been doing, and we also spend around 2,000. Around 2,500 crores under the District Mineral Fund Trust to all the rural areas. And as a company, Singareni has diversified from the coal production to thermal power, and we are also entering into solar power generations. And once again, we thank you all on behalf of our Singareni College company and our CNMD N. Sridhar Garu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and very many congratulations to you once again. The EF Global CSR Awards in the Platinum category is also being...
Aishwarya, Mr.
Yes,
Rajan has to say a word. Rajan,
yes, Rajan sir, please.
You are unmute, please. Yes.
So congratulations to Singareni. You're doing a great job in the South. In fact, you're the premier mining institution, I think, in the South, and it's extremely heartening that you've given so much attention to CSR. Our best wishes to you and gratitude to you as a society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many congratulations to you once more. And now let me announce the Global CSR Awards in Platinum categories also being given to Tata Steel Mining Limited and Mr. Bidudatta Mohanty, Chief Safety Operations, is with us. Congratulations, Mr. Mohanty, on winning the EF Global CSR Award in the Platinum category.
Good morning and respected jury of Energy and Environment Foundations and all the dignitaries attending this award ceremony. Tata Steel Mining is honored to get this Global CSR Award 2022 in Platinum category. So Tata Steel Mining is a new company and which has formed 1.5 years back. So we have the DNA of Tatas and we are committed to transform the life of the people working around our all locations. We're into chrome, ore, and ferrochrome business. So basically, our engagement with community has helped us to manage the COVID situations in our own operating areas. And these awards will encourage more to engage with our community and improve their livelihoods. We cut across all the educations, livelihoods, and the ethnicity and all the areas of CSR we are working in all our units to transform the life of the people. Thank you very much again, Energy and Environment Foundations, for giving us this award. Thank you.
Congratulations to Tata Steel. You are a new mining arm, as you mentioned, and I think you deserve to be congratulated for your bold venture. And the CSR has become very diverse, and we are sure that you would be looking at the health aspects now, also in addition to some of the education aspects that you are doing. Please carry on the good work. We'll be so happy to hear more about you. Congrats again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congrats to Tata Steel Mining Limited. And the EF Global CSR Awards in the gold category is what is coming up next. We have 4 awardees in this section. And let me announce the first awardee. The award is being given away to Heidelberg Cement India Limited. I'm very pleased to announce that the Director Technical of the team of the company, Mr. S.K. Tiwari, is joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Tiwari, on winning the EF Global CSR Awards in the gold category. Do we have Mr. Tiwari joining us? Or somebody else, probably from Heidelberg Cement India Limited? All right, I guess not. So let me announce the next awardee. The next award of the EF Global CSR Award in the gold category is being given away to Odisha Mining Corporation Limited and Mr. Biswajit Patnaik, Executive Director, BETQM, is now joining us. Mr. Patnaik, very many congratulations on winning the EF Global CSR Award in the gold category.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm joined by Mr. Biswajit Patnaik, but I will be speaking on behalf of Odisha Mining Corporation. My name is Talat Afri, and I am the head CSR of Odisha Mining Corporation. At the very outset, thank you so very much for appreciating and for encouraging our efforts in this wonderful way. The pandemic years have been very difficult for all of us, but we have tried to put our footprints in CSR and periphery development activities in all relevant and important sectors. In education, we have committed 100 crores to establishing 25 model schools. We have, especially during that pandemic, supported 1,800 hospital beds for COVID patients in 8 districts of Odisha, and there have been around 10 hospitals. We are a very small state and are wholly state-based PSU. and still we have gone ahead and sponsored the hockey national team, as well as the women's as well as the men's team, and we have gone very close to the winners in Olympics, and we are terribly proud of their feat. We have sponsored our athletes in Olympics, and we are very proud of their achievements so far. Apart from the education, health, and sports, we've gone ahead in culture, in art, promoting art, and especially livelihood activities. We believe in giving back to the communities from which we get our business. This is starting small, and we intend to go even better and bigger. Thank you on behalf of the entire OMC community. I accept with humble gratitude. Thank you so very much.
Congratulations to OMC for a very remarkable work and your diverse interests that you've shown right across health, sports. You're really truly serving and motivating society. That's a great job done. And we shall be happy to place such contributions across on our website so that others can get inspired by you. And more than anything else, Talaji, I'm inspired by your talk and your enthusiasm. And I think if women get behind it, CSR will get new heights. Congratulations again, and to your management. And
Thank
to all
you
your
so
work.
very much. Thank you so very much. Your words have inspired me further. Thank you so much again, sir.
Godspeed.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Team OMC. Now let me announce the third awardee of the EEF Global CSR Award in the Gold category. And the award is being presented to Paschim Hydro Energy Private Limited. Mr. Srinivas M., Managing Director of the company, is joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Srinivas. Are you there?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Aishwarya. I appreciate EEF and the team for recognizing and honoring the organization that are taking responsibility for defining and charting a course of a good, sustainable future. Being an RE developer, I feel happy that we are contributing to the Energy and Environment Foundation's goal for green energy. We are committed to clean and green energy for a better tomorrow. I appreciate EEF and their team for recognizing and honoring the organization that are taking responsibility for defining and charting a course for a sustainable future. We at Paschim Hydro Energy are honored and delighted to receive this award and in gold category. And my sincere appreciations to EEF for organizing this event during the pandemic time and making it a grand success. Thank you, Dr. Anil Garg. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Congratulations to your organizations. And we wish that Paschim Group creates more such nuclei around its area of operation, because in hydropower particularly, you have a very close interaction with society. And we look forward to your initiatives in various sectors, including appropriate plantations, rehabilitation, and making the displaced persons. That has always been my desire and wish in the hydro sector, that the displaced persons must be made beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries from the profits of the hydro plants that are operating there. And I'm sure that you will be helping your populations so that they become drivers of your growth and motivators in other regions. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your advice. Thank you.
Right. Congratulations, the Paschim Hydro Energy Private Limited team. And the award is also being given to Sterlite Technologies Limited. It is the EEF Global CSR Award in the Gold category. And Mr. Hemant Shokim, Lead Communications, CSR and Sustainability, is now joining us. Congratulations.
Losing your voice, Aishwarya.
Yeah. Can you hear me? So I was announcing the EEF Global CSR
Now
Award.
we can kindly repeat. I think there was an interruption.
Sure. So the fourth award is being given away to Sterlite Technologies Limited. It is this EEF Global CSR Award in the Gold category. Mr. Hemant Shokim, Lead Communication, CSR and Sustainability, is now joining us. Mr. Shokim from Sterlite Technologies Limited. Sir, are you there?
Yes.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing our initiatives. Thank you, jury members and Energy and Environment Foundation for recognizing our initiatives in the fields of environment, healthcare, education, and women empowerment. And we are especially working in EdTech environment and giving quality education to the kids in aspirational districts. Thank you. Thank you again for recognizing our CSR initiatives.
Congratulations to Sterlite for working in the disadvantaged groups. And I'm sure that your projects will receive greater support from the population through your activities. Good luck to you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Very many congratulations once more. And now let me move on to the next category of awards. This category is the EEF Global HR Skill Development Awards in the Platinum category. The award is being given away to two organizations, and I'm very pleased to announce that the award is given to CESC Limited, and Mr. Suman Sen Gupta, Manager P and EHS, is now joining us. Congratulations on winning the award, the EEF Global HR Skill Development Award in the Platinum category. CESC Limited, very many congratulations.
Thank you. Good morning and namaskar from CESC Kolkata. A big thanks to all the respected jury members, and a very, very good morning to all the fellow awardees present over here. Sir, we are very pleased and humbled to have been selected for the prestigious Energy and Environment Foundation Global HR Skill Development Award 2022 in the Platinum category. As a company that has a history of over 120 years in the business of electricity and the oldest power utility in the country and a flagship company of the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, CESC strongly believes that a capable and motivated workforce makes the real difference. The prestigious recognition from the Energy and Environment Foundation provides us with an external perspective about the efficacy of our HR processes and also encourage us to implement strategies for continued improvement in learning and development. On behalf of CESC Limited, I once again express my heartfelt thanks to the respected jury members and the organizing committee. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, congratulations, sir. Before I go ahead and hand over the mic to Razdan, sir, let me correct. It is Mr. Devdatta Maitra, Vice President, HR and Admin, CESC Limited. Razdan, sir.
Congratulations, Devdatta, to all your employees and to your management for this very good initiatives in skill development. And if you can measure the increase in productivity or in employee welfare through skill development and also their health, I think it'd be a very useful study for the ministries to follow and also show your example. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Shall follow your advice, definitely. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to CESC Limited. And the CEF Global HR Skill Development Award in the Platinum category is also being given away to Skill Development Institute, Visakhapatnam Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. And I'm very pleased to announce that Mr. Katamuru Nagesh, General Manager, HR, HPCL Vishak Refinery and CEO SDI Visakhapatnam is now with us on for receiving the award. Mr. Nagesh, very many congratulations, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Aishwarya. Good morning to all, and special thanks to Mr. Razdan and Mr. Garg. And on behalf of 8 oil companies, this Skill Development Institute has been set up under the guidance of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, as per the directions of PMO on the Skill India mission. And in the last 5 years, this society could able to give lives to 14,500 people a skill development, and also could able to place them in various organizations. The employment opportunities have been given to more than 75% of these youngsters. And special importance is that we could able to train prisoners in the prisons of Visakhapatnam and Rajamandri, and could able to provide an employment opportunity within the prison on welding and other related skills. And we are very thankful for the society for giving us this kind of an opportunity to do this. This institute is managed by Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. We are working in 35 different job roles and 18 different sector skill councils. 2 years back, we have got gold award, and now we improved to platinum award. And this validates our thought process. This validates our strategy into the skill development and to touch the lives of the people. Thank you so much, Energy and Environment Foundation, for encouraging us. And being a PSU, we continue doing this good job. And COVID temporarily stopped us, but we are back and we could able to do more. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all. Thanks.
Sir, before we conclude, we will like to have a few words from our Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, Mr. Anil Razdan, to all the participants and all the award winners. Mr. Razdan, please.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. It is indeed a very gratifying moment for me that we are honoring people or recognizing their contributions to make society more meaningful and to create a symbiotic relationship between these industrial units which are contributing to national wealth. And I think they're taking upon themselves the responsibility of doing social good also, besides improving the environment in which they are working, which I think is a total societal responsibility for industry. And we are indeed thankful to all the participants for having shown consistent interest in this awards instituted by the Energy and Environment Foundation. And we sincerely hope that in the vast amount of advertising which comes in the media on various occasions, your organizations are able to highlight snippets of these benefits that are going, so that you become trailblazers for others to follow. Advertising and extension is basically you need a spark, and you people have provided the ignition. But do publicize it, because the whole object of the foundation creating these awards is that this consciousness must grow. And this award that you have received, if you can just give in 5 lines what you have done, I'm sure many more would follow your trail. Our congratulations to you and your management, and wish you Godspeed in the future. And all the beneficiaries of your awards, we wish them greater care from your side in the future. Thank you very much for having called upon me to say a few words. It's indeed a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And for the HPCL, I think a little advice. kindly contact Dr. E.S. Sarma, who stays in your vicinity. He was my former secretary, and he's a very publicly motivated person, and he shall be very happy to see the good work that you are doing and probably give you some ideas also. Congratulations once again to everybody.
Congratulations to all the winners of the awards, and also we'd like to thank our chairman, Rastan sir, for giving away the awards, and also making sure that everybody is encouraged more to do greater works and to reach better heights. Thank you so much, Rastan sir, and very many congratulations to all the winners. I hope this award gives you greater motivation to achieve greater heights in the future as well. And now it is time for the keynote session 10. This session is going to focus on offshore and marine oil spill challenges. Dr. Garg, should we go ahead with the keynote?
Yes.
All right, so let me announce the speakers, the key speakers for this session.
PMD of SCI, she is here, H.K. Joshi, and others, Mr. Shekhar, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kuldeep, everybody is here, so we can start the session.
Absolutely, sir. And you'd be chairing the session, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So Dr. Anil Garg is going to chair the session. I'd like to welcome the speakers for this session. We have Ms. H.K. Joshi, CMD, Shipping Corporation of India, joining us now. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out your time and coming here. It is indeed our pleasure that you are here. Mr. Richard H. Johnson, Technical Director, ITOPF Limited, UK, is also joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. We're pleased to have you in the program as well. Ms. Meera Elsa George from Kerala Maritime Board is also going to be a part of this keynote session. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am, as well. Captain DC Shekhar, Director, Alpha Mers Limited, and Captain Kuldeep Singh, Vice President, Technical Services, Galagher Marine Systems LLC USA they are also joining us. They're going to be the key speakers. Very warm welcome to all the speakers for this session. And I'd request Dr. Anil Kumar Garg to please begin the session and give a go. Yeah.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Oil spill management and its mitigation is a very, very important topic from more than 100 years or more than that. And we have organized, while I was in ONGC, with the support of the principal advisor to the Prime Minister at that time, Mr. Chitambram, and we organized at Goa this oil spill conference. After that, we were engaged somewhere else, and somebody else is taking responsibility. But very recently, we realized that oil spill management is required at this moment for the clean environment in the seas and maritime. And that's why our chairman, Mr. Anil Razdan, think that we should focus on this aspect. We will have a conference on oil spill management in first week of December for a day or two, whatever the response may be. But this is a session for that. And we will have our eminent speakers. Ms. Joshi is here, She is a CMD, Shipping Corporation of India. I will request her to kindly address us. Ms. Joshi, please.
Thank you, Garg Sahab. A very good afternoon to the chair for this keynote session, and also to all our esteemed keynote speakers, and also to the distinguished audience without which the session would not be incomplete. So today we are going to be talking about the problem, which is the pollution of the sea by oil. And this, like Dr. Garg said, is a problem of national, regional, as well as of an international concern because of the deleterious effects it could have on marine environment unless appropriate and timely steps are taken to prevent, mitigate, control, remove, or combat the same. So let me start my address by first acknowledging the pivotal role played by oil and gas in India's economic growth. And as India celebrates the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it is petroleum along with coal which has been predominantly energizing India. And oil is expected to continue playing a prominent role in the India's growth aspirations, even as we are today talking about steadily transitioning to greener energy while balancing our sustainability with the equitable growth opportunities. So I shall not dwell too long on the centrality of oil in the Indian economy, or for that matter in any developing economy, and I'll come to the oil energy value chain, where I come into the picture as the head of a shipping company. And coincidentally, I've got my roots in the oil sector since I grew up in ONGC. So I can talk a bit about the oil in the exploration and the production, as well as on the shipping side. So in the oil energy value chain, through tanker vessels and offshore support vessels and the anchor handling tugs which support the oil exploration, these play a vital role in storing, transporting, and supporting the entire chain of oil exploration, production, right up to the transportation. Now, while these activities are going on, oil pollution of the ocean does sometimes come from shipping activity, and it also comes from the offshore oil production activities. However, recently the estimates are that about approximately 1/3 of all oil pollution of the world's ocean is caused by activities generally characterized as marine transportation. So representing the organization that I'm currently in, I'm going to be talking on the marine transportation and the oil pollution caused by it. Tankers understandably are the single largest contributor of such pollution, and the world of tanker fleet has actually greatly expanded in recent years. So there is always a probability of oil spill during transportation owing to the inter-vessel collisions, vessel platform collision, or fire incidents, or thunderstorms causing damage to oil tankers and offshore installations, which results in a tremendous volume of oil being dispensed into the environment, especially the marine ecosystem. This then becomes a major concern, as the efforts and the effects of oil spills can be catastrophic, not only to the marine habitats and the environment, but largely due to their potential impact on economic and ecological systems. So the pollution damage threat from any vessel to the ocean ecosystems and the surrounding environments becomes a cause of serious concern, which needs to be addressed. Both short-term as well as long-term effects of oil pollution have been assessed, resulting in general agreement. Like Dr. Garg just said, that oil spills must be reduced from their present level. A number of major oil spills triggered worldwide I'll just mention a few of them just to bring about the consciousness of the oil spill preparedness, response, and the implications. So the largest one, which I can recall when I was still in ONGC, is the BP oil spill, which was due to a deep water horizon oil rig, which the event happened sometime in 2010, and which was in the Gulf of Mexico. And the event went on for almost 87 days, making it the biggest oil spill in the US history and one of the worst environmental disasters in the world history. Coming closer to home, there has been a recent oil spill in the Indian Ocean, which is known as the Sri Lanka's largest marine disaster, which was caused by the Pearl container ship, which was carrying a hazardous chemical cargo from Gujarat to the Colombo port, which caught fire on 20th of May 2021. The ship, along with its hazardous cargo, sank afterwards, and the vessel was carrying 325 metric tons of fuel in its tanks. The shorelines were blackened with charred debris, and hazardous cargo was littered across the Sri Lanka's coast. Just to give you an implication of what happens, the Sri Lankan government has demanded $40 million as compensation claim against the vessel owners. There is another recent one, which is the Mauritius oil spill, which was again by a Japanese-owned bulk carrier, which was Wakeshikau, which ran aground on a coral reef, leaking 1,000 tons of oil onto the pristine coasts. So these are just recent incidents. And when an oil spill occurs at sea, it tends to spread across the surface of the sea water, leaving a deadly impact on the marine mammals, birds, fish, shellfish, shoreline, and most importantly, the ocean and the environment. And I think protection of the environment is today a major concern for everybody, for the entire humanity. And there was one major oil spill in Alaska in 1989, and the impact of that was seen even for long durations like 3 decades. Now there is a substantial, why are we talking about all this? The importance, of course, is from a sustainability point of view, from the marine pollution point of view, but there is also a huge financial liability attached to every such oil spill that happens. And I'd like to share with you that the cost to clean up an oil spill depends on the quantity as well as on the quality of the oil which is discharged in the sea. And this is calculated on the basis of various factors such as legal claims, penalties, the loss of oil. So there are various issues which are involved, but I've already given you an indication of the huge financial implication. And there is impact on the human health, which cannot be measured against any amount of financial compensation. So the International Convention on the Establishment of an International Fund for Oil Pollution Damage 1971 also came into force since 1978, and India became a party to it in 1990. The main function of the fund is to provide supplementary compensation considering the wide financial implication of an oil pollution. Now, coming back to shipping and the oil pollution from tankers, these originate primarily from 2 sources: the accidents and the collisions which I talked about, and also from the normal tanker operations, such as tank cleaning, deballasting, and other operational reasons for periodically which do discharge oil overboard. So while we've talked about the various causes and the various impact, the statistics bring out that most of the tanker oil spills recorded in the past half century were caused by collisions and grounding of vessels, with hull and equipment failure being second most significant cause. However, it is encouraging to observe that oil spills from tankers globally in terms of spill frequency and the quantity of oil spill have decreased very substantially over the past half century, and that the downward trend in oil spills continues despite an overall increase in oil trading with increased tanker movements, which otherwise may imply increased risk. From the high figure of around 79 spills per year on an average in 1970s to an annual average of around 5 to 6 spills this decade, we have come a long way. Nonetheless, we need to maintain our guard and effort towards ensuring that we are careful with respect to ensuring safety of the marine environment. Generally, an oil spill contingency plan does provide the ship operator and the offshore installations with the information and the procedures to oversee an effective plan while an oil pollution incident occurs. We also have the MARPOL, which is an international convention for the prevention of pollution from ships, which takes care of all the accidental discharges, etc. And there is also a approved oil discharge monitoring equipment, which will take care of the discharge of effluent into the sea and to ensure any discharge of oily mixture is automatically stopped. Now, while there are various regulations for prevention and mitigation, both international as well as there are national laws which take care of such oil spills. So we have the MS Act 1958, which is an Indian national act. And while we've talked about the implications, financial and the causes, just a brief on what are the tools for the mitigation. Now, it's very important for a shipping company to have a SOPEP on board in order to avoid the above mentioned monetary losses, as well as primarily to avoid marine pollution. The SOPEP is available to assist personnel. Now, the SOPEP is a ship oil pollution emergency plan, and that is available to assist personnel in dealing with an unexpected discharge of oil. And the primary objective is obviously to have a contingency. And the plan is prepared by the vessel operator and it is approved by the Flag Administration. Just a brief on SCI's actions. In 1997, we followed the International Management Code for the safe operation of ships and for prevention of pollution. We are today complying with all the procedural requirements of the ISM code, and we've not had any major incidents of oil pollution. And we have today categorized the incident of oil pollution, both in terms of the incident descriptor as well as the oil quantity spilled into water. And we are very conscious of sustainability and protecting the environment. However, since we are talking about challenges, in spite of several legislations, ship shore checklists, MARPOL regulations, we keep hearing about the various incidents of oil pollution at the sea. And I'd like to share with the audience that what we've assessed is that most of the causes of such incidents are human error. It's a lapse to notice the leak at the initial stage, plug it in time, and notify the chief engineer or the master. I'm talking only from the shipping perspective and not from the oil industry's perspective, what happens during oil exploration and production. So oil spill becomes a challenge when it comes to extreme climate zones also, and especially in the Arctic region. Now, I'd like to close my address. My address will be incomplete if I don't acknowledge the exemplary role of the Indian Coast Guard as the central coordinating authority for combating oil spills in Indian waters and maintaining the National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan. So it is imperative that all stakeholders involved, including ports, shipping companies, oil companies, offshore installations, and the support agencies collaborate and continue to support hazard-free operations by continuously refining their respective contingency plans and the preemptive measures, adopting best practices, actively deploying standard operating procedures and preemptive initiative towards a more hazard-free environment. With Indian Ocean being an important conduit for oil trade carrying around 2/3 of world's oil shipment, international cooperation between the neighboring countries and the regional oil spill contingency plans will also have an important role to play in developing measures to avoid and deal with oil pollution incidents in the Indian Ocean. As we envisage the Indian Ocean as an engine for growth and prosperity in our region and beyond, it is our obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment and that we harness the waters in a sustainable, inclusive, and accident-free manner. Thank you to the chair and to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Unmute, sir.
Dr. Saab, you are muted.
Thank you, Ms. Joshi, for giving a total account of what is happening in shipping and oil spill mitigation and the incidence of oil spill, which has drastically reduced. And we should prepare for such an emergency in times to come. Thank you for your wonderful speech and address. Hopefully, we will invite you in December first week for a oil spill conference, which is a full day conference on this. Thank you very much. And we will seek support from you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I will request Mr. Richard S. Johnson, Technical Director, OTOPF Limited, UK. Mr. Richard Johnson, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. And hopefully everyone can hear me very well and can see my screen.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you first and foremost for the kind invitation to this impressive Congress. And on behalf of ITOP, I would like to thank you for that. I'm talking about marine oil spill challenges or offshore spill challenges. And my message really is going to very much run on from what we've just heard from the Shipping Corporation of India. At the time of an incident, there are many challenges. I'm going to be talking particularly of ship source incidents, and I'm going to be looking at it through the perspective of the company that I work for, ITOP, ITOPF. I've worked for ITOP for 27 years. I'm a marine biologist. I've been to a number of incidents around the world. So I come at it from that perspective. So it's important, I think, to recognize the statistics and to recognize that incidents do happen. As we've just heard, that when accidents happen, they can have a deleterious effect on the environment. So forewarned is forearmed, and having good contingency plans is all important. As far as ITOP is concerned and how we can help both government and industry, we're funded by the global shipping industry. So every ship on the sea, tankers or non-tankers, or the vast majority, pay a small amount for ITOP to exist. And we are a not-for-profit organization that is set up solely, so only, to promote effective response to ship source spills. So we have no financial interest in the outcome. All we are trying to do is to ensure that things are done effectively and efficiently so that things are done for the best for the environment. The slide you see here shows a tanker incident, and clearly this is in Pakistan, so a neighboring country to India. So it exhibits, even though this happened a few years ago, that it can happen close to home. And you can see some of the complexities here, even with just some of the salvage and trying to transfer some of the cargo, and not very successfully in this case. We've heard already more recently and close to the Indian coastline, so in the Indian Ocean, we've heard about the incident in Mauritius and the Offshore incident. And here you can see that the vessel came to grief just on the reef crest near the lagoon, and the bunkers were spilt from this ship. So not a tanker, but a bulker. And due to IMO 2020, all vessels now are running on have to be compliant with sulfur limitations. So we have new fuels, and this spilled a low sulfur fuel oil. And it's important to know the fate and behavior and the characteristics of this new oil type. Here we are, and if the noise kicks in, I do apologize. Let me just try and bring that down a little bit. Here's some footage of the Express Pearl incident off Colombo, and this is footage courtesy of the Indian Coast Guard. And you can see the complexities and the challenges here to contain the ship with dangerous goods at risk of falling into the ocean if they weren't consumed by fire, as well as the bunkers on board. In this particular case, what was of particular interest is, let me see here, the plastics or the nurdles that were spilled. So here we have small, a few millimeters across, plastic pellets called nurdles, which are used in the pre-production of plastics. You can see them washing ashore here near Colombo. The vessel is still ablaze in the background, but lots of shoreline contamination. And so we can have concerns. It's not just oil, therefore, there can be solid contamination that's washed up on the shore. And I just want to involve every stakeholder that's listening in on this conference with the PetroCoal Congerss. ITOP has certainly been involved in incidents involving spills of coal and bituminous coal. And the pictures here are of an incident of 7,500 tons of coal being spilt. This is actually in Indonesia. But it just brings it home to us, the importance of being aware and not being complacent, and so that we are ready to respond. So from ITOP's point of view, ship owners, and the numbers here express this, the ship owners pay for our existence. We are funded by the global shipping industry, but our advice goes to all stakeholders. So if we look on the right-hand side, we will help in contingency planning, we will help in training, as well as at the time of response. For example, for the Indian Coast Guard, we've heard about the IOPC fund, the International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund. We work with the IMO, and we work with governments around the world, trying to bring about the best success to clean things up appropriately. So we're trying to mitigate pollution damage. We're trying to bring about cooperation. We're all in it together. We're all trying to solve the issue. Hopefully, not too many people are faced with these large incidents, but as a consequence of that, people don't always have great experience. The one thing that ITOP can bring, if we are mobilized to site to work in the command posts with the government authorities, such as the Coast Guard or the pollution control boards, is that we do this day in and day out. So we're a small team. There's 16 of us that actually respond to spills around the world. We're biologists and chemists. We come from different cultural backgrounds, and we are multilingual. But the main thing that we bring is experience of spills, and we're able to bring the lessons learned and to transpose scenarios into the scenario playing out, so that we can bring about, as I say, the most effective response. So the 5 services that we provide to promote that effective response is clearly it's to respond on site, that 24/7 availability. If we are called through a ship owner or a P&I club, or indeed through governance, that we will respond immediately. And following on from that, we're very often asked to look at the claims, the technical merits of why certain things were done and the associated costs with them. And again, we've already heard that a lot of money can be spent, and so it's entirely appropriate that it's spent in the appropriate manner. The other things, I'll mention in the guise of ITOP, but for the challenges of marine oil spill response, clearly if you have a good contingency plan, and the Indian Coast Guard has the National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan, clearly if you have a comprehensive plan that has been tested, you're going to be ahead of the curve and be able to respond in the better way. ITOPs can certainly review those plans, and we've worked with the Coast Guard in years gone by to do that. And again, training and education, having drills is also important to ensure that those contingency plans are well exercised and the weaknesses are pulled out. So ITOP's remit, I think to draw it home to you, we're talking about oil spills, but there are all types of ships that go past the Indian coastline, and there's a potential to spill all types of different cargoes. And ITOP's remit is to advise and assist on all of those different types of cargoes. So not just oil, but also chemicals, the plastics that you've just seen from the Express Pearl, coal, and timbers, cement, and such like, all fall under our remit. And again, Ms. Joshi very clearly said about the oil spill statistics. So the number of tanker spills, and so ITOP keeps some statistics and have done from 1970 onwards, so the last 50 years. If you look at the blue histogram here, you can see from the early 70s through to the present day, there's been a dramatic fall off. I mean, it has been a dramatic fall off with spills from tankers for a variety of reasons: legislation, the IMO with various conventions, better ship management, better environmental awareness. A number of things have come into play to reduce that. And that's even on the backdrop, if you look at the maroon line graph here, that's in the backdrop of the amount of oil and tanker trade actually increasing over those decades. I'm not quite so sure about the COVID years of the last couple of years, but clearly there's been a dramatic increase there. But the good news is the number of incidents has decreased. That said, ITOP, we still have good experience, and we've been to over 800 spills in more than 100 countries over the years. So we would expect usually to go to about 20 significant incidents in the year. So we do have some experience to help with these challenges that we're all faced with. More recently, with COVID and restrictions and national borders being closed, we have had special dispensations in case of national emergency to travel to site. So we have been to the Waukesha incident. We have been to a couple of incidents in Colombo in the last couple of years. But incidents do still continue. And so this graph here shows the number of incidents ITOP's been involved with by providing remote advice over the last couple of years. So even on those occasions where we haven't been able to travel because of the pandemic, we have continued to give advice globally. Coming back to India and shipping traffic, it's very obvious that a lot of shipping and a lot of oil movement comes through Indian waters. So there is a risk profile, there is the possibility of shipping incidents. So the amount of oil that's imported into India, the best figures I have are from the International Pollution Compensation Fund of last year. So in the order of about 230 million tons of contributing oil, heavy black oil, crude oils, fuel oils come into India, and greater than 500 million tons of oil just past the coastline on its way from the Middle East to the Far East. So there is a risk profile there. So we do all need to be prepared. This shows some of the incidents that ITOP has attended. So just to bring it home a little bit more locally, and where we've worked with the Coast Guard and the Marine Pollution Control Boards. The pictures here are from the SSL Kolkata and also the MSC Chitra. So some of the challenges, if ITOP is invited to site through government or industry, we'll evaluate the situation, we'll look at satellite imagery, we'll model things, and critically we'll work within the command posts, trying to get the facts right so that we know what we're fighting. Aerial surveillance is critical for this type of thing, trying to find out where the pollution is coming from, if it's a ship source, is it the ship as a whole that's in distress, is it a one-off event, is the ship about to go to the bottom and therefore have a catastrophic release of all of its oil cargo, what type of oil is being spilled. And the aerial surveillance can give us an idea of the quantities of oil that have been spilled and where it's heading, and what's in the firing line, what sensitivities may be at risk. And more importantly, the ITOP observer working with the Coast Guard, the government authorities, we can see if the response measures that have been employed are effective. A lot of time and effort, as well as money, is utilized to try to mitigate pollution. So we want them to be as efficient as we possibly can. And we're also trying to protect the shoreline. So it's an understanding of where the oil is going and what type of shoreline that the oil or whatever the pollutant might be will contaminate. There are lots of different techniques in the toolbox that we can assist with. So monitoring, evaluating is the most simple if you think that the pollutant is dissipating quite quickly. Containment and recovery using booms and skimmers, using chemical dispersants, or indeed in situ burning, all have a place at the right time. And here you can see nice calm conditions, the use of boom, very nicely showing the containment of the pollution. But we do need to understand the limitations, and the ITOP observer working in the Coast Guard is able to help on the physics and to understand better whether the response is going in the right direction or whether the strategy needs to be changed. With the best will in the world, using containment and recovery, it doesn't work in fast currents. So here you can see lots of booms, but you can also see the oil going through one boom and then another boom and then another, simply because the water speed is so great that the booms are unable physically to stop the oil. So in this case, we will be suggesting that you change the strategy and adopt a different approach. Similarly, the use of dispersants, there's a time and a place for them, but it's important that it's recognized that dispersants only work on certain oil types, or there's a window of opportunity that they can be used before the oil weathers and then no longer becomes amenable to dispersion. The scale needs to be in proportion, and of course that small shot at the bottom left there showing dispersant just being ladled into the sea is clearly not a good example. That's just basically putting another potential pollutant into the sea willy-nilly without getting the dose rate appropriate. If the oil comes ashore, there's a challenge. What are you going to protect first? The environmental concerns, the tourism concerns, the industry concerns, the fishery sector, and a number of things come into play. There's lots of challenges. Is it safe to respond? Is there access to get to that part of the shoreline? What's the seasonality for the environment? Maybe it's at a sensitive time of the year, or maybe less so. For the amenity beach, is it the tourist season, or maybe less so? And so the priority of what you want to protect first can change. Can you achieve what you want to achieve technically? Is it viable? Is it possible? I talked about the window of opportunity with dispersants. You have to be careful there. Or the equipment availability. What is available within India or wherever the incident is? Is it local? How long will it take to get there? And do we need to improvise in the meantime? So ITOP, again, working with the authorities, the best thing to do is to come up with a response operation to overcome these challenges, to get ahead of the game, is to do surveys and come up with a plan. When oil comes ashore, there are lots of different substrates and lots of different techniques are needed for these different substrates, be it sand, be it rock, be it cobble, or man-made flat surfaces. So we can recommend different techniques appropriate to the substrate. Another important thing that the ITOP technical advisor can assist with is that controversial bit of how clean is clean. So here we have manual selection, manual wiping of rocks. Clearly, the substrate is still oil and work needs to be done. But at what point has the environment been restored to the cleanliness that it possibly can be through human engineering? And when is it time to stop the response? This can be a big challenge, because you don't want to cause more harm than good. So with salt marsh or mangrove in India, by sending heavy goods vehicles such as this small tractor here, you can cause irreparable longer-term environmental damage. So you need to pick the right techniques. The top two pictures show best endeavors to try to remove oil from inaccessible beaches, but by doing so, gelignite or TNT was used to drive access points through to the oiled areas. But of course, geological long-term damage has been caused, whereas the oil may well have weathered more naturally in a much shorter time scale. Waste, yes, you can go with big vehicles and collect the waste quickly, but then you also pick up a lot of sand or whatever the substrate might be. So it's quick, but you might want to do it more selectively and manually, which is slower, but it's better for the environment. Or you might want to do a hybrid approach. So it's not quite as simple as just cleaning up. So there are plenty of challenges. Again, we heard earlier about the finances and how expensive spills can be, and needing to be prepared and signing the appropriate conventions, and ensuring, you know, those conventions and the insurance of the ship owners or the P&I clubs is set up to ensure that reasonable measures are compensated for in full. And ITOPS is in a position to provide advice on these technical reasonable measures, and we will work within the international compensation regime. So we'll look at preventive measures such as cleanup, property damage such as fisheries losses, economic loss, which can be fisheries damage or tourism, and then there's environmental concerns. And I can't spend too much time on this today, but obviously if there's a pollution incident, then it may cause some environmental damage according to the exposure, the contamination and the impact. And we will assist with environmental monitoring, helping to set up post-spill studies to the appropriate scale in order to try and put in place restoration measures to accelerate recovery. So I've shown this slide before, so just wrapping up a little bit, and I won't talk through this slide again. But what India needs, what we all need in order to respond to a spill, good legal frameworks in place, such as which ministry is responsible for it, or which department in government is responsible, or what is industry's role. The roles and responsibilities are well defined, so everybody knows what their job is at the time of an incident. We've talked about comprehensive realistic plans, which have been well tested and are realistic according to what the risk profile is. And we've talked about India's risk profile. The appropriate equipment, which is well maintained, and not everybody can have all the equipment in every port up and down the coast. So a tiered response, knowing where you can get equipment, regional agreements, government and industry partnerships, and let's be, you know, ensure that we're all well trained and well exercised even during peacetime. So as far as India is concerned with the international conventions, OPRC is very important because that enables you to provide assistance or to receive assistance, either from government to industry or from neighboring countries. And India, you can see clearly.
Next 2 minutes, please.
Just wrapping up now, Dr. Kumar. And here we are, the CLCN fund. We've heard about that India has ratified the 92 fund. India hasn't ratified the Bunkers Convention, and so maybe there's work to be done there. There are a number of regional agreements that India is party with, including SASEP with its neighbouring countries, so all in good shape. So there we are, Dr. Kumar, just wrapping up, hopefully just in time. Promoting effective pollution response is what ITOPS try to do, working with industry and government to mitigate pollution damage. And if you've heard anything there that entices you or you want more information, please pop along to our website. There are lots of videos and technical information papers there. So thank you again for this invitation. ITOP very much looks forward to re-engaging with ITOP and being able to travel again now that restrictions are lifting. So thank you.
Thank you, Richard Johnson, for this excellent and detailed presentation on this aspect. And with your support, I repeat, with your support, we will organize World Oil Spill Conference in first week of December this year itself. So we seek your cooperation, support, and the agenda also. We will seek your support in terms of agenda also and the resource persons. We know very many, but we seek a professional approach to this international problem. And our chairman is serious about this, and we should focus on this. Some experts are here. Dr. B.S. Negi is here, and he listened what you have said, and he is a very knowledgeable person, and he will interact at the end of this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Now we have to invite Mr. Vijay Matthew, Chairman, Kerala Maritime Board, and Meera George is presenting his address. Meera George, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is an absolute pleasure and an honor of mine to be presenting in front of such distinguished dignitaries. I will be representing Mr. Vijay Matthew, and I will be presenting today's address. So the topic for today is, the theme for today's conference is oil spill management. So I plan to talk about an alternative fuel which we can all use in the both transport and maritime sector in order to prevent all kinds of pollution and to reduce oil spills and its harmful environmental impacts. So when we come to hydrogen, it is a clean and renewable fuel. It is when consumed in a fuel cell, produces only water. And
Meera, you have some presentation?
So I've been trying to share my screen, but there seems to be some issue with it. I'll try it once again, whether I can.
Yeah, if you have some problem, you can just send on my email. Our technical team will load it.
Let me try once again, sir. Let me try once again, whether I can.
You can wait. We can invite Mr. Shekhar.
No, sir. I think, is it visible now? Is it visible?
Yes.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. That is such a big relief.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So as I was saying, hydrogen is a clean fuel, and when consumed in a fuel cell, it produces only water. And hydrogen can be produced from a variety of domestic resources such as natural gas, nuclear power, biomass, and renewable power like solar and wind energy. So these particular qualities about hydrogen make it a very attractive fuel option, which can be used for transportation, electricity generation, and other purposes. So replacing the fossil fuels that we are using in the transport and maritime sector can create a big dent in the carbon emissions and other polluting factors by almost 20%. So because of these characteristics of hydrogen, I believe it is a perfect replacement for the fossil fuel that we are currently using in the maritime and the transport sector. Okay. So the Indian government has also been investing in creating hydrogen-based alternatives through the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and they have been supporting broad-based research development and demonstration programs on introducing hydrogen energy and fuel in the transport and maritime sector. There are several projects which are being supported and funded by our government to address challenges in the production of hydrogen and to invent various ways in which hydrogen can be used as an alternative fuel in the transport and maritime sector. So moving on, today's transport sector is actually predominantly based on combustion of fossil fuels. So it has become one of the largest contributors to both our urban and regional air pollution. Sir, is there something wrong with my screen sharing?
I don't think it's moving.
Okay, all right.
Moving.
Oh, I was worried whether something happened. All right. Okay, let me continue. I apologize for that. So after a lethargic start to the climate action over the past decades, there are some signs in the shipping industry itself, where they have started to pay attention to these risks posed by the combustion of fossil fuels as a fuel option in the transport and maritime sector. So a large percentage of the people in the transport sectors, they have to get off fossil fuels and they have to try more renewable and alternative fuel options like hydrogen. And in order to prevent the harmful effects that these combustion of fossil fuels have on the environment. Now, a very good question comes up is, why should India as a country invest in hydrogen fuel? So investing in hydrogen fuel will keep India at par with the global competition. We can be energy sufficient with hydrogen, and turning our economy into a hydrogen-based economy will help in creating thousands of permanent jobs in both the scientific and the industrial area. And as mentioned before, fossil fuels are depleting very fast and they will run dry very soon. So hydrogen being renewable is unlimited. And so it is the perfect solution for solving the energy supply problems that we have today. And as mentioned, pollution from cars, aeroplanes, as well as oil spills, everything is creating a large dent in the environment of our Earth. And hydrogen as a fuel and as an element emits no toxic, and hence it does not pollute at all. Huge oil spills are becoming incredibly common these days, and it's killing countless of water creatures. So if hydrogen is used, it would evaporate. And even if hydrogen is spilled while a ship is transporting some cargo, it will evaporate immediately, reducing the harmful effect that particular spill will have on ocean and the on the general marine animals. And the only byproduct of hydrogen fuel cells is actually water. So that actually makes it one of the best alternative fuels we can use in both transport and maritime sector. Also, mass consumption of oil or fossil fuels requires continuous drilling into the wilderness areas, which is also creating a lot of damage on some of the world's greatest ecosystems, whereas hydrogen production leaves no environmental scars at all. Now, moving on, we can look into the scope hydrogen fuel has in the transport and maritime sectors. So as mentioned before, the key pillars of decarbonizing the global energy system and bringing in energy efficiency and behavioral change, etc., can be done perfectly through hydrogen-based fuels. According to UN reports, the transport sector is responsible for almost 1/4 of the global carbon emissions, and international shipping itself accounts to almost 3% of the total carbon emission. So this is definitely because the transport and the maritime sectors are predominantly based on fossil fuels, which has to change immediately. So there are targets which have been kept by international maritime organizations and United Nations agency. They plan to reduce this carbon footprint that fossil fuels have by almost 50% in 2050. I certainly hope as a country, as a global global attention will be given to the same, and I hope we do achieve this target by 2050. Global Maritime Forum's study from March 2021 noted that pilot projects using hydrogen as a fuel for large ships have tripled from 2019 to 2021, which is a positive note. And certain Scandinavian countries have also started to implement their own emission regulations to pave way for hydrogen economy. And their main focus, area focus will be on implementing green hydrogen and in the transport and maritime sector, and also studying on its feasibility. Green hydrogen can actually play a very crucial role in the maritime industry's journey towards decarbonization. So as mentioned earlier, hydrogen is free of carbon emissions and can actually be widely available across the globe. And it is also a key, it can be used as one of the major alternative fuels in the maritime sector. Many shipping industries actually recognize hydrogen's potential, but there are certain barriers to implement H2 hydrogen element in our economy per se. Powering vessels with hydrogen can be done through combustion engines or blending hydrogen with other fuels, or even storing it in liquid organic solutions as ammonia. And the most common and greenest way of generating power from hydrogen is using hydrogen fuel cells. As mentioned earlier, it creates no carbon emissions. The only byproduct from using hydrogen fuel cells is actually water, making it incredibly environment friendly. Now, let us look at how, in general, transport sector has been able to implement hydrogen fuel across the world. So many countries such as United Kingdoms, Portugal, Belgium, Netherlands, etc., are investing in hydrogen production hubs and to reduce the infrastructure cost. And they're trying to become self-sufficient in the production of hydrogen fuel. And the United States is funding 29 hydrogen storage and infrastructural technology pilots through an initiative named H2 at Scale. Several automobile brands in the United States are selling and leasing hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, primarily in California, where hydrogen fuel cell stations have started to exist. So hydrogen infrastructure is popping up in other parts of the country as well in order to start implementing hydrogen economy in their countries. And stations are being planned and built in the Northeast and in Hawaii, and fuel cell transit buses are actually already cruising through the streets of various places like Boston, Michigan, etc. So these are all actually a very positive action taken by international nations in improving their carbon emissions and to be more environmental friendly. One of the most important actions which I have recently come to notice is that Japan actually introduced 100 hydrogen buses at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics to carry participants across various venues. So that was a massive action on the part of Japan to introduce such a brilliant initiative at a global event. The buses were actually manufactured by Toyota, and it was actually introduced as a part of kicking off Japan's plan of creating a hydrogen economy. Also, there are public-private sector initiatives between SK Group, Hyundai Motors, Incheon Metropole, they're all coming together to actually introduce large-scale hydrogen infrastructure in Korea, including the construction of fueling stations and fuel cell power plants, etc., to kick off their hydrogen economy. Now, when we come to how hydrogen fuel and hydrogen economy has been introduced in the maritime sector, we can see that Belgium has actually introduced a small ferry named Hydroville. It has a hybrid engine, and it is currently powered through both hydrogen and diesel. It is actually one of the first ferries of such in the world, which runs on both hydrogen and diesel power. So this is actually one of the first steps taken by Belgium to actually introduce. This is something that they're trying out to see whether hydrogen cells are actually feasible, whether it can be expanded, whether it can be brought in to other shipping areas. So every country is actually trying their best. They are introducing various initiatives to actually look into whether hydrogen fuel cells and hydrogen as a fuel can be the perfect alternative for the fossil fuels that we are using today. So European Union's hydrogen strategy is that prioritizes investment in research and development through fuel cells and hydrogen undertaking, which actually aims to increase the scale and efficiency of the entire European hydrogen supply chain. And they have also introduced something called H2 ports as part of promoting innovation on efficiency and sustainability of seaports. So these are all steps taken by them at decarbonization to reduce the impact of oil spills in the ocean. And this will facilitate their port operation towards a zero emission operation. And H2 ports is actually the first European project focused on testing heavy duty port equipment by hydrogen fuel cells. It is also the first port in Europe to be able to supply an alternative fuel by means of hydrogen supply infrastructures. So moving on, fuel cell based solutions for relatively small boat propulsions have been tested successfully. As I said, hydrowell is one of the examples of such. So passenger boats have been demonstrated.
Mira, just interruption, just 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Oh, apologies. I will wrap up. Yes, sir. So as we can see, globally, various countries have taken many steps to actually introduce hydrogen into the transport and maritime sectors to decarbonize, and as mentioned before, to reduce the effect of oil spills and other environmental issues. So how can hydrogen be used to power ships? So first one is how it can be burned in an internal combustion engine, like how hydrowell is currently doing. The only issue with that is it consists of like nitrogen. So there is a possibility of it producing some level of nitrogen oxides, which is a major air pollutant. So when you look at that aspect, perhaps it is something that needs to be replaced, which is why, as mentioned earlier, hydrogen fuel cell is actually a perfect alternative, because the only byproduct of combustion in that is water. So if we can increase the research and development that we have in this particular area, and if we can figure out how to replace our engines with hydrogen fuel cells, irrespective of what kind of vehicle or ship it is, it will be one of the best alternatives we have. So what are the challenges of having hydrogen as a shipping fuel? So hydrogen is an extremely flammable element, and so there is a very high risk of storing it in an area, especially when it comes to ships. Storing extremely high flammable objects can be a risk. And even when it comes to hydrogen as a liquid form, it is less energy dense. So they will take up a lot of volume in cargo ships. So that can actually be a sort of loss for the cargo ships, because the more cargo that they can carry, the more feasible it will be for them. But with minute changes to the fuel capacity of such ships, I believe that we can replace the cargo space issues that hydrogen fuel cells could pose for these ships. Now, there are a lot of barriers implementing to hydrogen economy, but I'm not going too deep into that because of the time constraint. Let's move on to how India can, as a nation, bring in hydrogen economy. So the concept or the idea of bringing hydrogen as a fuel energy resource started as early as 2003. The National Hydrogen Energy Board was formed, and in 2006, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy laid out the National Hydrogen Energy Road to identify hydrogen as a perfect fuel alternative for transport and power generation. So India is also participating in Mission Innovative Challenge for Clean Hydrogen and shares the objective of accelerating and development of global hydrogen market. So this the NHM initiative will capitalize one of the most abundant elements on Earth, which is hydrogen. And in the 2021 budget, the government of India has actually allocated 25 crore only for the research and development of hydrogen fuel cells. So this is actually a very positive move on the part of our government in introducing hydrogen economy. So this will create a very big and positive impact in reducing the carbon emissions, as well as when introduced in maritime sector, we can control the effect oil spills will have on the ocean and the marine animals. So what is hydrogen economy? Like, what is the aim of bringing in hydrogen economy in India? So I believe the focus should be on generation of hydrogen from green power resources. We should be able, India, to link India's growing renewable capacity with the hydrogen economy.
Meera,
Yes, sir.
time is up, please.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It was an absolute pleasure of mine to be talking about such an important topic. I hope everyone here has understood the importance of bringing in hydrogen fuel cells as an alternative in both transport sector as well as maritime sector. And it will definitely be the perfect alternative for the fuel cells. And I believe that it will definitely create a big impact in reducing the effect oil spills have on oceans as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meera. Now we will invite Captain DC Shekhar, Director Alpha Mars Limited. Mr. Shekhar, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Anil.
Captain Shekhar, please.
Yes, this Captain Shekhar here. Good afternoon to you, and thank you very much for the invitation. The next few minutes, I'd like to touch upon an oil spill response, a little bit about the risks, a little bit about the capacity building and the technological advances that we'd like to see. Now, I just have a couple of slides to make my point. Talking of risks first. There are essentially two sources of this oil spill risk. One is from our oil industry, the terminals, the refineries, all of them.
Captain Shekhar, please share your slides.
Yeah, yes, okay. Right, I hope you can see that now.
Yes.
I class them into two sources, basically. One is the oil industry, the oil terminals, from there, whatever is in the waterfront. And the second sector from where the risk comes is the shipping industry. The risk profile is very different in these two sectors. When you take a refinery or a terminal, you know the oil that is getting produced, you know the quality of the oil that is getting produced, the pour point, the toxicity, these are all known. And wherever you're producing, you have information about the currents and the trajectory modeling, as we call. If an oil spill, where will it go to? You know the sensitivity of the nearby area. So it's a fairly well-managed risk. And the oil companies, the management is right here. They have a robust risk management plan. So it's a very good risk management, I must say. But when it comes to the shipping, it's a different story altogether. We have assets going past our coast, large oil tankers with dozens of flags of convenience. I'm not saying all flags of convenience are bad, but it is not like a national flag. And they pass by your coast. Now, typically over here, if you see the Persian Gulf vessels going to the Far East, they come near Karwar, Goa, and they hug the coast all the way to Kerala, and they go further eastwards. The traffic from the Red Sea goes not very close to the Indian coast, but still close enough. To be factual, you do not know the quality of the tonnage that is going past your coast. It is like having a highway in front of your village, in front of your house. There'll be continuously traffic will be going past, and you cannot stop the vessel and look at the condition. It doesn't happen in international shipping. Once in a while, you will have maybe in front of the house an accident or whatever, but you're living with that risk because the geographic proximity of the risk is that distant to you. If you're a very smart person, you will perhaps like Singapore or Dubai, you'll capitalize out of this traffic and get some economic benefit out of it. That is another story for another day. But as of now, we do live with this risk. When a vessel breaks up, it suddenly brings a large amount of oil. It happened in case of Brer in Shetland Islands. You take the case of Prestige in Europe. In all these cases, a huge amount of oil will come and hit the coast. And to be very honest, no country in the world would be really ready to deal with such a scenario. But that is something we live with because of the geographic proximity. It's also interesting that this risk that we live with, we do not have any control on the design of the vessel or the operation of the vessel. They go as per the International Convention of SOLAS and MARPOL. One good news is that recent past, the tankers have become double hull tankers. So when an accident becomes a polluting incident, that threshold has changed quite a bit. Many of the accidents may not immediately be a polluting incident. Now, coming to capacity building. In India, the ports are required to keep resources. They are supposed to have tiered resource, and in India, the tier 1 is called as 700 tons, and that's quite a size of oil. So the resources are quite good in the ports, as the Coast Guard is also, administration is also pushing the ports to comply with that, and there's still a good amount of resources with the ports. But when it comes to tier 2 and tier 3 resources, I do believe we still have to do more. For getting a perspective of the problem, you have 250 meters of boom on a boom reel. 250 meters of that will weigh 4 tons. If anybody tells you they've got it in another country and they will bring it by aircraft, don't believe that. It is not going to happen. In Deepwater Horizon, 1,700 kilometers of the coastline was oiled, and you can imagine how many of these large, bulky beasts you can bring by the aircraft. So this resource is necessary in India within truckable distance. We need to have, it is better to have 20 kilometers of such boom in India rather than bring it from some other country. And the oil industry is big enough in India to be able to support this cost. It's not really much. Technology-wise, this is another industry that's a little slow to move ahead. One of the big game changers is devices that can move fast over the water at a couple of knots and skim the oil, remove the oil. So there are various technologies now coming up in the rest of the world, including we also have something similar. That can move at a couple of knots. And I think the endeavor of all of us is going to make this capable of working in faster and faster speed. That will be a big game changer the moment a spill happens. I'll just change the slide. Okay, this is a latest generation boom made completely in India by us. And this is similar to some other products around the world that you inflate from a single point. And the deployment of 250 meters of such boom may take not more than 20 minutes. And in an emergency, that is very invaluable. This is also very strong, and you can actually lift a truck with this boom. I mean, it's made that strong. So this helps you to respond immediately. That is another one of the gaps in technology that we have is handling viscous oil. Every vessel worth its name of a certain size is burning furnace oil that normally has a higher pour point, and it will solidify, it becomes like a mousse, and the regular pumps cannot handle that. So that's something that we are living with. We need specialized pumps, specialized gear to handle that. And that's a risk I believe we must address soon. Now, some time back, a couple of years back, actually, there was a spill in Sundarbans in Bangladesh. And when the oil moved in the river, it picked up a lot of the twigs and branches and all the biota that was in the river. And the skimmers could not handle that, because skimmers can handle oil, it cannot handle the solids that comes with that. At that time, we had designed a floating barrier that would stop all the oil and stop all the solids and allow the oil and water to go past. Now, you might be very interested in knowing we did not get a single inquiry from the oil industry for this. But this has become one of the most favorites around the world for cleaning up rivers. And this is deployed in 8 rivers in India itself. Coming to fingerprinting of oil. Fingerprinting is a technique that helps to compare, identify, and compare 2 different samples of oil to get a prosecutable prima facie evidence that who was polluted. Currently, the technology is expensive, but we have certain resources which has promised to give us very compact backpack size of detectors that can fingerprint and help an official who's boarding a vessel to go and get this done. Nurdles is another serious problem. Not because it was not being transported, but now more of it is getting transported. And because of the containers which is falling into the waters, this has become a problem that is being dealt with. The containment system of oil industry, oil spill response can deal with the nurdle, but it cannot deal with the removal of that or pumping of that. So this is broadly the gist of it. I don't want to go more on this because I can go on talking for a long time, but this is the gist of the wish list and the views that I wanted to share. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Captain Shekhar, for giving an abstract account of what you feel that this is required in oil spill challenges. I will request Mr. Captain Kuldeep Singh, who is waiting from hours, and in US it is night, so he is waking up, having a cup of coffee all time. And so Mr. Kuldeep Singh, Vice President, Technical Services, Gallagher Marine System Limited, USA.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. It's my pleasure. And you rightly said, it is about 1:50 in the morning on the 17th here. I come to you from 13,500 kilometers away.
Yeah.
That's the joy of technology. We can all connect. I would like to say that I know a lot of you,
welcome.
Some of you that are presented here today, including Richard and Dr. Shekhar. What I'm going to try and do is do an offshore and marine oil spill challenges, just give you a perspective. I'm going to see if I can control my slides. Is there a way that I can control my slides?
Sure.
Or should I put my presentation up locally? Can I go to the next slide, please? So who are we, or who we are? We are Gallagher Marine Systems out of USA. We are headquartered in New Jersey. And you can get more information on that website down below. That Clipper ship, or the logo, is been a part of our company since its inception. If you go to the next slide. But before I get into what I'm going to take up today, I think I need to talk a little bit about our company. We are one of the oldest oil spill responders or incident management teams, incepted from Oil Pollution Act of 1990, OPA 90, and we are more than 26 years old. We generally respond, on an average, respond to 75 to 80 incidents on an annual basis. So we are actually the people that do the work when somebody spills. Today, what do I have for you? Can we go back, please? Can I control this? Is there any way that I can control it? Never mind. So we will quickly look at the importance of history in oil spill response. We look at the causative effect, the beast amongst us. We look at the Indian challenge. I can only give you a perspective. I'm not an expert on the Indian environment. I'll talk about the challenges for oil spill response, risk identification and management, emphasis on preparedness, which I think several speakers before me have spoken. We'll talk about other challenges of the oil spill response, management, that is perception versus reality. We'll also look at spill response and innovative challenge. Next. So what is the importance of history? I'm going to quote George Santayana, who said, "Those who don't know history are destined to repeat it." Now, many people claim that they have said this. If you look at Google, there are several entities that are attributed to this, but the Spanish philosopher George Santayana said it. And I think that is this is very relevant to oil spill response. Those who don't know history are destined to repeat it. Next, please. So the inception of oil spill. I know we had Mr. Joshi, we had Richard, and several other speakers before me that talked about history. The Torrey Canyon was 18 March 67. Next. There you have it. The final tactic employed to stop the spill was destruction of the vessel and cargo with 1,000-pound bombs. Now, I'll tell you, this has not changed. This happens even now. But because of the Torrey Canyon, we had CLC, the Limitation of Liability Convention of 69, and later on MARPOL 73-78. Next. So yeah, that's another photograph of the Torrey Canyon. Next, please. In the beginning, we were reactive. And next. So the world did not know how to handle large-scale fossil fuel discharges or leaks, so the world was very reactive to what was happening. And Torrey Canyon was one of the major incidents that brought all this to light. Next. That's when it was bombed and it was sinking. Next. Then we had events happening all over the world. On 24th March 1989, we had Exxon Valdez drowning in Alaska, which precipitated the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. It's better known as OPA 90. It's a US-centric law. And because of this law, the entire realm, the entire functioning, the entire purpose, and the entire way oil spill response is done has changed. Next. Another part of history, if you look at the large spills, there have been several large spills related to ships. But of course, larger spills are related to shore terminals and to offshore terminals. But these are some of the historical large spills that have taken place. I'll leave you for a moment to dwell on this. The moment's over. Next, please. But if you see the US, and I think Richard and some other people spoke about this previous to me, if you look at the US, OPA 90 brought about many changes. The double hull, which Captain Shaker spoke about. And you will see that after the inception of, or after the law came into force, the ship-related incidents have been very few and far between. Please pay attention to Eagle Otome here, 2010, and I'll tell you why a little later. And this red dot here, which is not ship related. But if you see after the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, there have been a lot fewer spills in the US. Some of the ones that we worked on as Gallagher Marine Systems was Selendang IU in 2004, up here in Alaska. And then we also did the New Carissa in 1999. We did the Eagle Otome. So there are several, unfortunately, there are several of these spills that we have responded to. Next. If you look at the perspective of India, if you look at some of the larger and regional spills, there have been land-based spills. If you look at the Kuwait oil fires, if you look at the Gulf War, then we had the MSC Chitra in 2010. It was a little less, 400 metric tons. And the Mumbai-Iran pipeline spill was again 400 metric tons. And we will come back to this slide in my talk a little later. Next. So let's look at the next topic, the causative effect. An oil spill is like a domino effect. Once it starts, it's difficult to stop. And the energy it gains, the momentum it gains as it goes along, just keeps on increasing unless there are proper measures and planning and mitigation in place. The oil is, as we know, it's a liquid fossil fuel or liquid fossil fuel that is extracted from the earth. It floats on water, and water and oil are, I will not say immiscible, they do mix, but to a large extent, weather and other patterns make oil move in different directions. So planning is very important. Next. So if you look at that one blob, black drop of oil, see the ripple effect that happens. If you look at the bottom, you've got resources affected, phytoplankton, invertebrates, fish, all of these are affected. Actually, not only them, in the invertebrates, we are also affected. And in the vertebrates. And if you look at what really happens is the exposure routes of oil, there is a lot of happening immediately that an oil is spilled. And then the mechanism of action starts taking. The organisms around, or the little organisms around start having damage. They have regression of genes, cellular damage, oxidative stress. If you go further out, you start seeing clinical indicators amongst these organisms. There are lots of them. Organ and tissue effects start taking place. And finally, the whole organism starts getting affected. Low body weight, reproductive failure. It's actually the loss of an entire environment. So an oil spill, we use fossil fuel, and we had a lot of speakers just talking about fossil fuel. And I've been part of this Congress or this presentation very early enough, just because I don't fall asleep. So I kept awake. And I heard a lot of previous speakers prior to this session too. And we're still talking of fossil fuel being predominant, not predominant, but at least a force till 2049. Next. So what are the Indian challenges? And this is only a perspective. I'm not an expert on Indian response. I do have more than a working knowledge of what happens in India. I also know the Indian Coast Guard and the National Contingency Plan. I have read and researched a lot about what India does. Soon after we had the tsunami that came to Madras or Chennai, Gallagher Marine System had actually gone to the shipping industry to say that we probably have things to offer. So since then, it's been my interest to know about India, besides the fact that I am an Indian at heart. Next. So we've seen this kind of diagram by many previous presenters. I'm going to try and give you a perspective which possibly has not been given by any of the eminent presenters prior to me. We do see that, as Captain Shaker said, and as Richard from ITOF said, the pattern of oil movement or shipping movement, most of the cargo coming out of the Middle East is oil. And you see how it hugs the coast. And we'll talk a little bit more about it to realize the challenges that India has with just the movement of oil around its coastline. Next, please. So India is a booming economy. It's expanding. It's increasing its export, import, which means new ports are coming in. Old ancient ports that were defunct are being given a new lease of life. And this in itself is a challenge for India. Now, India's got a coastline of 7,500 kilometers. And next. Next, please. So that's the Indian coastline. The information risk assessment and mitigation should be taken separately for each coast, because the risks, the West Coast versus East Coast is different. Allocation of resources should be considered carefully. It should be considered next. It should be considered what requires to be done on each coast. And I think that has been done to a large extent. But they should never be forgotten that there are locations like Captain Shaker said, Karwar, there are locations that are more prone to spills and responses. Fortunately, the maritime world has changed from MAPOL 73, 78. Now we do not have CBTs, which is ballast tanks that were used for both cargo and ballast. We've got now segregated ballast tanks in ships. Earlier, a lot of the ships pumped a lot of their tank washings along the Indian coast, because when they came out, when they were bound up for the Middle East, they found open seas only along the coast of India. And I think if you live in Goa, you will not be surprised to see oil cakes coming up on your beaches even now. Next. The next topic we'll take is challenge, risk, identification, and management. If we identify the movement of oil to be a risk, and we mitigate it to a level where it's an acceptable risk, that is the purpose of risk management. Quite often, cargoes are commercially driven on ships, and production is commercially driven, and risk takes a backseat. But we should never forget the central role that risk management plays in managing oil spill mitigation, prevention, and response. So first identify, then you assess your risk, and then you address your risk. Next. You know, experience tells us that countries and companies that properly develop a contingency plan are better prepared to deal with an oil spill emergency. Now you'll tell me, Kuldeep, that's such an obvious statement. But I'll tell you from personal experience, even here in the US, you will find that people go through the motions of being prepared, but they're not truly prepared. Contingency planning is just not doing drills or training. It's a commitment, and it's a 24/7 commitment, which some operators, owners forget from time to time. And we see this on a daily basis. Next. Contingency planning and preparedness is actually a science. It's now been evolved to a level where we can consider it to be a science. It's a process used to develop suitable spill response capability. It should be compliant with regulations. It's very important. It should be commensurate with the oil spill risks. It should be designed to protect life, environment, and commerce. And in my opinion, in that order, life first, environment next, and commerce last. If you lose life and you lose environment, commerce will lag. And it involves a large number of stakeholders. Now, I want to stress upon the stakeholders involved in an oil spill response. It is everybody, each and every one of you that is now listening to me speak is a stakeholder in an oil spill response. You might think you're sitting remote in the hinterland and not on the coastline, you're not going to get affected, but a major oil spill affects everybody without fail. It may not be tangible and known immediately, but a time will come that you will feel and know about it. Next. So the basic concept of preparedness, there are many concepts, but I use this slide on purpose because I think this slide actually explains it the best. So I talked about the risk assessment of oil spill response. I will not get there again, but the sensitivity mapping is an important part, is to identify fragile locations that exist on your coastline. So that's an important part. Strategy development is the next part that is equally important. So we have, NEBA may be a term you're not aware of. NEBA actually is net environmental benefit analysis. A time comes when you do a NEBA, you realize that there are other ways to handle your oil spill rather than to spend the money that you're doing. And then you've got the operational parts of it. The basic preparedness concept is in this one slide. Next. Oil spill response is a very complex response. Not only does it involve many stakeholders, many authorities. That is why the US has an incident command system where it gives the authority to just one organization to handle everything. Everybody else reports to that organization. I heard recently that in one of your talks prior to this session, that India is a federal form of government. Yes, it is. The Federation of India has got benefits. It gives autonomy to individual states to perform, just like the US. The Indian Constitution is actually a perfect constitution that was borrowed from all the written and the non-written constitutions that exist in the world. So that is why it has a federal form of government and also a centralized form of government coexisting very peacefully in most instances. But the complexities of oil spill response, when you've got several agencies working, the intra-agency work, modeling, etc., becomes a challenge. So the decision support system must be there for working in oil spill. And for that, the national plan that India has addressed it. But I'm just highlighting this fact. So there are two aspects to spill response. One is that is offshore, and one that is on the shoreline. And these are two different, totally different animals. Next. So let's look at information risk assessment and mitigation. We need to have historical data. We need to have data for probable product release and properties. The probability study needs to be conducted. The meteorological predictions and weather forecast capabilities need to be there. Spread trajectories and computer modeling capabilities. This is all part of information gathering. Next. We need to have a very, very good study of topographical knowledge of what your coastline is like. There has to be more than ample local expertise. I cannot underscore this more. Local expertise quite often are the people that would tell you that, hey, if the oil goes there, we're going to have this problem. That may not be known in the global format of looking at things. So local expertise cannot be belittled. Accurate sensitivity mapping, we've talked about it. Nationally strategic areas should be identified. Commercially sensitive areas, location should be known. And mitigation process and response facilities should be available for these commercially sensitive areas. We always talk about environmental, and I said life and environment is paramount, but commercially can also conversely affect life and environment. So all three are important. However, priority in a response is life and environment first, and then it comes to commercial. Next. Information risk assessment. This is an example of what the US does. We've got area contingency plans. Every sector, Coast Guard sector, has its own contingency plan that's available to the public. It's online. It gets reviewed every year and part of the review process, and that goes on. Next. Next, please. Let's look at strategic response policy. It should be rapid, robust, strategic, effective, defined, and it should encourage stakeholder participation. There should be a defined command and control. It should be timely deployed. Resources allocations and locations should be known. Equipment staging areas from where you're going to put the equipment out to respond should be identified. And it should be robust enough for a tiered response capability. It should be rapid detection and notification. Now, I'm not talking purely from a ship perspective. I'm talking from a response perspective from either a state or a national level. Next. We've talked about this. I will skip this in the interest of time. But effective, reducing, less compensation, clear policy, and improving. These are the potential benefits of a good strategic response and a good policy. Next. Next. Now, this is what initially happens. This is how an incident management team collects. You will see there are like maybe 25 to 30 people in here. This is one of our responses. But this response went on to be larger than the initial setup. And we had 500 plus people in this response eventually, just in the control in the command center. And we had 2,000 plus people on the field and elsewhere. So it starts off like this, where all the stakeholders come together. The incident command system is very structured. In the US, we all know it. When you come in, you're actually hitting the ground running because you know the system. So, and India has got a similar system, but India has got some challenges. With the Coast Guard being in charge, which is a governmental organization, you could have some different challenges. Whereas in the US, it's the responsible party, the one that polluted, we'll talk some more about it, is the one that takes the lead and runs the show until a federal organization feels it's not being done well. Then it could get federalized. Next. Operational procedures are define your objectives. An oil spill response is a management by objectives. You set your objectives, you achieve them, you set new objectives, you achieve them until you eliminate oil in all its forms as best as you can. It should be a balanced response. People should not be focused and fixated on one aspect of the response. The fixation should be overall. It should be a balanced fixation. It should be designed to maximize environmental benefit, and predetermined framework should be there. Example, will dispersants be used or not? Dispersants by themselves are a pollutant and can be hazardous to the organisms. So the marine organism. So you've got to weigh your pros and cons. After the Macondo or the Deepwater Horizon spill, the US realized that they didn't have pre-approved dispersant use. And that dispersant use took a long time, which caused stymied and stopped and delayed the response process. Now dispersant use is pre-approved by the US Coast Guard, and there are conditions and limitations of how is to be used. Next. Operational procedures continuing. You should be actually prepared for escalation. You should know of any scenario that may come up based on analysis of geographic area. It should be cooperative, multi-agents cooperation at all stakeholders should be exposed to the risk. Communication is important. Next. All these points that I'm telling you are actually information, knowledge, systems, policies, and procedures, but each one of them is a challenge. And if it's not done correctly, the challenge gets to some extent insurmountable. And when it gets insurmountable in a response scenario, that's when you start losing control. Your command and control is lost. So the operational procedures, we talked about tiered system. This is a good example. On the left side, we've got the quantity of spill. And as we progress to the right, we've got tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1. If it's local, vicinity, or remote. And the further it gets away, it remains in tier 2. It gets, as it comes closer, it gets tier 1. But it depends on the size of that spill. A large spill could be tier 1, 2. So this is a development of a tiered system response that India follows. Next. Operational procedures are adopt, define, assessment, identify, correct, and the PDCA. For those of you who are not familiar with PDCA, is plan, do, check, and act. And after act, start over again. Plan, do, check, and act. So that's why it's a response by objectives. This really means is that you develop objectives in your planning stage, then you do, and when you come to act, when you've completed that objective, you start new objectives again. A time will come when it will keep reducing, it'll keep getting lesser if your objectives are correct to the time that you have actually conquered, if I can use that word, an oil spill. Next. There's no work completed without documentation. Without documentation, the work is incomplete. Any project or any response is incomplete without documentation. So your documentation should be prior to an incident, should have a national contingency plan. It should incorporate best management practices, develop area, regional, port plans to NCP guidelines, conduct periodic plan reviews, and continuous improvement. Now, I'm not going to talk about what happens with documentation during a spill, because post-spill response, when everything is done, all the claims start coming in. And those claims can only be either corroborated to be correct or to be refuted to be wrong if you have the right documentation. Next. Emphasis on preparedness. Preparing for a changing world. Next. You all know this gentleman. I don't need to introduce him to you. But what did he say in 2000? Next. What he said in 2014 was, prepare for a changing world. He possibly meant it for a changing India. But I think this phrase of his is very relevant to oil spill response. You should be preparing for a changing scenario, for a changing world at all times when it comes to oil spill response. You should outthink every calamity. That's the important part. Next. What is the preparedness mantra? By failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail. Do you know who said that? Next. Next. This gentleman has been attributed with a lot of good things. If I'm not mistaken, even to some level, the discovery of electricity to some extent. He also was a 6th US president. And at that time, we have to recognize that there were people as smart, if not as smarter than us, than our generation. He said, by failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail. And this motto is used in war, it's used in contingency planning, it's used in everyday life, it's used as a business model. So very pithy words by the 6th president of the US. Next. Training, exercise, and drills. I think we've talked about it. I will not dwell too much and waste your time on this. But I want to take you the last part of this. Consider including national response model training at schools and college level. By this, I mean there should be a curriculum within schools and colleges that prepares people for the national response system that exists within the country. I know we've got, India has got a ministry that is disaster, I forget the entire name, but it's related to disaster relief. And I think that ministry should pay attention to introducing a national response model at schools and colleges, so you don't have to spend time and effort training people to understand the basic concepts of response. Next. National preparedness. The US has got what's called the PrEP. There is a national policy on exercise program, and it's got multi-agencies. It's got the US Coast Guard, it's got the EPA, it's got the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. I don't know if you know or not, but you can actually pump oil all the way from Houston into the Great Lakes. You can also move by barge oil from the US Gulf all the way into the Great Lakes. So you got the intercoastal waterways that is very well evolved and developed. And then we've got BSEE in the US. This bureau was formed after the Macondo spill. And this bureau is the offshore. It looks after the offshore response activities in the US. Next.
Kuldeep, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I'm just about finished.
Next time, you and Richard and Captain Shekhar will get full time for that. Next
Dr. Garg, I will wrap up in a jiffy.
Okay, great.
So let's look at the next one. Next slide, please. The OPA 19 Doctrine of Restoration. Next. The new Carissa was one that we responded to. So we had in 1967 where the state intervened and bombed the ship to make it sink. The new Carissa, the same thing happened. Eventually, the US Navy used it as a target practice with missiles and actually had to sink it off the coast, off the Pacific coast of Oregon. Next. That's another response we did in Alaska. Next. It was actually in the Bering Sea. It drifted and actually came to close to Dutch Harbor. It's extremely remote over here. Next. This, incidentally, is a ship that was my last command. But this incident took place several decades after that. I was not on the ship. This is where double efficacy can be looked at. This barge, which has got a very stiff corner, went through the outer hull and the inner hull into number 1 center. This is close to my neighborhood. I was the incident commander for this. Next. Oil spill or fire, it's a multifaceted challenge. Oil spill does not come by itself. As Mrs. Joshi said, you probably have a grounding prior to that, or you have a collision prior to that, or you have fire explosion prior to that. So your priorities initially are different. Eventually it gets to oil spill response. Next. Managing perception versus reality, and I will stop after this very quickly. I think this is a very important part of oil spill response. What is shown and seen is this. Next. Or this. Next. It's a real and emotional toll that takes place. I'm not belittling the environmental loss. I'm not saying that these pictures are not important or these photographs being projected on television are not important. But I think the reality should also be shown. Next. This is the reality. Next. It's very labor intensive. It's innovation. It's hardworking. It's It's the guts of the people that make a response. Next. This feels good, releasing them after they're oiled. Next. And this is a success. I had a question mark after that on purpose. Success is not everlasting when it comes to oil spill responses. You'll have another one. Fortunately, the frequency is reducing. And hopefully, as Ms. George said, when we get into hydrogen fuels and other fuels, maybe liquid fossil fuel will not be the enemy anymore. Next. What is the major spill? Let's go to the next slide, please. Even a small spill can be significant. It depends on many factors. Next. So these are perceptions of an oil spill, but let's go on to the next one. Innovation is a very important part of spill response. You can skip all the way down to the second last slide, please. Skip, 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 skip. You know, Plato, actually, can we go to the previous slide, please? I'm sorry, can we go to the previous slide? This is the concept in the US, polluter pays concept. And this is the true concept of oil spill all over the world, but the polluter pays. And I came across Plato's saying from the 400 BCs. It says, if anyone intentionally spoils the water of another, let him not pay only pay damages, but purify the stream or cistern which contains the water. And that's the concept of oil. Responsible party pays for response. Next. Next, please. I'd like to thank you. Presenting on a virtual platform is as challenging for me as it has been distracting and disconnected for you. I would like to thank Dr. Garg and all the other delegates and participants over here. I thank you for your time and attention. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Captain Kuldeep. And thank you, Richard. Thank you, Shekhar, Captain Shekhar. We will cooperate and do something good in India on a real platform in December first week. We seek your cooperation and support. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And next time you will get at least
Thank you, Dr. Garg. I appreciate your time and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Andrew. Your mic is mute. Andrew.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, after a long time.
Yeah, well, it's still a long time. I'm still in England, and
yeah.
I hope to get back to India once, obviously, things get a bit easier.
Things will improve.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Deb. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
नमस्कार गर्ग साहब.
Thank you very much.
नमस्कार. क्या हाल है आपके? कैसे हैं आप?
We are meeting virtually only.
बस हम मिस करते रहते हैं आपके सेमिनार को. आप वेबिनार अब आप फिजिकली करिए नेक्स्ट ईयर से.
नेक्स्ट ईयर से करेंगे सर. For audience and everybody, JSPL is our sponsor for the event also. And next year we will see a bigger proportion from JSPL.
Oh, sure. Our pleasure, good sir.
So we welcome this session, coal gasification and coal to liquid conversion. And this is chaired by an eminent person, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He is a veteran and he is a very knowledgeable and created industry. Particularly, I am excited about their plant in Angul. So we welcome Dr. V.R. Sharma, MD, JSPL. V.R. Sharma, please. So kindly chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to those who are still in Europe in the early morning. It's a wonderful meet, World PetroCoal Congress. I have been participating in this particular Congress for the last 1 decade, more than a decade. And the beauty of this particular Congress is that is always fixed on this particular date. And we never change, or I would say Mr. Garg never changed the dates. So that is something excellent, because everybody knows that on 16th February, we are going to participate in this particular meet. So yeah, so coming back on coal gasification, we in India, we have more than 350 billion ton of coal available. As per our government of India's declaration, we want to be zero emission or net carbon free country by 2070. And we have good time next 45 to 50 years to utilize this coal, whatever is available with us, and whatever maximum we can utilize to produce produce replacement of fossil fuels, such as coal to methanol, coal to liquids, coal to diesel, coal to petrol, coal to benzene, coal to power through syngas route and IGCC route, coal to fertilizers, coal to olefins. This is what we are now working, and also coal to syngas and syngas to DRI, and finally making steel. We are the first plant in the world producing coal to syngas and syngas to DRI. It is a successful plant, 225,000 nm³ plant. This was based on Sasol operations in South Africa, and the plant was the technology was supplied by Lurgi, Germany. And more than 80% of the plant and equipment was built in India, and balance 20% came from Germany. All the proprietary items came from Germany. So we produce nowadays about 140,000 nm³ of syngas per hour. That is the requirement as of now. We are adding one more DRI plant. At that time, we'll be utilizing the complete 225,000 nm³, and a little bit of coke oven gas, that is COG, that will also be injected. We'll mix together two gases, and we'll be producing DRI. Now we are working, because syngas is having 58% hydrogen and 28% carbon monoxide. So we are now working, we are in advanced stage, how to inject syngas into blast furnaces. So already MMK in Russia, they have already done it. And some of the other companies are also at the verge of doing it. And we will be hopefully either second company or the third company in the world utilizing syngas into blast furnaces. And therefore, the dependence of coking coal, which is at the moment imported in India, that will be reduced. Now, the next is in the pipeline. We are now this budget, Government of India has declared coal gasification as a priority project. So coal to syngas and also coal to liquids, be it methanol, be it diesel, petrol, benzene, or any other liquid for producing plastics, PVC, LLDP, and even for olefins. So this is a encouragement by Government of India. It is already budgeted. So the budget is defined. 100 million ton coal is to be gasified by Government of India very soon, and the entire country is working on this. 5 years back, the coal gasification was a hot topic, but in between, people started thinking that the coal is a very unfriendly product, and people thought that coal should not be used. But now we have seen what has happened. People, those who are thinking coal should not be used, they are struggling. Like in Europe, the gas prices are more than $25 or 25 euro per MMBTU as of now. The gas is not available. The world is passing through energy crisis, be it European countries or be it UK or be it China or many more countries. In India, thanks to the Indian government, they could transport coal from one location to another location to the power plants, and the blackout situation could be avoided. Now here we are suggesting to Government of India to produce coal to gas at the pit heads and gas to turbines, that is IGCC route, integrated gas-based combined cycle power plant. Instead of using coal into open boilers or furnaces, we should use coal gas, that is syngas, to produce power. So now we have suggested to Government of India that we should have one nation, one tariff. Today, Indian per unit price KWH, that is power electricity charges, are ranging from Indian 4 rupees per kilowatt hour to as high as 18 rupees per kilowatt hour. So we have given a proposal to Government of India and our suggestion that all power plants in future should come at pit heads, and they should be based on IGCC route, that is integrated gas-based combined cycle route, so that the efficiency level can be improved. So if you see the Rankine cycle gases that we are the efficiency we get is only 30 or 32%, whereas through IGCC route we can get the efficiency of 58%. So each 1% increase in the efficiency of power generation reduces 2% of CO2. So this is a very friendly gas, I would say, and the coal gasification is a friendly process. So there are three things. One, if we produce coal to gas, gas to fertilizer, so our dependence on natural gas is reduced. If we produce coal to gas, gas to olefins or plastics, then the burden on refineries is reduced, and the fossil fuel up to that extent will be reduced. Then we produce coal to syngas and syngas to power. It is another wonderful achievement, and then we should transport power across the country, not the coal. So it is easier to transport power than transporting coal. And when you transport coal, burn in boilers, then the fly ash is a big issue. If we have the pit head based gasification unit, then the fly ash can be filled back into the mines, and then the deep holes in mines or the big caves can be avoided, and that land can be utilized as a fertile land or for some other application, or we can do the afforestation. So this is this is a very, I would say, eco-friendly process when we gasify the coal at the pit heads in a very, very close atmosphere, either above the surface or below the surface, either through underground gasification or above the ground gasification. So that does not matter. So in certain part of the country, the coal bed methane is already being extracted, but it is not available in the entire nation. But we have to find out wherever we can find CBM coal bed methane, we should utilize it. And wherever we can find the underground gasification, that also we should utilize it. And finally, when both the items are not available, both the process not available, then we should do coal gasification above the surface in a very, very close atmosphere, and we can maintain the emission level much below than the environmental norms laid by any government in the world. So this is the technology which we should encourage, and the time is come not only for coal to liquids, coal to petrol, coal to benzene, coal to naphtha, coal to diesel, but also coal to SNG. Because today we are finding a crisis in the world that the gas is not available, LNG is not available. And if it is available, then it is a price of $20, $25 per MMBTU. These prices are likely to be there, but will never come down, at least in the next 5 years, below $12 per MMBTU. So producing SNG through coal in India will cost about $7 per MMBTU, which will be much cheaper than the imported gas delivered to homes. So that is the another business which Government of India must see. We have already given our recommendations and suggestions to the different ministries that we should try to produce coal to SNG. SNG will go to each and every house through pipeline, like the same in the case of LNG. And we should produce this and we should supply to the household users as a cooking gas and also for the industrial gas. So the time is excellent, I would say. The prospects are very good. We are looking for the right consultants. We are looking for the right agencies, those who can help us in establishing these plants. And we are also looking the investors, those who can come and invest in India to put up the coal to liquid plant, coal to diesel plant, coal to petrol plant, coal to methanol plant, and finally also coal to SNG. So these are my views, which I wanted to share with all of you. And anyone, if he is interested, he or she is interested in visiting our plant in Angul, I welcome, I send the invitation to all of you, and we will welcome you and we'll be happy to show our plant. And you can see that how a most environmentally plant above the surface coal gasification is operating and how we have excelled in this particular technology. So thank you so much. Wish you all the best. In case of any question, I'm available. Thank you. Hello. Garg sir. Yes, please. Can you hear me? Okay. Is there any technical problem?
Doesn't seem like.
So who is the next speaker? May I request Mr. Garg to please
Sir, Mr. Nitin Ambekar will be joined after half an hour. So can we move to next speaker?
Yeah, that will be better.
That would be me.
Dr. Dev Gavaskar.
Yes. Can I share my screen from here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Right. So I'm assuming you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. First of all, namaskar and a very, very good afternoon to everyone in India, and a very good morning from me in snowy and wintry and windy Chicago. I'd like to start my talk by giving a heartfelt thanks and gratitude for the invitation to speak at such a distinguished forum. As part of this keynote session involving coal gasification and coal to liquids conversion, I am going to introduce you to a technology which converts directly, which converts syngas to ethanol directly, and how it would seem, how it would take us to the path of decarbonization eventually. Before we jump into the presentation, before we jump into the technology, a brief introduction about us. True North Venture Partners, a company that I'm a partner of. We are a venture capital firm based in Chicago and Phoenix. We are capitalized in excess of $700 million US. And we identify, invest, and develop a disruptive and transformative set of technologies in the space of energy, water purification, waste management, and fuels and chemicals. We have a 20-year history, and one of our success stories example is First Solar, which is still a global leader in photovoltaics. In fact, our managing director, Mike Ahern, is the board president of First Solar. As you see on your screen, the portfolio of our companies range through the spaces that I spoke about. We have a company dealing with electrolytic hydrogen, with green hydrogen being the ultimate vision. And what I'm going to talk today is about Sinara Bio, which has developed a new fermentation technology that processes syngas from multiple sources to high-value products, ethanol in particular. So the world and India today is aiming for some exciting solutions to some challenging questions, especially keeping the decarbonization point as the ultimate vision. However, in India, any route that we take would need to satisfy the other four constraints, leading to self-reliance by monetizing the domestic natural resources with, accomplishing the Make in India vision that the Honorable Prime Minister has floated, and thereby creating jobs and employment. Although the road from the energy intensive present to the green and sustainable future isn't really easy. It is fraught of challenges. So the basic question is there a bridge that we can build, and are there any resources that can help us build this bridge? So when we think about it, India's natural resources can be categorized into three main items. First one, solar. It's a fast developing industry with, I believe, a cumulative installed capacity of close to 50 gigawatts as of November 2021, lowest capital cost per megawatt. It has been strongly supported by policies, supports, and incentives. But still, there is a challenge. The downstream technologies to get the power or the electrons to useful, durable products to maintain the supply chain and the chemical value chain are still in their nascency. They're developing, but they're still in their nascency. The second one is biomass. It's a promising feedstock, again, with abundant availability. However, the staggered nature of this feedstock availability will always be a challenge with scalability of the technologies. And then comes coal, the resource that is so abundantly available in our nation, but still, even today, when you go and speak about coal, it is sometimes met with a perception of a four-letter word. However, the world's third largest coal reserves are in India, and so in India as a market, as an economy, as a country, simply cannot choose to ignore it, but has to find an alternative solution. So what would the solution be? Well, as Dr. Sharma said, instead of burning it, how about extracting the chemical energy that is embedded in the coal? Do we have any resource? Well, the answer is absolutely yes. Coal gasification, as we all know, is a widely commercial and proven platform to get syngas out of coal, and then coupled with an economical and an efficient syngas conversion technology, whether you take it to methanol, take it to ammonia, take it to ethanol, we can help convert this black four-letter word to something green. I'm not going to talk much about the challenges for the coal gasification for coal, found in India. That has been articulated widely enough, and the esteemed audience here already knows these challenges. But the fact remains, and the gist remains, that the selection and development of a suitable gasification technology for Indian type of coal is extremely crucial. Now let's assume that we clear that hurdle and that syngas is created. But like every river needs a sea, every syngas molecule needs a chemical. Every syngas molecule needs a final destination, and that's where Sinara Bio comes in. India's vision for energy independence goes via the path of reduction of imports, and one of those pieces has been the ethanol blending program. In fact, that program has been aggressively pursued and preponed by saying that 20% of the gasoline has to be blended by ethanol by the year 2025 and beyond. But there still remains a significant demand-supply gap. In fact, ethanol traditionally and conventionally has been a chemical that has been formed, that has been made out of bio-based sources, that is based out of sugar, molasses, corn, food grains. And still, because of obvious reasons, economics, availability of the feedstock, the food versus fuel problem, there will remain a demand supply gap, which is where Sinata's technology of converting coal-based syngas to ethanol offers a single step, scalable and a highly efficient technology, which ultimately results in compelling and disruptive technologies. It's a feedstock flexible technology, mind you, so the syngas can come from anywhere. I'm talking about coal, but it can come from natural gas, it can come from MSW, it can come from woody biomass, or it can be the green syngas that people are talking about, made out of captured CO2 and green hydrogen. What this all does is results in the lowest cost domestically produced ethanol fuel, thereby helping to achieve India's E20 targets. What are our core technology differentiations? It's at the heart of the technology lie three things. One are unique microorganisms that have been developed for a high selectivity process to geared towards ethanol. Advanced bioreactors that help almost complete utilization of the syngas in one pass, so there is no expensive recycling of the gas. And then it's a fully integrated plant solution, which can leverage economies of scale. The end result of it all is one plant is so scalable that it can produce more than 40 crore liters per year of ethanol at moderate capital investments, at substantially lower capital investments than the conventional and traditional 2G ethanol plants that we talk about. Where are we commercially? What is our commercial feasibility? Well, we are at the stage where the technology is now ready to be commercialized. Since this is going to be, or this is a first of its kind technology, we are taking it in steps or tranches. Our first step is building a commercial demonstration unit. This demonstration unit will be between 20 to 50 KTA. Now, for those who like to think about ethanol production in terms of crore liters, this is about 2.5 crore liter per year to 6 crore liter per year. Okay, this is in the range of fully commercial 2G plants that are built out there today. Once this is proven at this scale, then essentially the fact remains of, the fermenter is scaled up to the required commercial size. Now it's just about putting the equal number of fermenters in parallel. And hence the commercial plant can go above 300 kilotons per year or 40 crore liter per year and above. Why we chose 300 kiloton per year? Because this is a typical size of a corn-based ethanol plant in the US. The syngas that we require is a very typical 2:1 hydrogen to CO syngas, very similar for syngas to methanol process. So no fancy or no exotic syngas requirements yet. Now some might ask, okay, all this is great, but what do the economics look like? And so a snapshot of the economics is being given on your screen right today. We have presented the economics for a commercial plant basis, obviously, and a 300 KTA plant, which would require about 1,100 million normal meter cube per year of syngas, or about 125,000 normal meter cube per hour of syngas, would cost about $250 million US, or about 1,700 Indian rupee, 1,700 crores of Indian rupees. The all-in cost of production, or the minimum required price for ethanol through this process, would be between 40 to 45 rupees per liter, based on the syngas price coming in, of course, which is comfortably less than the existing ethanol prices in India today, as you see on your screen. Now you might ask, why should we compare these prices with what is existing today? Because they are for the agriculture sector. They are based on the bio-based routes. Well, how right you are. So just to give an apples to apples comparison, that 40 to 45 rupees per liter of ethanol production is comfortably lower when compared on a volume basis for crude-based gasoline, with crude at about $80 a barrel, which is still moderate. But there are two things to look at. One is this is domestically produced from a domestic source and a technology developed in India. And two is it gives us the control over pricing, which we can never have if the feedstock is crude. So it kind of solves for the volatility of the crude prices. Moving on, our commercial status, we are in partnerships in China and in India. In fact, in China, we just signed a JV framework and partnership agreement with 3 companies for a project that will be implemented and executed in 2 phases. First phase will consist building of a 50 kiloton per year demonstration unit on an on-purpose coal-derived syngas. And once that phase is successful, that capacity will be expanded to 500 kilotons per year using a combination of waste-derived syngas, biomass-derived syngas, and green hydrogen plus recovered CO2 or green syngas, putting Sinada on the path to be the largest syngas to ethanol technology provider in the world in the next few years. In India, we are also in discussions with our partners at Thermax to develop a coal to ethanol demonstration unit at Sonpur Bazari, a coal complex in West Bengal. This demonstration unit will be of the scale of 20 KTA ethanol production, or 2.5 to 3 crore liter of ethanol production. There has been tremendous support. I cannot reiterate this enough. Tremendous support from Ministry of Coal, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Niti Aayog, for accelerating the execution of this project, giving some extremely helpful policy support. This will facilitate a foreign direct investment of close to $100 million in the country. And our discussions are further ongoing with respect to policies, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. So this is still the first step. We talked about building a bridge towards decarbonization. This is still the first step. So how does Sinada play its path in decarbonization? Well, on the right of your screen is a very typical process flow given for a coal to liquids process, right? You take coal, let me use the pointer here. We take coal, put it through gasification and syngas cleaning. The syngas is fed to the process and you get a product. In this case, it's ethanol. The big waste stream, or the byproduct here, is this concentrated CO2 stream that comes out. Well, we are extracting CO2 out of the syngas because every process needs a certain specification. However, so the carbon capture is there. What do we do for using that carbon? So the second phase of this demonstration unit could look something like this. We could take electricity at this stage from grid, but we can talk about that being a proxy of a green electricity, behind the meter electricity source, pass it through an electrolyzer to make electrolytic hydrogen, once again representing the green hydrogen. And then your hydrogen CO2 mixture can be fed through a reverse water gas shift, making what we term as the green syngas because it uses captured CO2, and you make more ethanol. But then we don't need to stop at ethanol. Ethanol dehydration is a very commercially available technology. Plants are running in Brazil, and you grow from ethanol to ethylene. Now we have demonstrated a complete solution towards carbon capture and utilization. So Sinada, India's demonstration plant that I talked about, could serve as a test vehicle for the future to demonstrate and prove the potential of green hydrogen and CCU. So where does this all take us? And we believe that Sinada ethanol, or renewable alcohols in general, could be a building block to replace the fossil-based carbon in the chemical values chain. So we talk about this green box down here, ethanol or methanol, doesn't matter, coming from green syngas, or the other sources, which wouldn't be scalable when we are looking at from a macro viewpoint, but green syngas definitely is. And we take this ethanol, methanol, and they could be the foundation for 6 building blocks of the chemical industry: ethylene, propylene, butadiene, toluene, xylene, and benzene. And these could, keep the chemical value chain just as is. It's just that these would be green now. How do we see all this shaping up in the future? Because that's the most important point. We're going to take the example of ethanol, ethylene. You could take example of any of these combinations here, but I'm going to put this on a slide rule with ethanol on the left and ethylene on the right, and a paperclip moving, left to right. And what is going to determine the position of the slide rule, the policy and the technology progress, which has been pictorially represented on the right. On the y-axis of this graphical representation is the policy implementation or the policy development, represented as in form of the carbon tax, the carbon emission penalty, sequestration credit. On the x-axis are the technology advancements represented in form of green hydrogen cost. We are somewhere over here. There is no penalty for emitting carbon in the atmosphere, and the green hydrogen cost is relatively more expensive right now. in the future, everyone is expecting that we are going to somewhere here where more and more countries are going to put in a carbon emitting tax. And as that goes through, technology advancements with renewable electricity prices as low as they are and further expected to further go low, green hydrogen will become low. So what does all this relate to or translate into? So we are here where we do coal to ethanol. We talked about the E20 ethanol blending program and all that stuff. As we go along into the future, we could move along the diagonal of this graph and you could go into green ethylene. Now, as the carbon emission penalties increase, maybe it's a fair assumption to say that the combustion engine vehicles might go down and electrification of vehicles might become more. In which case, renewable electricity will be abundant, in which case green hydrogen will reach that $1.50 per kilogram target and even lower that people are aiming for. And the others could remain, we could talk about everything else being constrained within these two boundary conditions. The point I'm trying to make here, ladies and gentlemen, is Cynara Bio and with its technology and the commercial stage that we hope to be very soon is effectively neutral on the space of transition, and economics and the market will determine which path we take. So in conclusion, we already know what the technology is capable of. I'm going to stop short with my advertising pitch, but what are we looking for? We are in talks with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. It would be nice to have explicitly mentioned that the synthetic ethanol from coal would be an acceptable blend in the ethanol blending program. Pricing guidelines for chemicals and fuels that are made out of coal, would just help in further incentivizing and development of coal to ethanol projects. A coal linkage policy for coal gas gasification projects has been very recently announced, in fact, 2 days back, which is big shot in the arm and a big congratulations to all of us in this space. And we are open to partnerships and investors to work with us for the first phase of this technology commercialization and beyond. We will be in India in the first week of March, hopefully, and we would love to engage with you and we would love to have conversations if this bit interests you, if this bit is something that you would would love to be a part of. And I think I'm about 2 minutes above my given time, but that just means it's a couple of minutes for question and answers if anybody has any.
Thank you, Mr. Dev, for excellent presentation. And you have future in India. Hopefully something good will happen.
That's the hope. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here, sir.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll meet each other in person someday.
Yeah, always, and next time in person. And we seek your support also. So
thank you.
We hand over to Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sharma. Sir, you are unmute.
I'm there, Dr. Saab. I'm there.
Yeah, so if you allow, then Andrew will make his presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please carry on. I'm enjoying the presentations and I'm listening.
Yeah.
And this was a wonderful presentation by the previous speaker, TRNE company, that is True North Venture Capital. So this was excellent. So kindly you organize it. I'll listen to you. And now over to the next speaker from my side. There's no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll just load my presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay, I think that's everything seems to be ready. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, for that, and thank you, Dr. Garg, for the opportunity to speak at the 12th World PetroCoal Congerss. As you well know, I've been to many of these before, and it's a great shame that I can't be there in face-to-face, but hopefully next year. So I'd like to contribute to this conference as follows. I'm going to briefly say who we are and what we do, because we've rebadged since I was last talking to any of you. I'm then going to give a more general strategic view of coal to chemicals and fuels. Dr. Dev, who's just spoken, has given an excellent detail on a particular application. Mine will be rather broader. And I then want to beg the chairman's indulgence and say a few words about coal to non-energy products, because I think as well as looking at coal as a potential fuel, there are opportunities for coal as a resource. And I'll say a bit about what's going on worldwide on that. Okay, we are the International Centre for Sustainable Carbon. We're dedicated to providing independent information and analysis on how biomass, coal, and other carbon sources can become cleaner sources of energy. And our whole program is predicated to be compatible with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We're part of an autonomous collaborative grouping known as Technology Collaboration Programs, which are organized under the auspices of the International Energy Agency, but we are functionally and legally separate. We're in fact funded by a mixture of national governments and by corporate industrial organizations. Just from a sustainability perspective, I think there's a couple of points I'd like to make here. There's a lot of anti-coal sentiment and obviously concerns about carbon emissions. But equally, I think there's a disconnect between some of the OECD approaches and the developing nations, because they're inevitably at different points in terms of economic development, and there's different particular drivers at the moment. I would assume for Asia in general, lifting the populations out of poverty, ensuring robust, reliable energy is available. And within that framework, coal to chemicals and future fuels is a very important way forward. With regard to the energy trilemma, clearly any nation is looking to secure its energy supply and avoiding too much dependence on imported fuels is clearly a key part of that. Ensuring your energy costs are acceptable to allow economic development are critical. But increasingly, we're also seeing the need to look at the environmental impact of our various technologies and to address climate protection. And it's good to see India has a key role in those activities. In terms of conversion of coal to chemicals and fuels, it's quite clear from the previous speakers' stuff that there's a significant expansion of the possibilities here, not just in terms of the scale of operation of particular technologies, but also bringing in new products that can be made from coal through the gasification and liquefaction routes. Clearly, the scale of the coal to chemical industry is going to have a meaningful impact on global coal demand. And it, of course, does face some commercial and environmental challenges. At the risk of stating the obvious, at present, China is the leading driver for a commercial-based extensive coal to chemicals fuel industry. It started really getting seriously actively involved in the mid-2000s, and its program has been growing ever since. But of course, we're seeing other nations establishing their first steps in gasification-based coal conversion options. This slide, based on AsiaChem data, on the right-hand side, you've got a table. There's various products that can be made. This is for China, so I should have said that. This is the situation in China, which already uses about 300 million tons a year of coal in various coal conversion processes. And what we're showing on the table on the right-hand side is the situation for 29-21 against this whole range of potential products, the capacity that's under construction. So this is going to go in active operation to meet market demands in the very near future. But equally, for the period 2020 to 24, we're also seeing there's a lot of other possible projects that are under development. This doesn't mean they will necessarily go ahead, but if they do, that's going to be another big boost from a Chinese perspective. And again, reflects their wish to limit their exposure to imported oil and gas where that's possible. So there's a lot of opportunities here, and there's a lot of things starting to happen. And again, China is at present the lead organization. A couple of processes, just because it's worth putting a couple of pictures in. China Energy, a major organization in China, had two major coal to liquids development routes. And in 2009, it established a 1 million ton per year direct coal to liquids process. And in 2017, it established a 2 million ton per year at that time indirect coal to liquid process. So we're starting to see large scale operations becoming the norm. And in terms of indirect coal to liquids, there's a number of other technology suppliers that are actively taking forward various options. As well as that, there's clearly very much a growing interest in coal to hydrogen. This slide shows the projected increase in hydrogen demand and hydrogen use through to 2050. And you can see this is essentially showing an exponential curve. And right at the right-hand side, it shows the likely markets for that 78 million tons per year that's being identified. 78 ecojoules, 650 million tons per year of hydrogen. Which particular markets will be, well, they're likely to be seeing that hydrogen used in. I think the other point on that, the other point to stress is at present, if you want low carbon hydrogen from coal, gasification, if you add CCS in some form, and that's not the type of technology that's currently used on power plants, it's a lower cost, more efficient approach. You can end up with a much lower cost product than you can from water electrolysis, typically by a factor of approaching 3. It depends on the purity of the CO2, the hydrogen that you need. Again, looking at the emissions comparison, I won't, interest of time, I won't spend on this. You can obviously look at this at your leisure, but it shows quite clearly the impact that 90% CO2, CCUS capture of CO2 would have in terms of emissions. You can get a similar effect with gas, and then we've got a number of other options. Previous speaker spoke a bit about methanol. Sorry, I think the chairman spoke a little bit about methanol. It's a key product in its own right, of course, but it's also, as we heard, an intermediate for production of far more complex chemicals. And you can make it from biomass, you can make it through the use of renewable electricity, you can make it from natural gas, and you can make it from coal. And this shows the sort of development routes or process routes here and the end products and how they are currently graded. They're personally, I think, green, blue, grey, and brown are rather meaningless nomenclatures. In terms of utilization, in China, one of the major uses is in the transportation sector. And this slide shows a table of 5 of the major provinces in China, and it shows the vehicle types and the number of those types that are in use at present that are fueled from hydrogen. And you can see it's not insignificant and is growing rapidly. It's also need to build up infrastructures to support all of this. But again, these programs are being pushed forward at state level with a lot of positive policies to make sure these things happen. Production costs, again, wide ranges at the moment. Fossil fuels are currently seen as the lowest cost, but then they're also seen as the least pure form of hydrogen, but they're pretty good. And then you have alternative options. India, you have a methanol economy and it's growing. I think the current production capacity is something over 2 million tons a year, and I believe you will by 2025 push that towards 20 million tons a year, which is a significant jump. And there's a number of projects underway. I listed one here. Clearly, Dr. Dev has made reference to others, and this was Bharat Heavy Electricals methanol pilot plant in Hyderabad, which is a good step forward. Of course, a methanol economy program helps you to decrease dependence on oil and gas imports. It also allows you to improve air quality. It also creates jobs, improves energy security. There's a lot of positives of going this way forward. If I move on to other countries, Indonesia, really in a similar situation to India. It's got abundant coal reserves. It's looking for new ways of monetizing its resources, as well as lowering its oil imports. I've given one example here of a project that the government's taking forward with Air Products. We're building a $2 billion coal to methanol production facility within Indonesia. And there's other projects emerging. If I move on to Japan, as ever, Japan has a very comprehensive and carefully thought through program, 3-stage program at present. There's a lot of basic work and applied work going on to develop and improve the technologies through various aspects, CO2 to methanol, syngas to methanol, or dimethyl ether. There's a lot of various R&D programs going forward. They will be considered very carefully, and the more favored options will be identified by 2030, when they'll be looking for a big push to reduce the process costs. That will weed out a few more champions and also RANs, and then by 24, they'll be pushing forward again on and increasing capacity. So it's a very interesting program that they have there, and I think it's will be well regarded. They also have a carbon recycling ambition, where you're taking CO2 from a whole range of projects and seeing how it can be better used. Turning CO2 in polycarbonates is one prospect. Obviously, making liquid fuels from CO2 is a possibility, but they will reduce the cost by very significant before the current approach is going to be seen as viable. And it could also be included in concrete production. So clearly, in all cases, it's a high cost option at present, and the need is to sort of balance that low carbon emissions approach with an acceptable cost. And again, they have, as ever, they have a phased program, which you can look at your leisure. I would now like to just beg the chairman's indulgence for a couple of minutes. I'd like us to just think a bit about coal as a resource rather than as a feedstock. Coal can be transformed into non-energy products, many of which are high-value products, and I've listed some of those here. Graphene, carbon fibers, all high-value products. Synthetic graphite, high-value product. Also, strategically, having access to critical minerals such as rare earths, which have a major role in a lot of the technologies, the clean energy technologies at present, is most important from a strategic point of view. But it also appears that in certain coal types and certain coal ashes, you can extract these rare earths. And this is a program, particularly in North America, which is being taken forward very vigorously indeed. But there are questions that you have to ask yourself, and I've used graphene as an example of that in the next slide. Half of all graphene is used in lithium-ion batteries, but there are 50 other commercial applications across the country. But from the coal industry's perspective, can you make these products economically from coal? We can make them. Can we get economies of scale, improvements in the process applications to bring those costs down? There are 4 routes to graphene. Chemical and electrochemical methods have been around for about 4 years or so. There's 2 new methods, one using molten salts and one using flash Joule heating to make graphene. Again, with all of those processes, as well as costs, is the quality and consistency of that quality going to be good enough? And these are very important questions above and beyond the fact that yes, we can make graphene from coal. I think that takes up my allotted time, Chairman. I hope people have found this of interest. If you would like more information from our organisation, please visit our website, or of course you can contact me directly, and my email address is in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate, and thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew, for this illustrative account of coal to liquid, coal to gas, and coal to many important products, high value added products you have prepared or you have envisaged. So thank you very much. Hopefully next time we will have in person. Now I will request our chairman, Mr. Sharma, to kindly address us, and we will wrap up because two of our presenters are not there because of their connections. Shilen Kumar. So, sir, we will like to have your final word, then we will wrap up this session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Saab.
Yeah.
This was a wonderful presentation. And I agree that coal to liquid and coal to methanol, coal to ethanol, this is the future for this nation. And I'm glad that both the presentation, one by Mr. Dev and the other gentleman, sorry.
Mr. Andrew.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew. So both the presentations are excellent. I will request them to kindly send me a mail. Let us work together in coal to SNG. This is the project we are taking now. And also coal to methanol. And one more project we are taking now, coal to ethanol. So I'll also request Mr. Dev to please send some more details. And who is your person in India? Please introduce us to them. And Mr. Andrews, I also request you to kindly contact us. You tell us that who are the people we should contact. Though I could see your email ID on the screen, so I'll take your contact details from Dr. Garg. And there is a great potential available today in India to convert coal to SNG, coal to liquid, coal to methanol, coal to ethanol, and also carbon capturing. So I'm highly impressed with Mr. Dev's presentation for the CCS, the carbon capturing. So let us try to work on carbon capturing together. And there are immense scope. Government of India has already declared 100 million ton coal gasification to be done. And we have seen Mr. Andrews' presentation that China is already doing 300 million ton. And China is also doing not only 300 million ton, but China is also doing about 18 million ton through SNG route. So this is very good. So when China can do, why can't we? And we, both countries are highly populated countries. Both countries are very rich in coal. And one sentence I liked Mr. Andrews' presentation, that this coal utilization can uplift the people's life. We can eradicate or we can eliminate the poverty. So I think this is the best caption I have ever seen, because most people, they always say coal is unfriendly. But I can now see that coal is not unfriendly. The use of coal, if it is used differently, that is unfriendly. If the coal is burnt into furnaces, into boilers, into open furnaces, it is unfriendly. But if the coal is gasified, it is not unfriendly, because oil is also fossil fuel, crude is also fossil fuel, gas is also fossil fuel, and so is the coal. So there is no difference. So coal is also a fossil fuel, and if it is used in a friendly manner, then it is the best product available in the universe. So today, coal gasification we are doing, and I'm happy to share with you that our cost is $5.5 per MMBTU, whereas Europe is paying today €25 per MMBTU, UK is paying 20 pounds per MMBTU. In India, the spot gas prices are $25 to $28 per MMBTU. So this is a huge difference. So we can definitely change the lives of the people. So Mr. Andrews, congratulations to you. Your presentation was excellent. And also Mr. Dev, you have given a new direction how to make coal to ethanol. Government of India has already allowed 20% ethanol addition in petrol. So this is a great business in times to come. So thank you so much. Kindly be in touch with me. My email ID you must be having. Otherwise, I'll share with you through Dr. Garg. And let us do it.
Please, sir, we would love to be in touch with you. And in fact, our team will be in India in the first week of March. So if we could have a face-to-face meeting, that would even help. I'll let my managing director in India know, and she can be in touch with you, Ms. Preeta Nair.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you, Dev. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wish you all the
Thank
best.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for ably chairing this session and supporting us in the form of sponsorship. Thank you, Mr. Dev, Dr. Andrew, and hopefully you will collaborate with Jindal Steel and Power Limited with Mr. Sharma, and things will improve, and the face of country, the poverty of country will be uplifted, and we will have a good life to the citizen of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you all soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Dev.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, Dr. Garg Saab. Thank you so much. Kindly share their contact details with me, and let us have a good business with them.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Negi.
Haji.
Your session will start at 4.
Yes, I'm ready.
And other hall session on bioenergy is running.
I will be in the same session. No? This is okay,
Yeah, this is okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm
But
available to you.
if you want to join, that session is very, very good in other hall.
उसका आपने वो दिया नहीं मेरे को कनेक्टिंग वाला
अभी भेजते हैं
भेज दो अभी आधा घंटा है मैं देख लेता हूँ किसका
हाँ,
चल रहा है वो
बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है बायो एनर्जी का है
अच्छा
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा ज्यादा
भेज दो आपको सब अच्छे होते हैं
नहीं नहीं बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा इसलिए कहा मैंने अभी
अच्छा,
मैं पुनीत
I will send you the link, sir. I will send.
पुनीत लिंक भेज दो जल्दी से थैंक यू
थैंक यू
सर दिस इज सेम हॉल, उसमें हॉल बी है एक, वर्ल्ड फ्यूचर फ्यूल।
हाँ, अरे गर्ग साहब बोल रहे थे वो हॉल बी का कोई एक्सेस कोड देंगे मेरे को?
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार प्रोफेसर साहब।
तो मैंने सुना है कि दूसरे में बायो एनर्जी का बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग चल रहा है।
अच्छा चल रहा है, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि
बहुत बढ़िया। हमें लिंक अगर वो पुनीत भेज देगा तो।
हाँ भेज देगा पुनीत, अभी भेज देगा पुनीत।
क्योंकि टीचर को क्या चाहिए होता है ना, नया आइडिया अगर मिल जाए तो
बिल्कुल
बस,
बिल्कुल।
है ना।
अब तो बायो एनर्जी से लिपस्टिक और वो सब बता रहे हैं वो।
अच्छा हाँ 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 हाँ।
क्योंकि वो बड़ा हिसाब बढ़िया कर रहे हैं। एक मिनट में बोलता हूँ पुनीत को।
हाँ जरूर जरूर।
अभी एक मिनट में, वो फाइनली चल रहा है लेकिन इट इज वर्थ।
अच्छा
बंद।
Good afternoon, Dr. Andrew. You are mute.
Yep, I see it. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Okay, welcome. We are starting at 4 sharp, 4 p.m.
Good.
After 15 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So you want to check your presentation?
I'm happy to. Open here. I can share my screen.
Yeah. Puneet?
Yes, sir.
We
will stop our presentation.
Yeah, okay. That's, yeah, sounds good.
Akash, please stop screen sharing.
Right now, somebody else is still sharing their screen.
Yeah, it will
Just a minute, please.
That's fine. There we go. Okay. This. And share. All right. You should be seeing my first slide.
Full presentation mode?
Yeah, that should be, I think. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, good deal. Stop sharing and there.
So you are second in the presentation form. And
okay.
So it will start at 4.
Sounds good.
Yeah. About 12, 13 minutes.
Okay.
You are having a night at about 2:30 or so?
It's 5:18 in the morning. So it's early morning.
Coast,
but not.
You are at East Coast?
That's right.
Oh. Because my both son and daughter both are in US. My daughter used to be in East Coast. And son is always in California.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's 3 hours different.
Yeah, and daughter is also moved to California State University, Sacramento.
Okay.
And
great.
So both are there in California.
That's nice.
Dr. Andrew, tell me about your company.
Oh, sure. So Advanced Resources International, or ARI, as we tend to call ourselves, mostly lately doing carbon capture and storage projects, but also enhanced oil recovery and unconventional oil and gas work as well. Lots of consulting on the modeling side of things and the economic side of things, but lately also a lot of project development, so actual screening studies, modeling studies, and drilling wells for clients.
So full spectrum of oil and gas.
Yeah, I think so. Although really more
Good afternoon.
more CO2 lately than oil and gas.
Yeah.
But it's been interesting, pretty good. There's been a lot of activity in the U.S., a little bit overseas, but a lot in the U.S.
We will have a petroleum technology conference in December.
Okay.
This year, 2nd and 3rd December. That will exclusively on petroleum.
Okay.
And focus on petroleum technology. So we will like to invite you and seek your support.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Dr. Saab, good afternoon. Am I audible? नो नहीं अभी होगा 5 बजे है 4 बजे सेशन है 5 बजे आएगा 5 नंबर कुछ है क्या अच्छा अच्छा तो ले आते हो अच्छा अच्छा
उषा पानी आ गया था?
Mr. Hazarika.
Dr. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi there, Richard Matthews here.
Yes, sir. Richard Matthews.
How are you today?
Just fine. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Garg. Good evening.
Start.
Yes, Mr. Hazarika ji, please share your slides. It's fine. Thank you.
Puneet, we will just start this session and we seek consent from Dr. Negi, chairperson of this session.
All have joined now. Dr. Poklial is not visible.
He has joined, but he might have shift to
Hall B.
No, he is here.
Mr. Andrew is there. Mr. Puneet Singh is there. Neeraj Mathur.
Neeraj Mathur will not join.
Acha, he's not coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Poklial ji and Snigdho Majumdar.
Majumdar is here. He's the first speaker, so he has to go somewhere. And
Okay.
that's why he has asked me to put.
Mr. Majumdar will be the first speaker.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
Andrew.
Should we start, you mean to say?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
So this session is about fossil fuel transition to a low carbon energy system, which is a need of our, and in the message to this conference from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, he has mentioned about this for low carbon fuels. So this session is of that importance, and that's why we will like to have your concerned views, and we will request Dr. V.S. Negi, who is a former member, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, and is a eminent academician and a learned personality in petroleum and gas sector. So I will request him to chair the session. Dr. V.S. Negi.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you to you and your team and our great friend, Mr. Razdan, for organizing timely this kind of event, which are very, very fruitful for entire industry. Actually, I was looking out whenever I got time, right from morning session yesterday also. Very, very interactive, very informative session. So now, without losing time, let me welcome my panelist, Dr. Andrew Duguid, Dr. S.K. Pokhriyal, Mr. Snigdho Majumdar, Mr. Simanta Hazarika, and Professor Dr. H.M. Zakir Hussain. The theme of this session, as Dr. Anil Garg has said, is a fossil fuel transition to no carbon energy system. Now, my opening remark will be why the need for low carbon energy system. The important thing is the global temperature rise with green gases, carbon dioxide, so many so forth. It has already crossed 1.2 degrees Celsius, as we have seen all, and is intended to limit this rise to 1.5 as per various declaration in the summit. So exceeding 1.5 will create a lot of problem. It is estimated that the coral, which is the nursery for the fishes, will die up to 70% if the temperature rise to 2 degrees Celsius. Very, very problematic area. Secondly, the high emissions has created problems, not only for the people who are having weakness in respiratory system, but also in the young children. They say there's a brain damage, there is eye irritation, so many. Even the doctors have confirmed that we need to have limiting this greenhouse gas emissions. So I think therefore that was the need for seeing as to how the fossil fuel can address the transition to a new low carbon energy system. Now the concern raised globally, well, the temperature rising to 1.2 and limited to 1.5 is not a new phenomenon. It is Asia's phenomenon. So that the first meeting, I mean, which I recollect, which took place a very nice turn, was a Kyoto Protocol in 1997. In Kyoto Protocol, deliberations were excellent, but ultimately failed to meet the targets. Nothing happened. People took it lightly. And in 2009, I mean, there were consequences. Every 6 years there is a meeting. But in 2009 meeting, Copenhagen also remained almost flopped. Even at this Kyoto Protocol, US signed that protocol, but did not ratify it when it went back. So that is a kind of interest and the thirst and the importance people are giving to this kind of temperature rise. Then came Paris Agreement, 2015, a very important milestone. But in the final deliberation in Paris also, they abandoned the enforceable goals, only letting countries unilaterally to have unenforceable goals and pledges rather. That also didn't want much. And if you see, US backed the Paris Agreement when they were joining, they joined the agreement, the meet, but dumped it when Trump became the president. And Joe Biden has again said, okay, we'll follow it. Then finally, we have seen 2021 Glasgow summit. Ultimately, a lot of good deliberations. Two things which I want to address. One is that you need to have the environmental funds. If you want to have low carbon economy or energy system, you need funds to phase out the polluting fuels. And then finally, it was for the coal, which is one of the most polluting fossil fuel. They say it should be phased out. There was no control over this, that you should stop it. The economy as it grew has found that fossil fuel has much more share in the primary energy of the world. Not only India, whole world. Almost more than 88% fossil fuel are being used globally. In India, we are not having much production. We import oil products as well as gas also. So our market share, in primary energy was 77% in 2019. And in one of the study which I made, thinking that what will be the energy basket of India in 2030, with the must thrust of the government of India in renewables and other green energy, I could come out that it should be almost 73% because there are infrastructural constraint even to use more LNG in India. So this is one issue. That means the role of fossil fuel in the energy basket will continue to play a very important role. So far as transition concerned, if you see, I mean, I'm just referring to your history, it's very small. We have had already 4 revolutions. Transition. First, earlier, more than in the 16th century, we have, coming back from solar to wood. Then in wood to coal, get invention to pig iron produced from use of coal and steam engine, history, 1712. So this was second transition, where we started using coal. At that time, everybody is happy. Actually, those countries which have coal surplus were leading the whole world economy. Then transition came, coal to oil, almost in mid of the 18th century, when oil was found in US. That became the big economy, another transition from coal. So we had little good fossil fuel, oil. Then oil to electricity generation, another transition. Then finally, now again coming back to 5th generation, I'll call it, fossil fuel to renewables. Now we have seen the taste and the bad effect of fossil fuel. So this is very interesting. So we are coming back to one of the more transition now. If this transition is required to happen, what will be the impact? The low carbon energy system, fossil fuel cannot be written off. As you have seen in the deliberations which took place from yesterday, today, their share could come down, or the good technology may evolve to make them more clean, like your clean coal technology, using CO2 sequestration, or even using CO2 for enhanced production, or using for fertilizer. So new technological evolution will come where the effect or bad effect of fossil fuel can come reduced, and phase out must be for polluting fuel such as coal and oil. Gas is still quite good. It cannot be written off. Enhance renewable to optimum use. This is another interesting thing. Then way forward for the world. What I suggest that exploitation of renewable will be very important. India is one of the pledging country where we say we'll have more energy from the renewables. We have already had about 393 gigawatt installed capacity of renewables, and we are slated to go with 500 gigawatt by 2030. And whatever everybody is trying, many countries like Scandinavian, they have gone more on renewables. Role of natural gas. It is a fossil fuel, but much benign than other two, coal and oil. So it should be encouraged. Globally, I think they are using almost 24% now. India intends to use from 6% to 15% by 2030. But there are infrastructural problems and challenges. In the same study which I shared with you, it was contended that we have 11.9% use of gas by 2030. Then we have hydrogen economy, another good thing is coming up, and green hydrogen, and that is which is pure and not created from the polluting products. And there are a lot of potential. Many of the countries have very good potential for clean or green hydrogen. Then there are issues actually. Supposing we have, if this happens, then what will be the result of net zero by 2050? Then everybody speaks that fossil fuels should reduce. So we must have more clean energy, and whatever you produce, CO2 must be absorbed. So net zero 2050, we'll have to have a change in demand. First of all, the demand of coal will go down, oil also will go down, gas will go up, and renewables will go up. But the question is, the contribution of renewable is not very high at the time. So even if they go high, it may not be a very big number to sustain the growth of the humanity in the whole world over. Then capital spending. Much of the, if you see that Glasgow conclusion, they say there was a committed fund of about $100 billion that rich countries will give to the poor countries or the developing countries. So far, they have been able to only contribute $80 billion. So this is another very important, how to get that, what you call this capital for clean energy. And estimated cost, if you see 3 decades from today, we are in 2020, 22 earlier, then by 2050, almost $275 trillion will be required to sustain that kind of net zero. It will also have a lot of job requirement. So how to really achieve that? Then we will need acceleration of decarbonization of the world and change of the kind of fuel we use, and also the change of the land use, and that investment, and the effect on those countries which are having lack of fossil fuel, like India. Their percentage of GDP will go more on getting net zero or the change of petrol or fuel. And it will also impact those countries which are producing fossil fuel in large quantities, like Middle East, Qatar. Qatar is, of course, giving you oil, gas, but oil producing countries, they will also face a problem because people will be switching over to other fuels. Finally, all stakeholders for this net zero need to act with unity and also resolve and total genuinity. Then only I think we will be able to achieve something. Now, finally, just I would like to share, there was a study, what will happen by 2050? The non-fossil fuel, that is mostly renewable, will get their share 30% plus from 2018. A huge jump percentage wise, but quantity wise not that high, because their share today is not more actually, it's only 12%, 14%. So even though 30% high, the number wise it will not go very high. Natural gas, it may go 5% plus, that means 24, it may reach 29. That's what I estimate. Oil come down by 10% and coal by 25%. This is what the projections are. I think with this, I keep open this session for my esteemed speaker to deliberate, and will that conclude. We have almost 5 speakers, 1 hour. 15 minutes is okay for each. Now I invite Mr. Simanta Hazarika. No, sorry, Singdo Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar, I think he want to go somewhere after this meeting. So, Mr. Majumdar, please have your address or presentation.
Thank you, Chairman of the session. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you to the World PetroCoal Congerss for inviting me to speak on this very apt subject, fossil fuels transition to a low carbon energy system. And Chairman of the session has very nicely summarized the requirement and the necessity to look into this particular area, as this is one of the most critical aspects that government wants us to usher into. And before starting the session, myself, I am Snigdha Majumdar. I am Executive Director in Engineers India Limited. And Engineers India Limited has been instrumental in setting up the landscape of oil and gas in this country over the last 6 decades. And in spite of the fact that we still import 85% of our requirement of crude feedstock from outside the country, but still the energy scenario is heavily dependent on oil and gas. And I would like to bring to your notice 3 recent developments, rather, not 2. One has been the COP26 in Glasgow that Chairman of the session also mentioned. Our Prime Minister of India has advocated a Pancha Amrit Satya. So he basically advocated 5 things to be adhered to. Number 1, by 2030, non-fossil fuel based energy target is going to be 500 gigawatt. Point number 2, 50% of energy requirement will be generated through renewables. Point number 3, reduction of carbon emission to 1 billion ton. Point number 4, to reduce the carbon intensity of the economy to less than 45%. And lastly, to attempt to become the nation to become net zero by 2070, net zero and carbon neutral economy by 2070. Now, let us all understand that we have a challenge as a developing country And the challenge lies in a conflict. We want to increase the energy use to boost our economy. We all know that energy projects are precursor of the development. So we would all like to increase the energy use, increase the refinery throughput, increase the per capita use of petrochemical products. And at the same time, we also would like to lower the carbon emission. We would also like to see that the carbon footprints get reduced. There is minimal impact to Mother Earth. And hence the solution lies only in selecting a cleaner fuel. And though we all know the ultimate objective is to select the cleanest of fuel, that is renewables, or maybe a generation of electricity through some absolutely clean method, which is still under development. Hydrogen may be a fuel of the future, but from the existing fossil fuel scenario to reach to a clean energy system, the transition has to be through a fossil fuel which is relatively cleaner, that is natural gas. And we all understand that natural gas is one of the preferred solution because it has zero NOx, least SOx, very minimal carbon footprint, and at the same time, it can replace the existing fossil fuels very nicely at the present moment and can act as a transition to the path of clean economy. Now, there is an energy conundrum that whatever is a cleaner fuel is not always ready to access and made available to the huge appetite of our country. The solution is known. The real question is how to address the issue and how to access natural gas the way we want to and increase its consumption in the primary energy basket from 6.5% to 15%. Chairman of the session has given example of global warming. It is now not a compulsion. It is now not an intention alone. It is a compulsion. Because if we all remember the COP21 resolution to reduce the carbon footprint by 1/3, there is this issue with regard to reaching that milestone wherein we need to have increased the use of less polluting sources of fossil fuel, which as on date still remains a challenge. The challenge remains because of the fact that natural gas in itself is difficult to be taken to every nook and corner of our country. If you look at the map of India, the gas pipelines are very heavily skewed towards the northern and western side of the country. And there are gas-starved states on the eastern and some of the southern portions. The same thing is with the LNG terminals. Though we have a coastline of 7,500 kilometers, our LNG terminals are heavily stacked towards the west coast of the country. And though Ennore, Kakinada, and Dhamra and other terminals are on the drawing board, but there is a huge opportunity that lies to fetch gas towards the eastern side. In the recently concluded ADIPEC, our Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji has said that we are going to increase the exploration acreage by double from the present 30,000 square kilometer to 60,000 square kilometer. And he has also announced the national gas grid, one nation, one gas grid, for increase in the pipeline network to a cumulative 34,500 kilometers. And for this, an allocation of $60 billion has already been provided by the government of India in a direct investment. There are indirect avenues also. Now, the point is, presently, we stand at around 17,500 kilometers. So roughly, we have to double our pipeline network to enable gas to be reached to every nook and corner of our energy-starved country. And this brings in a question which is similar to an egg and chicken story, whether the pipeline precedes the demand or demand gets the pipeline? Because we all know that pipeline infrastructure is a very high capex in intensive infrastructure. But at the same time, we cannot wait for the pipeline to increase the use of gas. So we have to also look at the intermittent use of gas when the pipeline is not there. For example, this can be done by uniting the waterways, the various rivers of our country, and create an avenue for a flat bottom LNG carrier, which can be mobile in a draft of as less as 2.5 meters. And in Engineers India, we have worked upon on this, because the idea is to bring in the natural gas from the ports to the hinterland. And similarly, in roadways also, we can create this LNG carrier. The imminent advantage of LNG by it getting compressed to 600 times when it's in a liquid form actually helps in its transportation. And the fact remains that these intermediate solutions need to be looked into. There is a imminent need for creating this project, because we all know if the product is not available, there is no market for the same. The domestic natural gas output has meanwhile, there are good news that it has been up by 24.3% recently. It has touched, it has crossed 3,000 MMSCM. And this is primarily because of the increase in output in the Reliance and BP field in Kaveri KG Basin, and also ONGC starting their production in U1B well in KG 98/2. And this has resulted in reduction of import dependency by 54% to 49%. And this, though this is good news, this is not adequate, because we still have a dependency on imported LNG. And we know the vulnerability of anything imported is the volatility of its price. Not every sector can absorb the volatility of natural gas. For example, in power sector, if the cost goes over $4 per MMBTU, the production of power through imported gas doesn't remain feasible, because the end user charges would be atrocious. But the solution actually lies in a cross-sectoral subsidy. We have worked a lot in this. The cheapest gas, which is the indigenous gas, should be made available for household use and transportation, and rightly so. That is how PNGRB has gone all about it. There is a price mechanism which is being revised twice a year, and it is related to the 4 natural gas index. A very, very rationalized price mechanism. And the cheapest of the gases being made available for PNG and CNG, and subsequently also to the industrial units in the urban and semi-urban areas, because otherwise they're going to use the dirty fuels like furnace oil, naphtha, and diesel. It is our focus to usher to a clean energy system that we should understand that subsidy is a very important aspect of this entire game. Because to the lowest strata of the society, energy has to be used, and they do not care about pollution. For them, it is a struggle for existence. If we do not make cleaner energy like gas available to them at a subsidized cost, they are going to use firewoods, they are going to use other combustible material for getting their energy, and we cannot blame them. It has to be a holistic approach, how to imbibe gas as an economy as a whole, and everybody uses it in a way they can. And this cross-sectoral subsidy that I was referring to is only possible when sectors like oil and gas, who can very nicely absorb the volatility of higher prices of imported LNG, both spot as well as long-term, can actually chip in. Because this is a sector where natural gas is replacing naphtha as an internal fuel, and the naphtha can be then again used for creating the building blocks of petrochemicals. It increases the GMR of the refineries, and it is a win-win situation. And more or less, we have also seen that if by using natural gas in these ways, it actually creates avenue for other sectors as well. For example, Talcher has shown us the way in coal gasification, wherein they are having a urea and ammonia. They are presently constructing an urea and ammonia plant, but they are going to create the gas by making syngas from coals available nearby rather than importing LNG. And in the process, they're going to save over 1,500 crores per annum. And not only it is the monetary value, this amount of gas can be imported and can be used in sectors where we can get a much better value in return of using of that gas. The three key aspects of gas economy lies in the fact of availability, accessibility, and affordability. Availability, as I said, that availability is limited, but we need to work upon it because though there are excellent policies like HELP, OALP, and Discovered Small Field, etc., but we still have to look into the opportunities of gas hydrates, high pressure, high temperature gas wells. And basically, this research and developments are going to lead us to new avenues where we can actually improve our domestic production and use of gas. Technology leveraging is absolutely essential, and we at EIL have a continuous focus at that. We have also looked into the transnational pipelines to bring in cheaper gases from other countries, and they have all been a success in paper as of now. Our neighbor China has created a system wherein they harness the natural gas from Myanmar since 2011. They have a pipeline network of 75,000 kilometers. US have a pipeline network of 2.5 million miles. And we are still struggling to create 34,500 kilometers. But yes, the right steps are being taken in the right direction. And I think PNGRB and Government of India, with respect to the policies, are creating an excellent framework to go ahead. Now it is up to us, the stakeholders, be it in the form of consultants, contractors, or the refiners or owners. We have to put in our bit to put this particular thrust so that our Prime Minister's resolution in the recent COP26 can be made practically possible. This is the holistic strategy that, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I have exceeded my 15 minutes, so I will, without further ado, I will stop here, but by giving a closing remark, which I recently heard from JP Morgan in an international forum where I was delivering a speech. One of the presenters of JP Morgan had equated India as nice buildings on a bad road. So what they effectively wanted to mean was that India may have plethora of opportunities, but we are very bad or maybe not so good at implementation. But let me tell you, to usher into a system of clean energy, it is imperative that we do it, and we better do it because it is not for India alone, it is for the entire world, as we are going to be the largest importer of energy. So if we fail at that, it is not only India, but the entire world is going to suffer. And with that, I close, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Snigdho Majumdar. Being in EIL, you have access to the very high quality of design. So I understand your focus on, let's say, LNG transportation, which is very, very important now today. The kind of city gas development going on in India, we have to have a lot of market through LNG road carrier or maybe a state-away ship carrier even. Very interesting. And your focus on yes, a fossil fuel, a transition fossil fuel as gas. This is what the understanding, because it has low emissions.
Sir, actually, it has to be gas, not only LNG. In fact, coal gasification is also an excellent route. Biogas, composting is also all forms of gas, because this will be the transition route.
Yeah, Dr. Anil Garg has really very elaborately covered this topic of coal gasification and CO2 sequestration, and also that the use of CO2 in the production rise, enhanced production is a good. So let me thank you. A nice presentation
Thank you.
and good address. Now, is there any order, Dr. Garg, or I can go by serial number?
Yeah, you can ask Dr. Andrew also, or same.
I request my fellow panelist, Dr. Andrew Duguid, Vice President of Advanced Resource International Inc., USA.
Excellent.
Stage is yours, Dr. Andrew. Yeah.
Yep. I very much appreciate the invite to talk today.
6 a.m. in the morning.
Which it is 6 a.m. in the morning here, but good afternoon, just the same. So yeah, you'll watch me drinking my morning coffee as I speak. But let me go ahead and get my slides shared here, and then I will start to speak. So just a little bit about our company. Hopefully, everybody, are you seeing my slides?
Here you are, CCUS. Yeah.
Excellent. Good deal.
I
always have to make sure. Sometimes you wind up talking for a couple minutes before anybody is polite enough to tell you haven't done it right. So very much happy to be here. Our company specializes in enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture and storage, a little bit of unconventional oil and gas. For the last couple of years, it's been almost exclusively carbon capture and storage in the US, a little bit overseas. So I will try to pull together what we've been working on with some of our thoughts on where things are going, and hopefully that fits into this session pretty well. So with that, because time is important, we'll jump right in. So because we're talking about carbon capture and storage, one of the things that you want to sort of learn right away is, where can I do this? And so this map are these are sedimentary basins throughout the world. So the darker gray colors are a little better understood than the lighter gray colors, or at least they were in 2005. I probably should update this map, but it gets the point across that you can do this in a lot of places in the world. And that's the point, that places where people live, there are probably opportunities to store your emissions instead of putting them into the atmosphere. So, and I apologize for this being a little bit blurry. It's a poor quality picture in the original, and it's hard to blow up. But the bright colors, the hot colors, kind of hit my point here. This is worldwide drilling density. So this is where wells have been drilled to produce oil and gas. So if I kind of toggle back and forth, there's a big overlap. So sedimentary basins are where oil and gas tends to reside. And this means that people with the technology and the knowledge of how to build wells and produce fluids are also sitting in the right places to store CO2, to put fluids back in the ground. I'm not going to get into wellbore integrity today. There are a lot of issues around old wells that can be problematic for projects, but they can all be overcome. So sort of in the areas where we might want to store CO2, we have the technology and the know-how to do it. And that's what I'm trying to drive at with these two slides. So how does CCS work? I mean, it's a three-part process. So capture, you capture it at a point source. So at a power plant, at an LNG plant, at an ethanol plant, concrete, steel, all of those produce CO2. Some are easier to capture than others, but it's captured and purified and then compressed. And the most efficient way to transport is by pipeline. You can use other means. You could use barges or trucks. Most of my projects right now are looking at pipelines, whether they are big or small, and then it's stored. And there's several ways to store this in the ground. Enhanced oil recovery is historically the biggest way that this has been stored. Enhanced oil recovery was pioneered in the 1970s, and it is used to produce oil and gas. But at the same time, you lose enough CO2 into the subsurface, even if you're recycling, that you are storing CO2. So that is where a lot of the experience with injection comes from. In the last 10 years or so, people have moved away from enhanced EOR or enhanced oil recovery as the primary mechanism for this, and more just pure storage projects are coming online. So that is just saline storage. So in the figure here, the saline storage is the well is on the leftmost side of the figure, and then the injection is at the bottom of the figure. And that is just simply putting CO2 in the ground and leaving it there forever. And there's a specific set of conditions you have to do that. You need a formation that is capable of taking the CO2. So it has to have the right geophysical properties to do that. And then you need an overlying formation that will not allow the CO2 to move through. So if you have those conditions, you're able to do these projects. And those fit in with the map that I just showed. So in the US and likely the rest of the world, but the US seems to have a lot of drivers that have been put in place by either local government or the federal government. The things that are driving projects are tax credits, state level clean fuels programs, and then voluntary markets. So the US federal government has chosen to have a tax credit of $50 per metric ton for saline storage, or $35 per metric ton of enhanced oil recovery related storage for CO2. So anybody that is putting CO2 in the ground that has the tax burden to do this, that pays enough taxes to get something off of their taxes, can qualify for this if they meet some environmental protection agency standards, some regulations. And this is not a big lift. There are a lot of projects that are trying to qualify for this now and some that already have. In addition to that, if you produce clean fuels and sell your fuels into a state that has additional programs, you could stack another $150 to $200 a ton onto your emissions. So this really hits ethanol plants, not only in the US, but in Brazil, where they sell into some of these American markets. And then there are voluntary carbon markets that you can stack on top of that. So there's a big monetary driver for producers of emissions to capture them and store them. So this is an almost unreadable slide. So the important stuff here is on the left side. And this is from a global Carbon Capture and Storage Institute 2021 report. Active projects around the world. There are 27 active CCUS projects, so carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So that includes enhanced oil recovery. Right now, the active projects are 21 enhanced oil recovery and 6 saline storage projects. That is what I was saying earlier, that historically it's an enhanced oil recovery that has been storing CO2. But planned projects in the report, there are 135 planned projects. Only 8 of them are enhanced oil recovery. And so what this is pointing to is that fossil fuels are becoming something that is less palatable for companies to produce. The carbon footprint, even with an EOR project, is large enough that the investment community is more interested in saline storage than they are in enhanced oil recovery. I'm interested to see, as oil prices come back up, if this stays that way, but it certainly appears that way. Most of my projects right now are saline storage, even if the client is an oil and gas company. And so I'll kind of get into that as we keep going. In addition to individual projects, there has been a move towards storage hubs in the US, and I think to some degree internationally. And this is for a couple of reasons. One is you've got the economies of scale. So the more you can do at one site or move through one pipeline, the less expensive it is on a dollars per ton basis. And the other is that even though there are a lot of places around the world you can do these projects, you can't do them everywhere. So in the map here, which is of the central United States, so Iowa is kind of in the center, and Nebraska are both what we call the Midwest, but they're in the center. The geology is not appropriate for storage. So you have a large amount of ethanol being produced, and ethanol, when you ferment corn to make the ethanol, you have a very pure CO2 stream coming off, but you can capture it relatively inexpensively, but you can't store it in Iowa. So you've got actually one pipeline, the red pipeline is going to move to North Dakota, which is just to the north of the top of the map here, and store in sedimentary basins in North Dakota. And then the yellow pipeline is actually doing the same thing, but going to Illinois. So there's big moves towards trying to make single projects that service a lot of CO2 sources. The other thing I want to point out about this slide is that Denbury is a CO2 EOR company in the United States, and they are moving into storage, as is Tallgrass is a midstream company, so a pipeline company, and they are moving into storage. So you actually see the oil and gas industry moving towards carbon capture and storage on the fossil fuels side of things. So talking about the map that was servicing ethanol plants, so we're going to kind of transition into renewables and ethanol here for a minute or two. So why ethanol? And I mentioned that the CO2 that comes off the fermentation is relatively pure. We are not at this point in the US talking about capturing the CO2 coming off the natural gas burners that create the heat to do the fermentation, although I think that's in the near future. But the CO2 coming off the fermentation is relatively inexpensive to capture, somewhere between $12 to $25 a ton for capture, which allows you, and I'll get into this in a later slide, allows you to actually do a full project with the US federal government tax credit. But the US and Brazil are the primary producers in the world of ethanol. And both countries are looking at storage being driven in the US by all of the credits I mentioned, but in Brazil, a lot of the Brazilian ethanol is sold to the US. So if they're selling to a state that has state subsidies, that is actually driving projects in central Brazil. So where is ethanol produced? So back to the map, where we have all these green dots on the left-hand map. This is Iowa, where my cursor is that I was showing you on the map earlier. And so ethanol overlies where there's significant corn production in the United States. So kind of Ohio over here, all the way to Nebraska over here is where a lot of it is produced. And then in Brazil, it's in the areas here in red where you have sugarcane produced. So these places are near sedimentary basins, or at least within pipeline distance of sedimentary basins. So how much does this cost? Can I afford to do this? Capture costs on the ethanol side are relatively inexpensive even for small plants. So kind of the smallest plants in the US produce about 100,000 metric tons per year of CO2. So they are in the $25 kinds of ranges for capture. Depending on where they're at, storage costs can be as high as $40 a ton. But as your ethanol plant gets bigger, the more CO2 you're storing, those costs quickly come down. So what we end up with, oops, that wasn't the slide I was expecting, I apologize. What we end up with is overall costs coming down relatively quickly to the point where a plant may be able to do these projects under the federal subsidy and then stack on additional subsidies or voluntary credits and actually start to make money. Other projects that are out there may have a much harder time doing carbon capture and storage at the price of the subsidies that are out there. So, and this is a 2019 report. I'm sure prices for capture have come down now. But if your federal subsidy is $50 a ton, so kind of where my cursor is right now, and capture is going to cost you to the right of $50 a ton, more than $50 a ton, you can't afford to do a project right now. So natural gas fired power plants, coal plants, and other plants that have low concentration streams of CO2 are still relatively expensive. And so those plants are starting to do studies, but they are not starting to plan full projects. Whereas if you are kind of over here in the $25 a ton range, natural gas processing, ammonia, bioethanol, ethylene oxide, these are my current, that describes my current client base for projects in the US. And these are all commercial. So there's no direct funding from the federal government, although the tax credit is federal and definitely driving things. Oh, here it is. Okay. So if you want to say to yourself, can I afford to do a project? And this is just looking at the US federal tax credit. So this yellow flat line would be if you did an enhanced oil recovery project. The gray flat line is if you had a saline storage project. As long as your total costs come down below those flat lines, you can do a project. You're going to want some margin of error here, but you can probably do a project. So this means if you are a medium to large ethanol plant, so somewhere in this range, you're probably able to do a project. Liquid LPG plants, gas processors all fall in this range. Typically, maybe the large projects right now are 1 million tons a year. The pipeline projects that I showed the map of earlier in the central United States are looking at between 5 and 10 million metric tons per year. So those are actually quite large.
Mr. Andrews, I think you have just crossed your time, but you can take
I think, let me very quickly point out that there are regulations for each of the things that I mentioned and hit my summary slide. So in summary, carbon capture and storage is a proven technology. It's becoming more economical. Capture from ethanol is actually cost effective right now because storage costs are sufficiently low as are capture costs. Storage availability is widespread worldwide. And there are regulations and standards at the federal level in some countries, and then there's an international standard from the ISO that is available for implementation right now. And with that, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. A nice presentation, and that supports the view which I said there is a in the cost to the clean energy. So the capturing cost and as well as that storage cost, which goes, I think, in if I correctly remember, it is $15 to $20 per ton is a capturing, and $30 to $40 per ton is a storage cost. So if you want to use still polluting fuel, this is the cost you have to pay to remove and come back to the clean atmosphere. Nice. Thank you very much. I think we'll have question answer in the last. Yeah, so that everybody has his own presentation. Sure. I have now Dr. S.K. Pokhriyal, Professor and Head, Oil and Gas, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. Dr. Pokhriyal, the stage is yours. He is going to speak on very important topic actually. He says he's using a S-curve.
Dr. Negi, I think before me, Dr. Richard Matthew is there in the series. So, yeah. Richard Matthew, I just saw it.
No, he's not coming, I think.
He is there. I can see him.
I'm here.
Richard is there.
There's a more up-to-date agenda.
So after that, I will give my
I'm sorry, actually, my print doesn't indicate.
No problem at all.
My apologies. Now, come back.
Mr. Richard Matthew, please.
Yeah, I will just share my screen.
Yeah, Dr. Negi, I'm sorry, you got old agenda, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem at all. Well, thank you, everyone. Just to introduce myself. So my name is Richard Matthews. I'm the Director of Research at EA Gibson Shipbrokers. We help the world's largest oil companies and traders and gas companies move their commodity cargoes around the world. Effectively, we move hydrocarbons, so we move carbon around the world, but at the same time, we're under pressure to decarbonize. So it is slightly ironic, but nevertheless, the tanker market, which we represent, is looking to decarbonize. And there are many challenges to this, which we will discuss today. But importantly, the sector is coming under increased regulation, and that regulatory pressure will force decarbonization within the sector. So I think the first thing to highlight is that there is a lot of regulation. The regulatory map is quite complicated, and for someone who is not involved in shipping, I wouldn't expect you all to to understand this, but to highlight some key points, we have key regulatory pressure from the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, and the European Union, i.e. the EU. Now, the IMO is an agency of the United Nations, and they are the governing body for international shipping activity. The IMO are introducing new legislation from January 2023, which will govern the efficiency and operational efficiency of shipping. And at the same time, the European Union will introduce or extend their emissions trading scheme to shipping. So some of our clients in India who ship oil cargoes or diesel cargoes from India to Europe will be subject to emissions trading scheme and will have to pay to offset the carbon emissions of those voyages to Europe. And that will apply to anyone who trades or ships commodities into or from Europe, regardless of the end destination or origin. So the sector is under pressure to decarbonize, and legislation is effectively imminent. Within less than 1 year, the sector will be subject to European Union and IMO decarbonization legislation. To start with, the sector will have to undergo several pieces of legislation. From the International Maritime Organization, there will be a new measure called the Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Design Index. Now, this measure, and it's quite a mouthful to say those words together, will effectively mean that every vessel in the world will have to meet a certain design criteria. And if that vessel does not meet that criteria, it will have to modify or undergo modifications, which could be very expensive to meet that legislation. At the same time, there is also another piece of legislation called the Carbon Intensity Indicator. This governs how the vessel is operated. So in simple measures, if the vessel sails around the world at very high speeds, it will have a higher carbon intensity than if it sails at slower speeds. So this will govern how fast vessels can go. And if every vessel in the world has to sail at a slower speed, it does less voyages per year, and the capacity of the sector is reduced. So these two measures will, as much as they're designed to increase the carbon efficiency, the energy efficiency of the fleet, may actually lead to a reduction in capacity for not just tankers, but all shipping categories. And as we said, at the same time, the European Union will introduce their emissions trading scheme from the 1st of January. Now, there are a number of changes being debated within the European Commission at the moment, but the original plan is from January 2023, you'll have to offset 20% of your carbon emissions within the EU, eventually rising to 100%. Now, this, of course, adds cost. These carbon credits are currently priced at around about $100 per ton. For every ton of fuel that a ship burns, you produce about 3 tons of CO2. So for each ton of fuel consumed, eventually you could be effectively having to pay an offset of $300 at current market prices. So it's a very expensive mechanism that's coming in place, and this will ultimately have to be passed on to the cost of consumers. So quite simply, the ship owners, the oil companies will not bear this cost themselves. They will look to pass on the cost to consumers. And that is the big challenge of decarbonisation. How do we encourage decarbonisation for tankers and for shipping without leading to cost inflation for the consumers? And at the moment, that's something that does not look to be wholly possible. The EU is also implementing other environmental regulations for shipping outside of the emissions trading scheme. These include a tax on ship fuel called the Energy Taxation Directive. This already exists today, but has been extended to shipping. And there is also another scheme called Fuel EU, which looks to reduce the GHG emissions, not just the carbon emissions here, but the GHG emissions of the shipping sector from 2025 onwards. Again, all adding cost to the sector and all increasing the cost of doing shipping business with the European Union. But these are just the short-term measures. We also have to consider the longer-term legislation, which at the moment does not exist. Now, the International Maritime Organization, which I mentioned governs global shipping activity, has a strategy to lower CO2 intensity by 40% by 2030 and by 70% by 2050. They also intend to reduce total GHG emissions. So, for example, methane, which is an issue we'll talk about in a few slides' time, by 50% by 2050. So the ambition is there. They've been under a lot of pressure, particularly given COP26 last year, to increase their level of ambition, and they may well do that later this year and going into next year. But for now, this is the target. Of course, the question is, how do we get there? How do we achieve these ambitious targets? Well, firstly, the industry is crying out for regulation. There needs to be some incentive for shipping companies to do this. Firstly, the IMO will have to release its revised strategy, but they'll also have to think about carbon pricing at a global level. As we said, the European Union will introduce carbon pricing for trade within or to or from the EU, but what about the global market? Much of global shipping never touches the EU. So how do we see the rest of the world coming under carbon pricing? And this is very controversial. Many companies or countries, do not want to see carbon pricing. There will also likely be a levy, a tax on global bunker fuel. And at the same time, we need to see some form of research and development funding to implement these new future fuels. Ammonia and hydrogen, which are seen as very promising by some, are very far away from being practical for the shipping industry. But we think that one of the key ways to achieve much of this is through improving the design and energy efficiency of existing ships. We've seen fuel consumption drop by 30% on average over the past 15 years, which is a huge reduction. Whilst we don't expect to see fuel consumption drop by the same amount over the next 15 years, if we can achieve another 10, 20% reduction, then although we're not decarbonizing as such, we are reducing our overall carbon footprint. So we see that as being a key way to meet some of these decarbonization strategies. But the big issue is that there is no perfect solution out there to decarbonize shipping right now. Certainly not deep sea, long haul ocean shipping. There are a number of different fuels available. LNG at the moment is the most viable alternative because it has been proven. We have seen it being used on LNG carriers for decades. And we're now starting to see the first generation of non-LNG carrier ships being fueled by LNG. But there's a few key issues here. We've seen LNG hit record prices this year. So that damages the economics of going for LNG, which historically has been a cheap fuel. Availability is not there globally, although it is improving. And the capital expenditure by a ship owner to go for a LNG powered tanker is significant. It can be around about a 15% increase on the vessel's value, perhaps even as high as 20%. And the life cycle GHG emissions of LNG are a major issue. Now, whilst we know that LNG is lower carbon, we have a major issue with global methane emissions, and we've seen at COP26 a methane alliance being launched to cut overall methane emissions. So the life cycle GHG of LNG is a major challenge. LPG is interesting for LPG carriers, but it's a niche application. Biofuels are interesting, and the shipping industry is trialing biofuels right now. But we think that most global biofuel production will go into sustainable aviation fuel or will go into road transportation. Ammonia and hydrogen are in their infancy. The pricing will be very high, certainly for green ammonia, green hydrogen. The availability will be very low. And the capital expenditure will be very high, much higher than the case of LNG at this stage. And practical issues also exist. But from a life cycle GHG perspective, green ammonia and green hydrogen could be very interesting. But this is not going to help the tanker sector decarbonize anytime soon. maybe in the 2030s and onwards, but not right now. Methanol is interesting as well, but has its own challenges in terms of, again, the availability of green methanol is very tight. And we've seen Maersk, one of the largest shipping companies in the world, looking to roll out methanol for some of their container fleet, but quite simply, they don't have access to enough green methanol for even a small part of their fleet, certainly not until the mid to late 2050s. And batteries don't work for long haul ocean shipping, maybe for small coastal movements, but not for long haul shipping. So we go back to very low sulfur fuel oil, which, you know, is good in many ways, but of course has an issue with greenhouse gas emissions, particularly with CO2. What we haven't spoken about here, which actually relates to the previous presentation, is the potential for onboard carbon capture and storage. And that is one potential solution, which, if it can be implemented for deep sea shipping, could be a game changer for decarbonising tanker shipping. But really what this slide highlights is there is no perfect solution out there. And the industry does not yet know exactly what fuel to go for. And at the moment, because of that, investment, generally speaking, in a tanker sector is very, very low around future fuels and decarbonisation. We see the best opportunities, or the low-hanging fruit, as being these operational and design efficiencies. You can equip vessels with wind assistance, effectively a form of sails, to lower their fuel consumption. You can lubricate the hull with small bubbles. You can change the vessel's design and shape through the water. You can go down the route of hybridization, and you can put new paints on the hull which are less or more hydrodynamic. And likewise, you can bring in different types of fuels and lubricants, ballast and trimming, how the vessel sits in the water. You can do weather routing, so you can route around the worst currents, the worst weather, to also ease your requirements. So we see this being the quickest wins, and we think the sector needs to maximize its use of these measures to help itself decarbonize or move to a lower carbon future. And we also see carbon offsets playing a role. We have to be very careful here with what we call greenwashing, but ultimately high quality carbon credits can be a way to help the sector at least offset its CO2 emissions until we can see a clearer future for low carbon fuels. We will have mandatory offsets coming in from January 2023 regardless, but the voluntary market is also growing as well as the sector looks to lower its carbon footprint. And outside of regulation, the commercial pressure is increasing substantially. We see a number of initiatives launched globally. The Poseidon Principles governs how banks finance the shipping industry, and they're looking to align their financing with the IMO's long-term climate agenda. We also have other ones such as the Sea Cargo Charter, which is the cargo owners looking to document their CO2 emissions and lower their environmental footprint. And if we go to the other sectors, co-ZEV is companies like Amazon who are looking to lower their own emissions and looking to help develop or accelerate the uptake of low carbon fuels. So the pressure is increasing on ship owners, the pressure is increasing on the industry, but there is a lot of work left to be done. Investment activity is still fairly low. Dual fuel has gained popularity, and this is primarily dual fuel LNG propulsion. But if we can see, the vast majority of investment is still for conventional fueled vessels, and actually low outright levels of investment so far make it difficult to spot a clear trend. But the biggest issue is that the additional capex required to go for a dual fuel LNG system over a conventional design. And it's also worth noting that the base price of ships has increased substantially due to inflation over the past few years. So this in itself is increasing challenges for the sector. So really, to summarize, decarbonisation is underway, but there are many challenges. Firstly, the regulatory agenda is not as clear as it needs to be. There needs to be very clear regulations from the International Maritime Organization, so ship owners know what they should be doing, rather than having to guess what the best fuels are. Consumers need to be willing to pay more, because this is not free. Decarbonisation will not be free, and someone will have to pick up the bill. So the consumers have to be willing to pay if they want zero carbon. Charterers, the oil companies, they have to be willing to pay a premium for green shipping. Whether they recover those costs or not is another factor, but they need to be willing to pay for it. At the moment, some are and some aren't. Likewise, some consumers are willing to pay and some consumers aren't. The financing landscape needs to be there. And actually, the financing landscape is there for green shipping, but it depends on charterers being willing to pay a premium for that green shipping. If an owner spends more money on a vessel because it's green, but the charterer is not willing to pay them a higher freight rate, then the finance doesn't make sense. So there's a chain here that needs to be established. And finally, ship owners need the confidence to invest in future fuels. No one wants to invest in an LNG fueled tanker to then find that LNG is actually seen as the enemy from a methane perspective. And that's the biggest concern for the sector. So thank you for listening. I appreciate this was a very quick tour through decarbonisation for shipping and tankers, and I'll happily take any questions now or at the end of the session.
Thank you, Mr. Richard Matthews. Nice presentation, especially for taking care of the shipping and transportation industry, how to really go green in their efforts. It's a good. Now, can I request Dr. Pokhriyal? Your turn now.
Yes, sir.
Your
can I upload the presentation?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah. So
thank you.
Just give me a quick. I have also mailed you
Can we share on your behalf? We will share. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah, sir.
Better.
So, very interesting by the time this is being shared. So, let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Garg from last so many years. Tirelessly today, I mean, this being the 12th World PetroCoal Congress, and every time it's a learning experience. And the very good thing is the vast area which we cover. So with that, I thought of coming up with another new area for about the various modeling or the system that we have. And ultimately, when we see it, very interestingly, we had a talk on the carbon sequestration. And then every time, whatever we do, we must ask, is it a permanent solution or it's a stopgap solution that we have? And in any stopgap solution or for any new thing what we do needs some investment. And as the chair has mentioned about the last year's, here it is. Can you see the presentation, sir?
I think heads up there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So coming back to the sustainability, and also we have a dual issue here. One is we want to have the change in lifestyle and our economy, which is dependent on energy. And at the same time, those gases, the effect of the change in lifestyle and the kind of product that we need, the global world has to play. So I thought to give a different perspective, what is latest happening in this area. So I will, my presentation will divide into 3 parts. One, just quickly, I will run first 4 or 5 slides because that has already been covered in about the greenhouse gas effect that we have it. And then I will come to the S-curve technology, how you adopt technology, what is the diffusion of technology, anything which comes new, and the past experience that we have it, So that's how I'm going to start. Good that the previous speaker did talk about the carbon sequestration, and also Richard just mentioned about the ship broker and the new rules of IMA 2020 that has come up. They look pretty, very, very impossible of the task. And I'm going to the third part of my talk would be about the new products which globally they are coming up. So after listening to him, I think whatever product you make it, the transportation of the logistics part becomes very, very issue with the IMO. So just to start, an idea came to me that various industry, even the supply chain, sometimes work in silos. I'll just give you a small case on that. Let's say we are talking of the ethanol, which is coming, and like government of India has started 20% of the ethanol, but ultimately it is known as carbon neutral because at the time when it is growing, it absorbs the carbon. So if we imagine the ethanol has to be transported in the shipping, so there should be a continuity in terms of the carbon factor that we have it. So unless it goes to the customer, so we cannot call it a carbon neutral. I mean, this is what I see in terms of technology and the business diffusion. And, a very nice presentation given by Richard on that. So I thought, a new idea has come to me, and ultimately from the product source to its consumer. So whatever carbon credit or in terms of monetary, it can be transferred. Perhaps we may see a small ray of hope out of that. So quickly, I won't spend much of the time. Everybody has talked about it. This is the situation, the CO2 that we have. And by 2021, Chair has already mentioned that 1.1, 1.2, and what is to be done next. Then we have, some of the most polluted country, or I may say the one which is the economy is growing, and quite obviously we see this particular chart showing, how this is going to go up. Now, this is also divided into various sectors so that we can just catch, where which organization or the sector which is impacting. This gives a much better view. On the left-hand side, we see different types of those global greenhouse gases. Most of the time, we talk of carbon dioxide. But I think we should be careful with methane gas because we are talking of gas hydrate capturing them. And also the Arctic wetland, and that is changing, and the thaw. And once that the equilibrium disturbs, we see uncontrollable evolution of the methane gas, which is 6 times more harmful than carbon dioxide. So therefore, what should be the approach? This is a problem, and then ultimately we have to find what should be the solution of it. This is again, the countries which are generating carbon dioxide, but what I am talking about, the nature effect of these gases that we have. So I have come up with, this is a very well known in the industry, what we call the S-curve concept. So it is a concept of any innovation which is taking place in terms of technology or the technology life cycle. And it is a framework which operates alongside the base model. And we have, let me see it, its time versus its performance, which has been done. And this source I have taken from Chris Sandstorm. And also on the right-hand side, when we see it, we have this shows any new thing which comes. So we are talking of in industry 03 or 30 or 40, or the new technology which is coming up. This fits into it, any case that we want to put it. So initially technology performance, which evolves slowly in the beginning, and there are people, there are organizations, there are countries where they just capture it fast and use it, and then we see a growth with respect to time, and its performance improves. That's the middle of the S curve that we see it. And then after a period of time, either we innovate or we develop, and we see that it doesn't increase anymore in terms of performance, and then you need to have the another new technology. And if we see any of the cases of any of the coal, gas, oil, renewable, this is fitting into it. So from one S to many S, actually, when we see over a period of a time or the improvement on the right hand side, so we have the old technology process or the paradigm, and post that a new technology comes. So we have another S. So we have within the graph S after one another S. And that's a continuous process. And this has been proven in many of the forum. But in between, what we call the paradigm that we have it there, and now this paradigm, it stops sometime, and many organizations go out of this system or out of the form because of the this particular the shift over from old technology or from adopting the new technology. So we have a concept of how fast you adopt. Once you adopt, you diffuse it, whether this can be diffused in the system. Any of the value chain of oil and gas, when we see it, this becomes very, very true. Then we have the talking of the renewable, because ultimately that is the ultimate that we have to come. And the chair has mentioned that, out of it's just 11% of the renewable that we are using it. And what is the reason we are not able to come up? So we just see it on the left-hand side using a design thinking the model, and when we see the various version on the time versus revenue and the product. So we see it, the early adoption, and then there is a growth, and then in between there is innovation window that is happening. And then in the innovation window, then another new product or new business model has to come. So then we see it another growth. And this is very true with the renewable industry. On the right-hand side, we just see it. This is Dr. Vadim Vinchenko's very famous, he has done a lot of study on the solar power, and this has been proved last 20 odd years. Now, the further to this is what we call in the terms of the commercial. And the good thing is, it was good for renewable. If you see 2020 post-pandemic effect. So the if you see on the top right-hand side, the development milestone that happened, it has at least affected the renewable. And the cost, when we see it from last 10 years, has come down. Now, what are those reasons we don't see such a growth? First of all, the energy consumption is growing up. So if you see it, the 11% of total renewable energy that we have, it is actually fitting, trying to complement that particular growth. It is expected country like China and India, our energy consumption would go just double in next 10 to 15 years. So even if we try that, the first speaker did mention about what we have committed in Glasgow. Looks very impossible, but there are few ways, what we call, you just shoot up, instead of converting one type of carbon to another type of carbon, going for, let's say, a lot of work has been going on in the lithium. So instead of importing the crude oil, you just rather invest money on the lithium cadmium battery, because ultimately that makes the everything suitable. So here we see what are the new technology, and what Richard has mentioned detailed about the IMO 2020 regulation, and it is hitting, and it's more of getting used to of a new environment, in terms of regulation, in terms of the commercial that we have it. So I won't talk much about it, but I'm having some of the example for coming to those new products which are going to be made out of it. So I have the first example, I'm having it, the mega scale refinery making petcoke gasification project for 2022. And this is one of the largest gasification project done by Saudi Aramco in the refinery, and where the dozens of gasifiers have been built, and a place called Azan, and here the gasifier produce enough syngas for generation of, for example, the about 4 gigawatt of power and the steam. The good thing is that you have the many air separation unit, the ASU, and they are capable of producing 3,000 tons of per day of the oxygen. So now these gasifier, they consume quite quantity of oxygen, and that makes hydrogen. Now the coal and petcoke have a similar property as the gasification of the feedstock. Now both can be used to yield hydrogen for the refinery or for the petrochemical production that you have it. For example, in China, the Luam coal to chemical project has in the Sanchi province is a large coal gasification project that we have it.
I think you can conclude, Dr. Pokhriyal.
Okay, 2 minutes. Yeah, and in India also we are having it talking about the blue ammonia, which is coming up, and Richard did mention about the how we transport. So the whole concept of coming off a blue ammonia going from place A to place B. So we have to have the total CO2 carbon footprint mapping of it, and to find a solution. And ultimately, what we are talking of the blue and the green hydrogen, I'm very happy. Last week, Reliance has announced the manufacturing of the blue hydrogen. So it's a one step before going for the green hydrogen. So these are some of the points I thought in terms of the new technology and how that fit into the various S-curves that we have. Incentive from the government of India has already mentioned by the first speaker. So with this, I conclude my session, and I have consulted some of the literature for the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pokhriyal. I think your approach by a continuity S-curve, one S-curve leading to another S-curve, and then is a paradigm halt. to give rise to new technology with maybe some slack.
True.
A good idea, very nice research. Since we have limited time, I just requested you to pull short. Maybe you can have more discussion. We have two more speakers actually.
Yeah.
Now, next speaker, Mr. Simanta Hazarika. He's a GM production from IOCPT, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Mr. Hazarika.
Yes, sir.
Please take the stage. Yeah.
Okay. Can I share my PPT?
Yeah, sure.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Respected Dr. Anil Garg, President, World PetroCoal Congerss, Chair Dr. B.S. Nagy, speakers and delegates. I'm Simanta Hazarika from ONGC. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important topic on energy transition. I will talk a little bit about the climate change and how this is forcing an energy transition. And I will talk and challenges this transition is imposing on us. The low carbon solution for the fossil fuel initiatives by India towards its energy security and energy transition, and a little bit about initiatives by my company. So I'm not able to read my PPT. Should I say it again?
Yeah, go ahead, please. It is visible.
Okay. So we are in the midst of a climate crisis and far off track on limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial levels. If we continue as we are, temperature will keep on rising, bringing even more catastrophic flooding, wildfires, extreme weather conditions, and destruction of the species. According to UN Secretary General, the world is on red alert. We need an avalanche of action in this year 2022 to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030. Now coming to the topic of energy transition, historically it has evolved. A move from one form of energy, say wood, to another more efficient or economic form such as coal, and from coal to oil, and then the emergence of gas and finally nuclear power. So there has been a kind of economic and commercial incentive to transform to a more efficient form of energy, which has bolstered economic growth. Now, this current energy transition we are into is different. This is clearly driven by the need to meet the climate targets, not economics. However, this transition throws numerous challenges. First, the small time scale. We can see historically it takes significant amount of time. Coal took 35 years, while 40 years, gas 60 years time to get an increase of 20% energy share. Currently, renewable share is about 10% only. Then how many years required to replace today's 80% share of fossil fuels? Can it be possible in 30 years? It's really a big question. Again, the global carbon budget is also constrained. 400 gigaton for 1.5 degrees centigrade limit. Second is about the reducing emissions. Today, electricity constitutes about 30% of the total energy system, as making steel, cement, petrochemicals still needs fossil fuels. Hence, renewables probably cannot have more than 50% of the share alike. Third is the economic challenge. Today, onshore wind and solar PV has become very cheap and more cheaper than the fossil fuel alternatives. Electricity today. So transition to low carbon energy system and to renewables will involve huge cost on infrastructure. As per new analysis from McKinsey and Company, about it could cost about $9.2 trillion a year annually through 2050. Already a lot of deliberations on coal and its use has been deliberated by distinguished panelists. in early sessions. Hence, I'm not going to talk about on that
Yeah, you can skip those. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. As regard to emissions, they are classified into 3 categories in the industry. Scope 1 emissions are direct greenhouse gas emissions that occur from sources that are controlled or owned by an organization. Scope 2 emissions are indirect greenhouse gas emissions related to power required for oil and gas productions and other activities. Scope 3 emissions are the result of activities from assets not owned or controlled by the reporting organization, but that the organization indirectly impacts in its value chain. Now, what are the methods to control these emissions? The possible solutions maybe for Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions produced during operations are largely under an oil and gas company's control. Much of the technology needed to reduce these emissions are already intertwined with industry processes and used to varying degrees. For example, change of process, improvement in asset maintenance and operational efficiency, change source of power from renewables projects, etc. Many companies also use advanced leak detection and repair technology and predictive maintenance powered by AI and machine learning. As per an IEA estimate, reducing fugitive emissions and flaring could contribute about 1.5 gigatons of CO2 equivalent in annual abatement by 2050 at a cost of about $15 per ton. But the elephant in the room is the Scope 3, contributing about 80% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Scope 3 is described by 15 categories along a product's entire value chain, but the bulk comes from the use of sole products, such as emissions from petrol burned in cars or kerosene in aircraft. These emissions are very difficult to mitigate and much more complex and often involves technology that isn't mature enough or might not even exist. Current strategies are either geared towards reducing the carbon intensity of products sold or creating carbon credits. With the seriousness of global warming impacts, R&D efforts have intensified manifold in to find ways and means of global warming control. One of the avenues being explored is decarbonization of fossil fuel used by carbon capture, use and storage technology, which will be very essential in reducing CO2 emissions from energy sector. This has already been elaborated in detail by Dr. Andrew Duguid in this session earlier. So CCUS can play 4 critical roles in the transition to net zero. One is help to decarbonize hard to abate industries like steel, cement, and petrochemicals. Second is provide low carbon gas power as a backup to the renewables. Third is enable the scale up of the low carbon products such as hydrogen, cement, and diesel that will help to accelerate decarbonization in industry, buildings, and transport. It has an important role in the hydrocarbon economy, hydrogen economy, like storing CO2 arising from blue hydrogen. Currently, the lowest cost means of clean hydrogen production. 4 is the create the infrastructure for carbon removals by putting carbon dioxide that is taken out of the air back into the subsurface. The other options for oil and gas companies may be rebalancing the portfolios, like avoid complex reservoirs, highly viscous, ultra deep water, compartmentalized, which has the highest emitting reservoirs, known as the highest emitting reservoirs. And then shift towards utilities, shift to petrochemicals, then advanced battery technology, hydrogen, EVs. Coming to India, it is going to play a major role in global energy economy. It is to be noted that India's challenge is unique in the sense that it is a developing country poised for a very rapid growth in future. Fossil fuels like coal, oil, gas are here to stay in India for some time in foreseeable future. And at the same time, India has a responsible country is committed to sustain development and also need to meet the climate targets. As per the special IEA report, India Energy Outlook 2021, India is a major force in global energy economy and can be seen from this graph. Sorry. Yeah. With growing population and increase in income or GDP, energy consumption has more than doubled since 2000. It is important to note that India's per capita energy consumption is well under half the global average. And if you compare with developed countries like US, it is about 112, 113. So India is set for a rapid growth in energy demand, expected the largest increase in the world over 20 years, highlighting potential for policies and investment to accelerate clean energy transition. And India is set to become the third largest energy consumer by 2030, surpassing European Union. It can be seen from this graph, over last 2 decades, coal and oil has a major share in the energy mix. Also, the growing energy needs in the future will make India more and more reliant on fossil fuel imports, which is a big concern. It may likely double the oil import bill by 2030. Coming to the initiatives by our government, Indian government, for energy security and climate crisis. India is moving toward a gas-based economy by rapidly increasing share of natural gas in energy mix to 15% by 2030. It is noteworthy that gas can also act as an energy transition fuel in developing countries like India due to lower emission compared to other fossil fuels. Ethanol blending in petrol accelerating to 20% by 2025. Focus is also on the faster deployment of green hydrogen and developing India as a hub of green hydrogen. India made significant progress in solar energy front, installed 750 megawatt solar plant at Rewa, one of the largest in Asia, and set to goal to achieve 500 gigawatt and 50% non-fossil fuel energy share by 2030. India is well on its way to achieving and surpassing its NDC target of 40% capacity by non-fossil fuel sources by 2030. At COP26 in November 2021, Honorable Prime Minister of India made a bold announcement and listed out 5 commitments of India to combat climate change. These are the 5 Amrut Tattvas, as already elaborated by the earlier speaker in this session. It is pertinent to mention that the lion's share of global carbon budget has been already utilized by the developed nations. India's contribution to GHG emission is very, very small compared to those countries. In recently held World Economic Forum Summit at Davos, Honorable Prime Minister said that our lifestyle is also a big challenge for the climate and urged the countries to rapidly shift from today's take, make, use, dispose economy, which is not sustainable at all, towards a circular economy. In the backdrop of India's commitment at COP26 of reaching net zero by 2070, the recent budget, Union Budget 2022-23, pushed energy transition by encouraging domestic production of solar power equipment and batteries. Coming to my company, that is ONGC, the largest integrated oil and gas E&P company in India, which activities spread across more than 400 operational establishments. ONGC voluntarily takes up a carbon management strategy to synergize all business activities with sustainable development, particularly to address issues related to climate change risks. ONGC was the first PSU in the country to have taken a lead in the area of clean development mechanism. It started its CDM journey way back in 2006. Currently, it has 15 registered CDM projects with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, that yield certified emissions reductions CER approximately 2.1 million yearly. We know methane is the second most abundant anthropogenic greenhouse gas after CO2, accounting for about 20% of global emissions. It has a relatively short lifespan in the atmosphere of approximately 12 years, but its global warming potential is about 30 times greater than CO2. We can see from the bar chart that although emissions also come from coal and bioenergy, oil and gas operations are likely the largest source of emissions from the energy sector.
Ajarika ji, could you conclude?
Yes, sir, just concluding. The main objective of the fugitive emission detection survey is to identify the fugitive gas leaks to enable the remedial actions like shown below. Considering the strategic significance of CCUS technology towards a transition to net zero emissions, ONGC is partnering with Indian Oil Corporation for setting up a CCUS project, the carbon capture, usage, and storage to enhance oil recovery in one of our fields in Gandhar. And ONGC also pushing for renewables. And has recently signed the MOU with Solar Energy Corporation of India, which provides a broad overarching framework to collaborate and cooperate for undertaking renewable energy projects, including solar, wind, EV, value chain, green hydrogen, storage, etc. At the end, I would like to add that the world's carbon budget is finite and running out fast. We need to halve the global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and the rapid transition to net zero. This is a Herculean task because this involves every economy, every government, society, and ultimately every citizen. All of us have to change the way we live. The energy transition is different than earlier ones. This one, as this is not the main reason, is not the economic one, and many other factors, and will certainly be a challenge, but also a tremendous opportunity. And it is not only a technical revolution; we need a revolution in our mindset too, and to move towards sustainable, environment-friendly lifestyle to achieve the net zero target in real sense. And with that note, I end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hajarika. I think you have very nicely and widely covered the whole topic, as you know, as the ONGC wide spectrum. Very nicely covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we have shortage of time, otherwise you have gone much more deliberations. Now my next speaker.
My apologies, sir. It's in the limit.
No problem. Very prominent person, Professor Dr. H.M. Zakir Hussain. He's the chairman, Department of Petroleum and Mining Energy Engineering, Jessore University of Science and Technology, Bangladesh. Over to you, sir, Dr. H.M. Zakir Hussain.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is it clear to show the slide?
It's clear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So today, my presentation is a hydrocarbon potential prospect in the Permian Gondwana coal of Bangladesh. So here, I share my knowledge about to extract oil or gas potential in coal or shale in Bangladesh. So today I present only Gondwana coal to extract bitumen by using success apparatus and analyze by rockable pyrolysis, and also the GCMS for N-alkane, the properties and show it the potentiality for hydrocarbon prospect either in oil or gas. So this is the coal distribution in West Bengal and Bangladesh. So the coal are mainly Permianese. So Bangladesh is a very small area covering this Gondwana coal, and India is a wide range of this Gondwana coal. So here is some Bangladesh is Borobukriya, Kalaspuri, Jamalganj, and Indian part is Stone Valley, Mahananda Valley, Rajmor Hill, Damodar, Godavari Valley. So I can compare to this one. And here I show the vegetation type and the source of the coal is either land plant or algal materials or other sharp horn or organism. So this is the coal distribution in Bangladesh, Kalaspuri Basin. And here is many year is Borobukriya Basin is producing already a huge amount of coal, and this coal used in brick field or other industry to producing energy. So the coal quality is in Bangladesh this is the bright coal and also dull coal. This bright coal is mainly for inertinite or vitrinite race coal, and the coal is underground coal. So there is three seam is very bigger, and total is 7 seam, So we discover, so this SIM6 already producing the huge amount of coal. So this another is the coal, dull coal. This dull coal is bitterite rich coal. This is the maceral composition. This high is bitterite maceral. So inactinite maceral is the second most abundant in this coal. So we use this rockable pyrolysis to calculate the either is source potential in the oil potential or either in the gas potential. So using the data rockable pyrolysis analysis, this S1 is the free hydrocarbon, S2 is thermal cracking, and so GP is generic potential. So using the calculation S1 plus S2, and HN is hydrogen index, and P1 is production index, and Tmax is maturity. So this maturity is important for producing oil or gas in the coal seam. So the coal is only Permian edges. So in there, the SU value is greater than 10 milligram hydrocarbon per gram rock. So this indicating good hydrocarbon potential as a natural source rocks. And the generic potential value are high in SIM 3 and 6, suggesting good potential for hydrocarbon generation. So also the PI value, production index value. So this also suggests this organic matter is immature. So another study, the N-alkane, this suggests the coal is immature to mature stage, not as over mature. So this immature stage, they release mainly the liquid hydrocarbon. So we can study this one based on TIC chromatograph. So the long chain N-alkane. Here we can see the component of the peak. We can clearly understand the sources of this coal, but this is organic matter, coal organic matter. So here is mainly see the short chain N-alkane is is higher in C18, C19. So and another is C25, 22. This 23 and 25. This derive from sphagnum mosses. Other also some floating or submerged vegetation. And the C33, 29, 27, 29 is derived from higher plant. So this higher plant source indicate the coal derived from terrestrial vegetation among big plant and the oxy materials. These oxy materials, so this producing more gaseous than the oil. Here is the lower part, this TIC is 36. This is C23 and 25 is higher. So this indicate this is sphagnum mosses. Also the source of just the kerosene type is a type 3 and derived from sphagnum mosses. Also submerged vegetation the contributing in here. And also the C19 and C21, 19, 20, 21 is higher. So that is the short chain N-alkane also higher. This suggests maybe the oxy condition and bacterial effect, and also some the algal materials dominate in some part of this here. So in here, the C23 are consistent with the presence of speed box environmental with this suggests the aquatic environment. And elevated C22, here is C22 derived from plant. So it's normally origin from gymnosperm vegetation. So we can find it here, the vegetation type, either angiosperm vegetation or the gymnosperm vegetation derived this coal. So here is some strain distribution. So strain distribution C27 derived from plankton or zooplankton, and this 28 from diatomaceous, and C29 derived from land plants, that means higher plant. So the coal is characterized by the abundance of C29. Here you see this is the C29 is higher. So this strain. So this suggested derivation from land plant. So this nearly equal, this suggesting both this 28, 27 and 28. This suggests from algal plankton or diatomaceous origin of organic matter. So C26 strain has diatomaceous microalgae, and also the C29 is higher plant organic matter in the source. We use this one. The C23 is the depth is 199, that means almost 200 meter from the surface. Here is 300, here is 500 meter from the surface. So, and this is the distribution of Hopan 191, the peak number. We can this is TM by TS, this TM by TS ratio. You show these are high TM by TS. This is the condition of deposition in either oxic condition or anoxic condition for the depositional environment. And also BNH. This BNH is bis nor Hopan. It suggests that the anoxic condition prevail in the depositional when the organic matter deposited in the basin. So in another thing is that the oleana, this here is we can find this some oleana. This oleana indicating angiosperm vegetation. So transition between the gymnosperm and angiosperm vegetation for the when the development of the organic matter, deposition in the organic matter, preservation in the organic matter, accumulation in the organic matter in the basins.
We have already overshooted the time. Can you conclude?
Okay. So here is the computer simulation. This computer simulation, we can see the potentiality of the maturity. So this potential heat flow is this indicated 200 meter, and 1 to 6 is mature of the ground. So here is the CBM and UGC under coal gasification. The CBM and UGC are two important techniques. So estimated coal reserve 6 is 6 coal seams together 400 million tons. Here is the average GP 20 milligram per hydrocarbon per gram. So uppermost value is suggesting the producing estimately approximately 11 GMQ or 8 million tons of coal bed methane. So this coal bed methane generation is Boropukuria coal. This is another basin, 6 GMQ. And also our estimation is 4.8 GMQ. So UGC is useful, UGC underground coal gasification is useful for development of underground coal and Boropukuria coal basin in Bangladesh. So this is the conclusion of in here, the GPASA PIT max range is this indicator coal has ability to generation of hydrocarbon, this gas generation. So and the bituminate race. So this type 3 kerosene. So maturity is ultimate damage to oil generation, and the coal reserve estimated 400 million tons. So this shallow less than 1,000 meter coal field in the gas has an advantage to be explore CBM coal bed methane. So this free CBM may be regulated based on low maturity. So this is the actually initial stage of in Bangladesh. So thank you very much.
Professor, I just want to know one thing.
Yes.
Now we are thinking of phasing out the coal.
Yes.
But what is your proposal to have make this coal more eco-friendly? I mean, one is that okay, you can have underground coal gasification, CBM you are extracting, that's fine.
Yes, yes.
Is there any other proposal your government has now for making this coal less polluting?
So yes, there is a lot of proposal already submitted in the government, but not yet initiated now. Okay, so because here is some problem in the environmental issue in the northwestern part. So because due to the extraction of coal, the subsidence occur in many places. So that's why government is stopping. So we are now thinking to produce the hydrogen energy under the coal gasification in the close to the surface. So, but it is under the way, but not yet started.
Yeah. What is the share of coal in your energy basket?
This for cutting from the coal and the local market also we that is collecting sample, just buying, and they just collect by some that is buy from the company, and they use it as a that means power. That means the burning only the brick field or other domestic purpose or any other purposes for producing some energy. Coal-based power plant already started in Bangladesh. Coal-based power plant. So we government and using this also government export this one from India also or China. The coal.
Thank you,
Dr. Hassan.
Yeah.
Dr. Zakir Hussain.
Yes.
We appreciate your R&D work.
Thank you, sir.
Opens and all things which I have learned and I have done it, but in the field of petroleum.
Yes, yes,
Okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you have seen CBM and others use. So we are having an international conference on petroleum
Okay.
on December 2nd and 3rd.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I will send you invitation, and this type of research,
yes,
Rockwell pyrolysis,
yes,
yes, what you have done, mass spectrometry,
yes,
that is required there. Mr. Negi will appreciate this thing, and hopefully we will be in good shape. But
Dr. Gargji, I think we are tending towards a good shape.
Yeah.
This particular conference will turn to be a physical form now. Then
Right.
we'll have lot of interaction.
Right.
Yeah.
So we will have that interaction, and only my boss, my professor told me that your slide should be 10 and your the presentation should be mini skirt of a young woman.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, this
Okay,
means only 10 slides.
Okay, sir.
And
What is the process? What is the process? What is the objective, process, and conclusion?
Okay, sir. Thank
The
you.
rest you have to talk.
Okay, sir.
So you are academician, and you are much more knowledgeable than us, but it should be a good presentation mode. That is require time. I'm very critical about it, and we invite you in December, but it should be 10 slide only.
Okay. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. I understand it, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your kind suggestion.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
This session comes to an end now.
Yes,
Dr.
sir. Yes, sir.
There is no question appears to be that we have been interacting within the session.
Yes, sir.
So I must thank you for giving us an opportunity to express our views and bring such a good galaxy of speaker online here. Thanks a lot, and continue.
Richard, Matthew, you are there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Richard, we are also having a oil spill conference in December with petroleum conference. So we will see that shipping and all the oil spill aspect should be covered in that. We will seek your support and help.
Thank you.
And we will invite you. Dates are 2nd and 3rd December this year itself. That is not on virtual mode. It is on physical mode with the grace of God. With the grace of God. Okay? That is always there. So I have to thank the learned chairman of the session, who is always seeking new things, always. And so as the case with Professor Pokhriyal, and he always sees new. So something good will prevail to us, and these presentations are of world class in all respect. We appreciate and thank you, each speaker, and finally the chairman of the session. Andrew, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And this conference is going to end, and I have to give vote of thanks. I have to, with the permission of chair, I will take 2 minutes.
Yeah, carry on, sir.
Yeah. So this World PetroCoal Congerss, 12th in the series, supported by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of Coal, Niti Aayog, Government of India, and with the good words of Honorable Prime Minister of India that we should have carbon neutral, we should move towards carbon neutral. This is supported by ONGC, Gold Sponsorship, Oil India Limited, GAIL, EIL, GSPL, Bio2X Forum, PDEU, and Karamchand Thapar Group. So thank to our sponsors, to our associates, and we have to thank Mr. Razdan, who has given full protection and guidance to us, supported Mr. Negi, Mr. B.C. Bora, and others. So I have to thank finally to Mr. Puneet. Aishwarya is a compare in the other hall. Uttam, our virtual MNC, who is doing this excellent job. Participant. Without participant, we have to thank the speaker and chairperson already, but without participant, no conference is successful. So thank you all the participants, young and smart participants. So thank you very much. And I have to finally thank, with the permission of chair, to my boss, my wife, Ragnigar, who is a chairperson of Raga Integrated Technology Management, and my son, Shubham, who is awaking from USA and helping us. Shubham, Tarna, Aina, Dr. Sargam Pratyusha, and Pragyan. Thank you very much for encouragement and support. And thank you all the speakers, chairperson, and the participant from core of my heart. We will meet.
Thank you, Dr. Garg.
Thank you. We will meet, sir. We will meet again, hopefully on virtual mode on 16 and 17 next year in Feb. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.